Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 601. Chapter 601, 601. Chapter 601 The Master of Deception, Lin Moyo. In the air, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a sea of thunder appeared. Lin. In the void below the assessment platform, a large amount of lightning also rose. Laren spread its wings, murderous intent boiling. Lin Moyo, who was extremely sensitive to murderous intent, instantly sensed Laren's killing intent. He knew that Laren had let something slip and said something that shouldn't be said. Even if he promised not to tell anyone, Laren didn't fully believe him. To keep a secret, a dead person is the safest. It planned to break the rules and kill him. Laren, with murderous intent in its eyes, said, "I've thought about it and now give you two choices. The first choice, I kill you. The second choice, you stay here forever." Lin Moyo chuckled. These two choices were like farts, unbearable to hear. Lin Moyo showed no fear at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Dragon King's palace?" Laren shook its head. "It's not important anymore, and I have a reason to kill you." This sentence already showed its determination, disregarding even the punishment. Lin Moyo said, "Actually, I didn't hear much. I'm insignificant, and even if I told someone, no one would believe me." Laren still shook its head. "You don't understand. Some things I can't say, and you can't hear." Lin Moyo indeed didn't understand why these things couldn't be said. Wasn't it just that there might be another human world outside this world? What's the big deal? Why couldn't it be said? But looking at Laren, it seemed that there was a big secret involved. Laren said in a deep voice, "Don't waste time. Just two choices, make your pick." Since that was the case, Lin Moyo's attitude also became tough. "I choose neither, and you might not be able to kill me." "Can't kill you?" To Laren, this statement was simply a joke. A dignified god-level thunder dragon, killing a level 70 human professional, wasn't it as easy as crushing an ant? Naturally, it didn't believe Lin Moyo's words. Just as it was about to make a move, it suddenly trembled and was stunned on the spot. Lin Moyo was holding a scale with complex patterns. This was a dragon scale given to Lin Moyo by Antares. In case of danger, Lin Moyo could activate it to return to Antares. At the moment Laren saw the dragon scale, its whole body began to tremble. "How did you get this?" Now, it looked like a chicken with its neck pinched, unable to move. Lin Moyo smiled. "Do you still think you can kill me?" Laren fell silent, and the killing intent gradually dissipated. The answer was clear. Lin Moyo held the dragon scale as if holding a life-saving talisman. "There are many secrets in this world. I've seen the artifact spirits left by the professionals of the previous era. I've seen those who risked their lives to challenge the near-divine. I know the legions with divine generals and near-divine commanders. I've met beings who guard the world eternally and have heard many stories." Every word Lin Moyo said made Laren tremble, with electric snakes crackling around it. Lin Moyo was mixing truths with lies. Some of the information was deduced from Antares' words, creating an illusion that he knew a lot. His main skill was deception. Normally quiet, but when it came to deception, he had a knack for it. Lin Moyo said sincerely, "Look, I know so many secrets. What you said isn't a big deal. Isn't it just about the multiverse? It's really nothing. I won't tell anyone. There's no benefit in doing so, and no one would believe me." Laren seemed moved and hesitated. "Really? You promise not to tell?" Despite being powerful, dragons were apparently not very smart. Lin Moyo seized the moment. "Yes, I won't lie to you. As an exchange, I can also tell you one of my secrets." Laren asked, "What is it?" Lin Moyo said, "I have immunity to electric elements, so you can't kill me." Laren's eyes showed disbelief. "Elemental immunity is rare among humans, yet you possess it. You can test it if you don't believe me." Laren then struck Lin Moyo with a bolt of lightning. Lin Moyo let the lightning flow through him, unaffected, truly immune. Laren sent several more lightning bolts, each stronger than the last. Lin Moyo still felt nothing, standing motionless, letting the attacks pass. After a series of tests, Laren finally believed him. With immunity to electric elements, killing Lin Moyo would be difficult. Laren was completely deceived by Lin Moyo again. It forgot about Lin Moyo's level, which was much lower than its own. If Laren used its full power in physical attacks, it might still be able to kill Lin Moyo. But that was for ordinary professionals, not for Lin Moyo. So Lin Moyo continued mixing truths and lies in his conversation with Laren. Laren's killing intent completely vanished. From its core instincts, it felt it couldn't kill Lin Moyo. But something seemed off, like it was missing something. Lin Moyo put away the dragon scale. "Alright, let's pretend none of this happened. You said nothing, and I heard nothing. Let's proceed with the assessment." Laren's thoughts were interrupted by Lynn Moya's reminder. Lynn Moya redirected the topic back to the assessment, preventing Laren from thinking further. Laren took the bait. Let's start the assessment. I'll explain the rules. The second test has only 2 requirements: arriving here and surviving my attacks for 10 minutes. My attacks will be between levels 80 to 83, a challenge for you, considering attributes increase significantly after level 80. But since you're immune to electric elements, even my divine level attacks will be ineffective against you. So let's just go through the motions. Lynn Moya wanted this outcome. Alright, let's go through the motions. Acting was his forte. The assessment began in a peculiar atmosphere, both parties understanding the pretense. A protective shield rose, covering the entire assessment area. Laren breathed out dragon breath, turning the assessment area into a sea of thunder. Thunder roared, deafening. The thunder sea covered the heavens and the earth, like a world-ending disaster, engulfing Lynn Moya completely. Whether viewed with eyes or sensed with spirit, the thunder sea was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of level 83. For a level 70 professional, such an attack would usually mean instant death. But within the thunder sea, Laren and Lynn Moya were just staring at each other. Lynn Moya found it amusing. Lightning passed through him without causing any harm. At this moment, Laren was thoroughly convinced of Lynn Moya's immunity to electric elements. To be completely immune to elements, this is rare. It seems only the lightning of laws. Laren looked at Lynn Moya, thoughts swirling like waves. But it kept its mouth shut, not daring to speak more. It had already said many wrong things. If those got out, the impact would be significant. Now, it could only choose to trust Lynn Moya, hoping he wouldn't spread its words. Lynn Moya seemed to understand its thoughts and gave it a reassuring look. The 10-minute assessment time quickly passed, and the thunder sea disappeared. In the assessment area, Lynn Moya remained calm and composed. Laren coughed lightly. You've passed the second test. Now you can choose to continue the assessment or take your reward and leave. If you continue and succeed, the reward will double. If you fail, you'll lose all rewards and might even lose your life. Now, make your choice. It didn't specify the rewards or the difficulty of the next test. Like a riddle, Laren only gave a hint, with no clear answer. This was the rule of the dungeon, to make choices in the unknown, testing oneself. Lynn Moya didn't hesitate. I choose to continue. He hadn't obtained Antares' dragon orb yet. He couldn't quit now and had to keep going. Laren said, Are you sure? The current reward is already good. He had passed this stage due to his electric immunity, not his strength. The next test would be harder, and Lynn Moya, at level 70, might not succeed. Lynn Moya was firm. I'm sure, let's continue. Laren didn't try to dissuade him further. By the rules, it shouldn't have said the previous sentence. Alright then. It let out a dragon roar, echoing through the dungeon. Behind the assessment platform, another staircase appeared. Chapter 602. Chapter 602, 602. Chapter 602, one man's poison, another man's honey. The staircase led to the clouds, giving a sense of a heavenly path. Lynn. The staircase still had 100 steps, with the last part hidden behind the clouds, making it impossible to see what was above. Having experienced it twice before, Lynn Moya knew that the test of the third level would first involve this 100-step staircase. Lynn Moya walked past Leyland and whispered, I will keep my mouth shut. Leyland exhaled heavily, thank you. Lynn Moya chuckled and said no more. He came to the side of the staircase and saw the void on both sides. The void was also filled with layers of clouds, looking calm and peaceful, revealing nothing. Then he stepped onto the staircase. The staircase glowed slightly, and a light shot out from the staircase, entering Lynn Moya's body. The bone armor did not react at all, indicating that this light was not aggressive. Since mastering the bone armor, in 99.9% of cases, the bone armor would naturally react to danger. The number of times it failed was only 1 or 2 in Lynn Moya's memory. The bone armor was still trustworthy. This light that entered the body did not trigger a reaction from the bone armor, so it should be harmless for now. But Lynn Moya remained cautious and vigilant. Since it was a test, this light could not be meaningless, it must have a purpose. But what was it? The power of the soul flowed through his body like water, and Lynn Moya tried to find the light that had entered his body. Soon, he found the light that had entered his body. After gaining immunity to poison elements, Lynn Moya's body became pure and flawless, and anything foreign would be considered a toxin. Moreover, with his vast soul power controlling his entire body, nothing foreign could escape his detection. In a remote corner of his body, Lynn Moya found the light that had entered. A small light spot emitted a faint holy aura. It seemed harmless, just quietly staying there, motionless. Because of this, the bone armor did not react. Lynn Moya thought for a moment and did not expel it. This might also be part of the test, and expelling it now might affect the subsequent tests. However, Lynn Moya did not relax his vigilance but monitored it, ready to destroy it at any time if something went wrong. After staying for a few seconds, Lynn Moya continued to walk up. With each step, a light would shoot into his body, and the light spot inside his body gradually grew larger. On the surface, Lynn Moya showed no reaction, but he was already on high alert. On the second test platform, Leyland also watched Lynn Moya, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Now it could only hope that Lynn Moya would not go out and talk nonsense. In the clouds, Ellie and the other 4 giant dragons descended. The green dragon Jivas was the first to speak. Brother Leyland, did he pass the test? Leyland nodded, he passed. They had seen the test process from the clouds. The distance was too far, and they did not hear the conversation between Lynn Moya and Leyland. Ellie said, he seems to be very relaxed. Leyland nodded, this human is not ordinary, quite unusual. Jiva sneered, why do you say that? He's just a human. What's so special about him? Brother Leyland, you didn't go easy on him, did you? Leyland snorted, easy on him? He is immune to electric elements. The giant dragons were all shocked. Ellie pondered, no wonder. It's surprising that such a human would appear in this small world. Leyland said, yes, humans are originally a great race with countless geniuses, but someone like him is still rare. Ellie said seriously, perhaps he has a chance. The giant dragons all looked at Ellie, and Ellie said, it's just my feeling. Leyland, breathing out lightning, said, I have the same feeling. Perhaps he has a chance. Jiva sneered, if that's true, then it's best. I'll teach him a lesson then. Leyland glared at him, don't boast. You might be the one getting taught a lesson. Impossible. Jiva shouted, not believing it at all. We'll see. Lynn Moria walked step by step to the top, passing through the clouds, reaching the end of the staircase. At the end of the staircase was another large test platform, but behind the test platform was no longer a void. Instead, a palace appeared. The palace was grand and huge, over 1,000 meters high, with an unknown width and depth. Thick clouds blocked its true appearance. Is this the Dragon King's palace? Lynn Moria wondered, as the dungeon was named Dragon King's Palace, so this palace might be the Dragon King's palace itself. Just one step away from stepping onto the third test platform, Lynn Moria stopped. At this moment, the light spot in his body had grown from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a fist, expanding dozens of times. It still seemed harmless, but Lynn Moria did not believe it was useless. If there was a problem, it would explode the moment he stepped onto the test platform. Lynn Moria looked serious and muttered to himself, two choices, what should I do? One was to expel it. The other was to let it explode inside his body, not knowing what would happen, and Lynn Moria was not sure. This light spot in his body was like a time bomb. When it exploded, who knew what would happen? Good or bad, he couldn't say for sure. If he expelled it, Lynn Moria didn't know how it would affect the entire test. If it was judged as a test failure, how could he complete Antares' task? After thinking for a few seconds, Lynn Moria decided to let the light spot stay in his body. His vast soul power had already locked it firmly, and he could deal with any problem immediately. Moreover, Lynn Moria had confidence in his skills and talents. Killing him wouldn't be easy. With the decision made, Lynn Moria finally stepped onto the test platform. The moment he stepped onto the test platform, the entire platform lit up instantly, releasing a dazzling light. A dragon roar sounded in his ears, and strangely, he sensed the aura of light elements in the dragon roar. Then a large amount of light elements surged into his body, and the light spot inside his body became a guiding light, leading the light elements in. The bone armor still did not react, and the incoming light did not harm him. Light element resistance limit increased by 1%. Acquired light power, experience plus. Acquired light power, experience plus. Suddenly, a large number of notifications popped up. The light element resistance limit increased. At the same time, a large amount of light elements transformed into soul power, pouring into his soul, bringing him a lot of experience. The transformation speed of the light elements was very fast, and with the light spot inside his body, they had a clear target. The incoming light elements surged like waves, one after another. The soul power increased rapidly, and the experience grew quickly. Among the continuous notifications, there was occasionally a message about the increase in the light element resistance limit. Lynn Moria's original resistance to light elements was 80%, and now it was increasing to a higher level. First came the shock, then the understanding. This was also a test. For ordinary professionals, such a violent influx of light elements, quickly transforming into soul power. Although the soul power would greatly increase, the soul might not be able to withstand it. At best, the soul would be damaged. At worst, the soul would be directly overwhelmed and destroyed. But for him, this was not a problem. His soul limit was too high, already reaching the god level. Compared to the soul limit, the soul energy was far from enough. Now, these crazy influxes of soul power were like sweet rain, a great supplement. For ordinary professionals, the growth of the soul and the level were basically consistent. The level determined the soul's capacity. It's like a cup filled with water. The size of the cup determines the capacity. As the cup grows, the water inside is immediately filled. When the water exceeds the cup's capacity, it overflows. If the cup has a lid and is sealed, when the cup is full and more water is poured in, the cup might burst and crack. But his cup had long turned into a bucket, yet the water inside was still at the cup's level. Lynn Moria understood that this test was both an opportunity and a disaster. If he could withstand it, it was an opportunity. If not, it was a disaster. For him, this was a rare opportunity, hoping for more soul power to come in, the more, the better. One man's poison is another man's honey. The experience increased rapidly, faster than when he was clearing dungeons. In less than a minute, his experience increased by 50%. The light element resistance also increased from 80% to 90%. At this moment, Lynn Moria noticed that the influx of light elements seemed to weaken, indicating that the test was nearing its end. After another half-minute, there was a light sound from inside his body. The light spot that had entered his body earlier exploded with a bang. Literature. Recommended for you. I can copy talents, Sword God Invincible. Martial arts, starting by picking up Huang Rong as a cook, facing the bear. Fantasy, the Destiny Villain, Destiny Villain. Hi Marshall, logging into the future for 10,000 years, one update per month. National job transfer, the jobless me ended the gods. Mr. Monster. Entered the wrong interrogation room, solved the first case and shocked the world, when yen 3000. Previous. Return to directory. Next, at 4 Libraries bookstore. http://www.4ksw.com. All articles, images, comments, etc. on this site are posted or uploaded by users or collected from the internet, and are personal actions unrelated to the position of 4 Libraries bookstore. If your rights are infringed, please contact us, and we will handle it within 24 hours. The site is not responsible for any legal consequences caused by non-site factors. Chapter 603. Chapter 603, 603. Chapter 603, So What If You See Through It? Book, Experience Plus. Light element resistance limit increased by 3%. As the light orb exploded, the external light elements seemed to lose their target and stopped pouring in. Lin Morio also received the last piece of information. At this moment, his whole body was glowing with the light of leveling up. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Morio completed the leap from level 70 to level 71. He absorbed all the soul power that poured in, not missing a single bit. Lin Morio actually didn't care much about levels. Going from level 70 to 71, if he were to grind dungeons himself, it would probably only take a few days. This wave of assessment only saved him a few days, which was nothing significant. The key was the increase in light element resistance. His resistance to light elements had reached 100%, achieving immunity to light elements. After being immune to poison elements and electric elements, he was now completely immune to light elements as well. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Profitable. Lin Morio thought to himself, this wave was indeed very profitable. The assessment platform was still glowing faintly, and Lin Morio could clearly feel the light elements joyfully dancing here. This was a sea of light elements, with no other elements present. All other elements were driven away by an unknown force. The power that could drive away elements was at least of a high god level. Only laws could achieve this. He felt a gaze fall on him. In the center of the assessment platform, a giant dragon glowing all over was looking at him. It was observing Lin Morio, with a hint of curiosity in its eyes. Lin Morio was also observing it. It was somewhat different from the dragons he had seen before. Its body was larger than the dragons he had seen before, especially its body length, which was astonishing, even somewhat exaggerated. Comparing it to the recently seen Leyland, its body length was at least twice that of Leyland, with a thick and long tail behind it. Its appearance was distinctly different from that of a dragon, but it was undoubtedly still a dragon. It's very special. Lin Morio thought to himself. The dragon in front of him gave Lin Morio a very special feeling, different from other dragons. Little human, you are quite good, the dragon spoke. It did not show any hostility towards Lin Morio, and there seemed to be a hint of friendliness. Lin Morio did not let his guard down because of this, maintaining the necessary politeness in his words, neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you for the compliment. May I ask how to address you? The dragon spat out a light orb, which dispersed into dust in the air. Then it inhaled again, drawing in a large number of light orbs. The absorbed light elements were so many that they formed a mist, which it then exhaled. Watching the whole process, a word popped into Lin Morio's mind, inhaling and exhaling clouds. This scene felt strangely familiar. The dragon slowly spoke, my name is Xinguang, the Holy Dragon. And you? It was very polite, and Lin Morio introduced himself, human Lin Morio, profession is undead Holy King. Xinguang inhaled and exhaled clouds again, you were able to absorb all the soul power just now and even leveled up, it seems your soul level is very high. Level 71, then passing my assessment will be a bit easier for you. Lin Morio deduced that leveling up in the dungeon did not affect the difficulty of the assessment. This meant that the difficulty of the assessment was determined before he entered the dungeon. Lin Morio asked, may I ask, Lord Xinguang, what is the assessment for the third level? Xinguang inhaled and exhaled clouds again, the third level is actually very simple. Do you see the palace behind me? The palace was very large, how could he not see it? It wasn't a needle. Xinguang continued, as long as you can enter the palace, you pass the assessment. Enter the palace? Lin Morio looked over, the palace was very large, at least 1,000 meters high, with an unknown depth. The front door of the palace was open, and the interior of the palace could be vaguely seen. He was now about 5,000 meters away from the palace. If he flew at his fastest speed, it would take about 6 seconds. However, Lin Morio had an even faster method, which would only take 2 seconds. But Xinguang would definitely stop him. The key issue was not getting there, but how to break through Xinguang. Lin Morio asked, can I use any method? Xinguang nodded, yes, you can use any method. Lin Morio asked, how much power will you use? Xinguang glanced at Lin Morio, according to the rules, it will not exceed level 85. But I am a holy dragon, my strongest ability is defense. Lin Morio asked, is there a time limit? Of course, seeing that you are a human, I will make an exception and give you 24 hours, is that enough? Xinguang was obviously very confident in itself, thinking that Lin Morio could not break through its defense. Lin Morio also understood that if he really couldn't break through, even if given 24 hours, it would be the same as being given 2 hours. In that case, let me give it a try. Xinguang inhaled and exhaled clouds again, you can start at any time. It looked very casual, obviously full of confidence in itself, which also put pressure on Lin Morio. Lin Morio took a deep breath, knowing that as a holy dragon, Xinguang's level was at least 96 or higher, possibly even higher. If it fully stopped him, he would have no chance. The only chance was that it could only exert power not exceeding level 85. At the same time, Xinguang also clearly stated that its strongest ability was defense. This meant it might use its body to block him. And its body. Even if it stood still and let Lin Morio attack, Lin Morio estimated he couldn't break its defense. Lin Morio thought for a few seconds and had an idea. Surprise is the greatest opportunity. There was no flight restriction here, Lin Moria could fly. All restrictions had been lifted, and now he just needed to do everything possible to enter the palace and pass the assessment. With a thought, a large number of headless knights appeared in the air. The headless knights immediately activated their charge skill and charged towards Xinguang. At the same time, a headless knight appeared in front of Lin Moria, and Lin Moria instantly sat on the headless knight's warhorse. The headless knight, carrying Lin Moria, activated the charge skill towards the palace. At a speed of 3,000 meters per second, they charged towards the palace, needing only 2 seconds to reach it. Lin Moria, like a stream of light, passed by Xinguang, who seemed to have no reaction. The palace rapidly enlarged before his eyes, and 1.5 seconds later, the palace was within reach. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before his eyes, and a barrier-like shield appeared in front of him. Crash through it. So close, he couldn't give up halfway. With determination, the charge skill continued to crash into the barrier. Targeting the barrier, the headless knight launched its strongest attack. With a loud bang, the barrier remained unmoved, and the headless knight, along with Lin Moria, was bounced back by a huge rebound force. Lin Moria flew back nearly 1,000 meters before stabilizing in the air. The rebound force from the barrier was about twice the impact force of the headless knight. This reminded Lin Moria of the green grassland with rebound properties. This barrier also had the same properties. Looking around, he saw that the entire assessment platform was now covered by the barrier. The holy dragon Xinguang hadn't moved at all, just standing there, with a playful smile in its eyes. Lin Moria originally planned to have the headless knights hold it off while he took the opportunity to rush into the palace. But the holy dragon had only used a defensive skill to trap him, not even bothering with the headless knights. It hadn't moved at all. Lin Moria had an idea and didn't waste time on it. As long as it didn't move, Lin Moria didn't plan to touch it. The headless knights turned their targets and flew in all directions. Lin Moria came to the edge of the barrier, placing his hand on it, feeling the energy flow within. This was a barrier created by a skill, different from the abyssal barrier. Inside, only light elements flowed, with a hint of a peculiar aura. Sensing it carefully, Lin Moria realized it was the aura of laws. Xinguang had used laws, combined with light elements, to create this barrier. But it controlled it very skillfully, with a high level of power, but the upper limit of the power did not exceed level 85. Lin Moria couldn't say anything about this. Xinguang only said it wouldn't exceed level 85, it didn't say it wouldn't use laws. With the addition of laws, the barrier before him seemed to be at level 85, but even a god-level expert might not be able to break it. No wonder Xinguang was so confident, not afraid of Lin Moria suddenly rushing over. The aura of laws. Lin Moria muttered to himself. Xinguang looked at Lin Moria, not bad, you actually saw through it. Its words were filled with confidence, as if saying, even if you saw through it, so what, you still can't break it. Chapter 604. Chapter 604, 604. Chapter 604, then let the law defeat the law. Xinguang's tone was very calm, but it sounded somewhat harsh to Lin Moria. Lin. It had already lazily laid down and closed its eyes. Lin Moria looked at its appearance without saying a word, but he had an idea in his mind. The headless knight tried several times, but no matter how much force was used, it would ultimately be rebounded with twice the force. Xinguang had said that its strongest ability was defense. It was estimated that this law had the characteristic of rebound. Laws are diverse and possess various magical abilities. Having the characteristic of rebound is not surprising. Putting away the headless knight, Lin Moria came to the place closest to the palace gate. At this moment, he was only 2 steps away from the entrance of the palace, separated by a layer of white barrier, making it difficult to pass through. Lin Moria placed his hand on the barrier and said softly, "It is said that only the law can counter the law. Then let the law break the law." Targeting the barrier in front of him, a drop of green blood appeared in his hand. The blood of the poison god, which also contained a trace of the law's aura. Although the poison god was not a high-level deity, it had already touched the realm of high-level deities, so its blood contained a trace of the law. If there were no accidents, given more time, the poison god would definitely become a high-level deity. A drop of essence blood contained a weak law, but the law in the barrier was also not strong. The holy dragon Xinguang, in order to control its power, had injected a very limited amount of law into the barrier. However, the corpse explosion skill could amplify the power of the essence blood by 16 times, and the law within it would also be amplified. A drop of essence blood exploding was equivalent to a full strength strike from the poison god during its lifetime. When Lin Moria took out the essence blood of the poison god, the holy dragon Xinguang simultaneously opened its eyes, sensing the aura of the law. A look of shock appeared in its huge dragon eyes. Then it saw a green light flash, and a gap appeared in the barrier it had set up. The gap was filled with green gas, full of poison. Lin Moria walked through the gap as if the poison was nothing, taking 2 steps to enter the palace gate. Standing inside the palace gate, Lin Moria nodded towards Xinguang, "I have passed." In the blink of an eye, Xinguang appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that Lin Moria couldn't even see how it moved. This made Lin Moria vigilant again, as the opponent was, after all, a holy dragon, an incredibly powerful existence. He secretly held Antares' dragon scale in his hand, ready to escape at any moment if something went wrong. Xinguang lowered its head and stared at Lin Moria, its dragon eyes filled with shock and confusion. "How did you do it?" Before Lin Moria could answer, Xinguang continued, "Forget it, you don't need to answer, it's impolite to inquire about others' skills. Although you used an external object just now, I also said you could use any means. So this round counts as you passing. Now I give you 2 choices, one is to continue, and the other is to take the reward and leave. I can tell you what the reward is this time. I can give you 10 soul crystals, each containing pure soul power. They can help you elevate your soul level and provide you with a large amount of soul power. Given your level, each soul crystal can raise you by about 1 level. By enhancing your soul level with soul crystals, it will be much easier for you to become a deity in the future. Shen Guang's words were full of temptation. According to it, soul crystals were indeed good things. They could not only increase levels but also enhance the soul level. Once the soul level reached a certain point, becoming a deity would be much easier. For ordinary professionals, this was already a very big temptation, but for Lin Moryu, the soul crystals were not very useful. His soul had already reached the deity level, and with 2 skill star cores moved into his soul, the path to becoming a deity was already clear. As long as his level reached, becoming a deity was a matter of course. As for enhancing soul energy, it was also not difficult for Lin Moryu. As long as he had time, he could grind dungeons, and within a year or so, he could reach the deity level. Lin Moryu was not in a hurry about this. He wanted to solidify his foundation. The more solid the foundation, the broader the future development. Forcing growth was not advisable, and Lin Moryu's goal was not just to become a deity. Lin Moryu said, I choose to continue. Shen Guang asked in a deep voice, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Lin Moryu shook his head, my mind is made up. Shen Guang said no more. It raised its head and let out a dragon roar. Just like before, the dragon roar spread out in waves, echoing through the dungeon. As the dragon roar sounded, the mist in the palace gradually dispersed, revealing a jade-paved path. Shen Guang said, follow the dragon jade forward, do not touch the mist on both sides, or you will die. Lin Moryu nodded and walked into the palace. As he entered the palace gate immediately closed. At this moment, clouds churned in the sky, and Eli, Leyland, and other giant dragons descended. Brother Shen Guang, did he pass? Eli looked at the closed palace gate and already knew the answer, just asking casually. The other dragons were all surprised. They had come because they heard the dragon roar. The palace gate was always open, and once it closed, it meant someone had entered. They usually wouldn't go in, so who else could it be but Lin Moryu? Shen Guang stepped back 2 steps, revealing the entire palace gate, and also revealing the poisonous aura in front of the gate. A massive green gas, only about 2 people high, was rolling freely, surrounded by a large amount of light elements, preventing it from spreading. Shen Guang said, Jivas, take a look. Jivas immediately saw that the green gas contained poison and also a trace of the law. It took a deep breath of the poison, and the poison was instantly absorbed into its body. A few seconds later, Jiva said, it's the poison of a poison deity, containing a trace of the law, approximately level 96. No wonder it could break through Brother Shen Guang's holy barrier. After all, Brother Shen Guang had to control his power and could only inject a trace of the law. It's just strange, how did he unleash the power of the poison deity? Shen Guang said, he used the essence blood of the deity, and he seems to have a skill that can amplify the power of the essence blood. Just now, it was equivalent to a full-strength strike from the deity. This human is not simple. The Thunder Dragon Leyland agreed, indeed, he is not simple. He has 100% immunity to electric elements. Jiva said, it seems he might also be immune to poison elements. Shen Guang said, he has also reached 100% immunity to light elements. Ellie was slightly surprised, how could such a terrifying genius be born in such a small world? Could he be the child of the world? Shen Guang neither confirmed nor denied, who knows? Anyway, let's just complete our tasks. Jiva's aura suddenly changed, someone else has entered the Dragon King's palace, one of my avatars has been activated. Ellie nodded, I sensed it too, it's not from this world, and it's not a human. Shen Guang waved its wings, go, do your tasks. Don't slack off, or the dragon god will punish you. Don't worry, we never slack off. The dragons flew back into the clouds and disappeared. Shen Guang looked at the tightly closed palace gate, no one has passed the final test for a long time, I wonder how you will fare. Then it laughed at itself, what does it matter to me if you pass or not? It began to inhale and exhale clouds again, the mist constantly changing shapes, first into the form of an ordinary dragon, then growing larger and longer, finally completely changing shape. If Lin Moryu were here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. The final form was the image of a Chinese dragon, and Shen Guang's current form was one of the stages in its transformation. Perhaps after continuous evolution, Shen Guang would eventually become a Chinese dragon. Shen Guang's eyes were filled with hope and longing. The path underfoot was entirely paved with white jade. This jade emitted a peculiar aura, seemingly containing the power of the law, and Lin Moryu could feel the immense energy within. According to Shen Guang, this jade was called Dragon Jade and must be very precious. Using Dragon Jade to pave the way, this palace was obviously very important. Originally, Lin Moryu thought there would be some test, so he took the first step very cautiously. After he carefully stepped on the first step, the Dragon Jade did not react at all. After walking a few more steps, it was the same, and Lin Moryu felt slightly relieved. But he remained cautious, sending out a skeleton berserker to clear the way ahead. The palace was very deep, and after walking about 10,000 meters, he finally saw the second building within the palace. Chapter 605. Chapter 605, 605. Chapter 605, Long time no see, little and Terry's. The road paved with Dragon Jade came to an end. The mist cleared, and the view opened up. Inside the palace, the second building came into view. This was a huge circular platform, about 100 meters in diameter and 5 meters high, also entirely paved with Dragon Jade. Moreover, the Dragon Jade used to pave the platform was of obviously higher quality, each piece about 1 meter in length and width. containing even more astonishing law power. Lin Morio had already been amazed by the Dragon Jade before, and he had tried using detection spells, but they yielded no answers. The detection spells couldn't identify the origin of the Dragon Jade, but the energy within it was real, and Lin Morio couldn't be mistaken. Based on Lin Morio's understanding of Dragon Jade, any item containing the power of laws was a mythological item. Any piece of Dragon Jade was worth a fortune, but here, it was merely used for paving roads and platforms. Compared to the huge palace, the circular platform, though noble, was not large. Lin Morio was about to step onto it when a powerful aura descended. His vision blurred slightly, and a dragon appeared on the platform. Not a giant dragon, but the kind of dragon in Lin Morio's memory, a Chinese dragon. Its body was over 200 meters long, coiled on the platform, its head slightly raised, staring at Lin Morio. Being stared at by it, Lin Morio felt a chilling sensation, as if he was being watched by some terrifying existence. He was acutely aware that if the dragon wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought, no need to lift a finger. The difference in strength was too great. Lin Morio found it difficult to discern whether this dragon was stronger than Antares. Could it be a super god? Lin Morio was certain it was stronger than the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor, who were half-step super gods. There was no comparison between them. The dragon stared at Lin Morio without speaking, and Lin Morio also remained silent, maintaining his composure. Lin Morio did not show fear and continued to meet the dragon's gaze. After a full 10 seconds, the dragon's voice slowly sounded, "Your soul carries the scent of my clan." Lin Morio was startled, instinctively thinking the dragon was referring to the aura left from killing Dragon Clan members. But then he realized that wasn't the case. Chinese dragon, descendant of the dragon. Lin Morio's mind raced, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Before he could speak, the dragon's voice came again, "Your ancestors must have had some connection with our dragon clan, and their soul bloodline was tainted with our clan's aura. But after so many generations, the aura in your soul is very weak, almost undetectable." Lin Morio was now 100% certain that what the dragon said must be related to his identity before transmigrating. It was his soul that had transmigrated, and the aura it mentioned was also in his soul. Lin Morio suddenly understood many things. The dragon was very strong, but it actually had no intention of killing him. The fear he felt was entirely due to the vast difference in strength. Lin Morio finally spoke, "May I ask how to address you?" The dragon did not answer Lin Morio's question but continued, "Besides your soul, your body also carries the aura of my clan. It seems you have encountered my clansmen." Without any visible action, the scale of Antares in Lin Morio's pocket flew out automatically. Lin Morio didn't know how it did it. This was his life-saving charm, but now he watched it fly away. Lin Morio didn't dare to move, nor could he move. An invisible force bound him, making him immobile. This was the difference in strength, and for the first time, Lin Morio realized how vast the gap could be. 2 years ago, when he had just completed his job transfer and met Bai Yaiwan, he had never felt this way. The dragon before him was too terrifying. Lin Morio thought this dragon must be the dragon god mentioned by the giant dragons. Antares' scale flew to the dragon, then began to shine. The dragon activated the scale, and Antares' voice came from it, "You brat, did you get it done?" Lin Morio smiled bitterly, "No. So it's you." The dragon seemed to remember Antares and spoke. "Damn." A strange cry came from the scale, "Why are you awake?" The dragon chuckled, "Just happened to wake up." Its eyes suddenly shot out 2 golden beams, falling on the scale, making it shine brilliantly. The dragon's scale sparkled, and a phantom appeared on it. Lin Morio recognized it at a glance. It was Antares. He recognized Antares' big head, but the next scene shocked him again. Antares appeared in the phantom, in full form, not just a head. Previously, Lin Morio had only seen Antares' head. Its body had always been hidden. Now he finally saw it clearly. Antares was also in the form of a Chinese dragon. No, not exactly the same. Compared to the dragon before him, Antares had an extra pair of dragon wings, similar to those of a giant dragon. It was this pair of dragon wings that made a fundamental difference between the two. The dragon looked majestic, powerful, and full of beauty. Antares also had a similar aura, but the pair of dragon wings somewhat ruined the beauty, making it less harmonious. The dragon said, "Long time no see, little Antares." Little Antares. Lin Morio instantly felt a strange sense of amusement. Antares, who had lived for countless years, was being called Little Antares. Obviously, the dragon before him was even more ancient. Antares did not refute, instead, it respectfully said, "Long time no see, dragon god." So it was indeed the dragon god. Lin Morio was enlightened. Moreover, from Antares' words, it was clear that Antares did not wish to meet the dragon god. But coincidentally, the dragon god had awakened, and it could only be said that his timing was unfortunate. Lin Morio could almost feel Antares' mood at this moment, surely very frustrated. The dragon god said, "Little Antares, after all these years, are you still angry with me?" Antares shook its head, "I dare not." He. The dragon god laughed, "It's not that you're not angry, but that you don't dare." Antares shook its head again, "Then let's say I'm not angry." It was as if saying, "You're the dragon god, you're more powerful, whatever you say goes." The dragon god did not dwell on this issue, instead saying, "You let this human enter the Dragon King's palace to retrieve your 2 dragon pearls, right?" Antares admitted frankly, "Yes." The dragon god asked, "Out of the 16 dragon pearls, how many have you found?" 10, with the 2 in your possession, that makes 12. Antares did not hide anything and spoke the truth. The dragon god asked, "Do you know where the remaining 4 are?" Antares shook its head, "I have some guesses, but I'm not sure yet." The dragon god sighed. Back then, I had no choice. At this moment, Antares' large ears in the phantom suddenly folded, clearly not wanting to hear the dragon god's explanation. The dragon god did not continue, only letting out a long sigh. Your dragon pearls, I will let this human take them back. Perhaps we will not meet again in the future, take care of yourself. Antares' ears twitched, clearly hearing this, but it said nothing. Lynn Moria sensed something unusual in the words, indicating a special relationship between the two. The light from the scale gradually faded and flew back into Lynn Moria's pocket. Then Lynn Moria felt a lightness all over, the binding force disappeared. At this moment, Lynn Moria heard a long sigh. It was like the sigh of an old man, carrying a hint of reluctance. Lynn Moria felt a lightness all over, the binding force disappeared, and he regained his freedom. 2 pearls appeared before the dragon god, belonging to Antares, still carrying Antares' aura. The 2 pearls flew into Lynn Moria's hands, and he quickly took out a box to store them, then put them into his storage space. At this moment, he couldn't hesitate. What if the dragon god changed its mind? He couldn't fight it, and there was nothing he could do but stare. For whatever reason, obtaining the dragon pearls was one of the best outcomes. Thank you, dragon god. Lynn Moria sincerely thanked. The dragon god said solemnly, these originally belonged to Antares, you are just taking them back to him. Lynn Moria earnestly promised, I will personally hand them to Antares. The dragon god said, I can see that you and Antares have a good relationship, you should be his friend. Lynn Moria admitted frankly, yes, I am his friend. The dragon god chuckled, little Antares actually has a friend, it seems you are quite special. Lynn Moria said nothing, knowing that the relationship between the dragon god and Antares was not ordinary. But since neither the dragon god nor Antares spoke of it, Lynn Moria wisely did not ask. Some things can be asked, some cannot. Asking might cost one's life. Many secrets are better known less, to live longer. Lynn Moria, though curious, was not foolish and would not let curiosity kill the cat. Lynn Moria changed the subject, Dragon God, what is my next assessment? The dragon god shook its head, no need, you have passed the assessment. Lynn Moria was slightly stunned, he had been ready for a big fight, how had he passed the assessment? There must be something fishy, probably related to Antares. Chapter 606. Chapter 606, 606. Chapter 606, I'm in a bad mood. In the Dragon King's Palace dungeon, the true master is the dragon god. Lynn Moria guessed that most of the rules were set by it. If it said the assessment was passed, then it was passed. Lynn Moria wouldn't be foolish enough to insist on taking the assessment. The dragon god sighed again, like an elderly person, with a hint of kindness, little one, I hope you and Antares can get along well. It might only have you as a friend. Lynn Moria said, it also has a bird. The dragon god chuckled, is it called a one bird? Lynn Moria nodded, that's right. The dragon god smiled, a helpless smile, it's still mad at me, huh? Lynn Moria didn't say anything, keeping his mouth shut tightly. No matter how curious he was about these matters, he couldn't ask. It was too gossipy. The dragon god began to glow slightly, and the jade platform it was sitting on also started to glow. Then a fist-sized crystal appeared in front of the dragon god. The crystal was carved into the shape of a dragon, with liquid flowing inside, emitting a rainbow-like glow, very beautiful. This is your final reward for passing the Dragon King's Palace. In history, very few have passed all the assessments of the Dragon King's Palace. You did well. Perhaps in the future, you will have the chance to break out of your shell and see a broader world. The dragon-shaped crystal flew to Lynn Moria, and he caught it with both hands. Thank you, dragon god. The dragon god shook its head, this is what you deserve. I hope you can do something for me. Lynn Moria immediately responded, please instruct me, dragon god. Help me give this to Antares. Another dragon pearl appeared. Lynn Moria's eyes widened, it wasn't Antares' dragon pearl. The dragon pearl carried the aura of the dragon god, it belonged to the dragon god. Lynn Moria didn't know exactly what the dragon pearl was for, but he knew it was very important to the dragon clan. Otherwise, Antares wouldn't have been constantly searching for dragon pearls. And the dragon pearl in front of him, belonging to the dragon god, was even larger than Antares's, seemingly of a higher level. Lynn Moria found a box to store the dragon pearl. Dragon god, is there anything you want me to convey to Antares? The dragon god pondered for a few seconds, tell it I'm sorry. Lynn Moria nodded gently. At this moment, the dragon god seemed even older. Lynn Moria felt like the dragon god was saying goodbye, as if it was about to leave. The dragon god lowered its head in a sigh, its eyes slowly closing. As it closed its eyes, Lynn Moria saw a tear fall. The tear landed on the jade platform with a crisp sound. A feeling of sadness spread. The dragon god was so powerful that its emotional changes affected the entire space. Even the elements and laws within the space were influenced. Lynn Moria was also affected, feeling that the dragon god had a lot of bitterness and helplessness in its heart. That single tear contained so much. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and the sadness triggered many of Lynn Moria's memories. He had transmigrated, losing everything from his previous life. In his previous life, he was an orphan, with no relatives, but he had a few close friends. They used to drink and boast together, and those scenes came to mind. Memories he thought he had forgotten were now so clear. Memories always exist, even if you deliberately avoid thinking about them, they will eventually resurface. The images in his mind shifted from his past life to his current life. Now he had a grandmother, a sister, and close family members. These past few years, he had truly enjoyed having a family. Then came the memory of his grandmother's death, his helplessness and sadness, and his parents, whom he had never met. Sometimes he hated his parents. He had thought about finding them, but in the end, he gave up, not wanting to search anymore. Those emotions were very complex, and Lin Moria usually buried them deep in his heart, never thinking about them or touching them. But now, the dragon god's emotions had drawn out the feelings he didn't want to touch. Lin Moria's mood plummeted, becoming very bad, even slightly irritable. This had never happened before. The mist began to thicken, enveloping the jade platform and Lin Moria. Everything was shrouded in thick fog, white and indistinct, nothing could be seen. The sound disappeared, and everything became extremely quiet. It was like the vicissitudes of life, the space constantly changing, and the thick fog suddenly disappeared. A roaring sound reached his ears. It was the sound of a meteorite explosion. When Lin Moria came to his senses, he had already left the dungeon and was back on the meteor continent. He stood still, letting the shockwave of the explosion sweep over him, without any reaction. He didn't want to move, still unable to shake off the sadness. His mood was terrible. Lin Moria tried to adjust his emotions, but the uncontrollable feeling was very unpleasant. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control it. The dragon god's power was too strong, so strong that Lin Moria couldn't control his own emotions. Sadness and irritability eventually turned into anger. In the distance, he sensed the aura of spatial fluctuations. Lin Moria looked up and saw the opening of spacetime tunnels. Not just one, but more than 10 spacetime tunnels appeared simultaneously. The sky looked like it had been punched with black holes. Powerful dragon kings were emerging from the spacetime tunnels. As soon as they appeared, they locked onto Lin Moria, their eyes filled with excitement and killing intent. The dragon king's powerful aura swept across the land, making the air thick. The dragon kings knew they couldn't stay here long. They could only exist for a few minutes in full battle mode. Kill! They wasted no time, charging straight at Lin Moria. Lin Moria's sleeves fluttered, and his killing intent rose. Since he couldn't control his emotions, he decided not to control them and vent them properly. These dragon kings had come at the right time. I'm in a bad mood, Lin Moria thought to himself, and the undead army appeared. The primordial rune on the back of his hands glowed, and the skills, strong soldiers, and gathering power, were activated simultaneously. Skill, summon skeleton king. Skill, undead gaze. Skill, curse of aging. Skill, toxic star explosion. One skill after another was unleashed like a barrage. Regardless of their effectiveness, he used them all. At this moment, Lin Moria didn't control himself, didn't calculate which skill was useful or effective. The sky suddenly darkened, blocking out the sun. Dark clouds gathered, the wind howled, and the shadow of the undead world descended. This change frightened the dragon kings. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so powerful? A burning gate appeared in the sky, and the undead eye emerged. The flames of the undead eye were unprecedentedly fierce, and the skill's power was also unprecedentedly strong. The undead eye looked down on the battlefield, and the souls of more than 10 dragon kings felt intense pain, causing them to scream. Compared to the dragon kings, the top professionals of the dragon clan didn't even have a chance to scream, falling silently. The undead gaze was not a single target skill, it had strong area of effect capabilities. With the strong soldiers skill activated, the damage of the undead gaze increased by 500%, instantly killing all non-god level beings. The dragon kings were terrified, their souls wounded, and many dragon warriors died. A skeleton throne appeared in the sky, and the skeleton king slowly rose. The skeleton king, formed by 90 skeletons, had broken through the god level limit with the strong soldiers skill, reaching level 92, very close to level 93. Skill, God-slaying slash. Skill, elemental chaos. A sword strike targeted all the dragon kings. The dragon kings were terrified, feeling the threat of death. They roared, activating their bloodlines, unleashing their strongest power. At this moment, they no longer wanted to kill Lin Moria, they just wanted to survive. They never expected Lin Moria to be so strong, completely beyond their imagination. Sword light flashed on their bodies, accompanied by violent elemental explosions. The dragon kings were blasted away, their bodies covered in blood. The undead gaze had wounded their souls. The skeleton king's 2 skills severely injured their bodies. The dragon clan's proud defense was useless. Before they could escape, the headless knights charged in, surrounding them from all sides, giving them no chance to flee. The headless knights used their charge skills, and with the strong soldiers skills enhancement, the charge skill could even harm the dragon kings. The powerful impact made it difficult for the dragon kings to stand. The dragon kings roared, pushing their bloodline power to the limit. Dragon shadows appeared, unleashing their potential, fighting back desperately. Lin Moria sneered, taking out the essence blood of the poison god. His soul locked onto all the dragon kings. Skill, corpse explosion. Chapter 607. Chapter 607, 607. Chapter 607, bad luck for you. Green gas clusters bloomed in the air like beautiful flowers. Lin Moria's soul locked onto them, and the corpse explosion skill traversed space, exploding directly on them, leaving no escape. Terrified screams echoed through the heavens and earth. The dragon kings were corroded by the toxic gas, their bodies rotting and turning into thick liquid in an instant. They couldn't withstand the toxic attack of the poison god. The poison god's attack contained a trace of the power of laws, a power that only high-level deities could possess. The dragon kings were poisoned to death in terror. Only one dragon king, with an angry dragon roar, charged through the toxic gas towards Lin Moria, a mid-level dragon king. Lin Moria immediately judged that this was a mid-level dragon king, at least level 93. Only a mid-level dragon king could possibly survive the poison. It was also the strongest among the dragon kings that came this time. It knocked away the headless knights blocking its path and charged towards Lin Moria. Lin Moria's heart moved, and the Skeleton King instantly appeared in front of it, swinging a sword. The Dragon King held a long spear, thrusting it out with a whistle, clashing with the Skeleton King's giant sword. With a loud noise, space twisted, creating ripples. The Skeleton King was sent flying. Its strength was not as great as the mid-level Dragon King's. The mid-level Dragon King shook off the Skeleton King and instantly appeared in front of Lin Morio. Before it could make a move, it felt a sharp pain in its soul. The undead eye in the sky was staring at it, focusing all attacks on it. At the same time, soul flames danced in Lin Moria's palm, strengthening the soul attack. The soul attack interrupted its actions, and then a flash of sword light appeared before its eyes. It retreated in terror, blood splattering, a huge gash appearing on its body. Lin Morio held a sharp sword. Seeing it dodge, he said, "What a pity." The soul attack interruption made it highly likely that Lin Morio could have cut it in two with one strike. He didn't expect it to react so quickly and dodge. It was only wounded, not killed. The gathering power skill pushed Lin Morio's attributes to the limit. Although his attributes were not yet at the god level, the additional damage from the strong soldiers skill was enough to deal fatal damage to the Dragon King. As it flew back, Lin Morio put away his sword and aimed his finger at it. Skill, bone spear. Bone spears with powerful tearing force shot out. Due to the strong soldiers' skill, the power of the bone spears was greatly enhanced. The spears flew at a speed of 20,000 meters per second. The Dragon King was very close, with no chance to dodge at this distance. The sound of impacts was continuous, and the bone spears kept hitting the Dragon King. The spears were very powerful, each hit making it tremble as if it were being torn apart. It couldn't understand how a mere level 71 human professional could possess such powerful combat strength. Among the dozens of top Dragon Clan professionals that came, more than 10 Dragon Kings, only it was still alive. At the same time, it realized that with Lin Moria's strength, if he became a deity, only the Dragon Emperor could match him. Fear arose. Lin Moria's strength had completely exceeded its understanding. I must escape back, and stop my clan from coming to die. Only high-level Dragon Kings might be able to kill him. It knew that unless a high-level Dragon King or the Dragon Emperor personally took action, no matter how many came, they would just be sending themselves to death. Lin Moria's skills were all area of effect skills. Killing one or killing 100 made no difference. It used all its strength, activating its bloodline, merging with the Dragon Shadow. Then, it turned and fled. It had just flown less than 100 meters when its soul suddenly felt intense pain. Its soul body was pierced by countless arrows. The Skeleton King transformed back into the Undead Legion, and 30 skeleton archers simultaneously used their skills. Skill, Soul Shot. The level 70 skeleton archers had upgraded their passive skill Soul Lock to Soul Shot. It inherited the characteristics of Soul Lock and also gained Soul Attack capabilities. Soul Attack capabilities are absolutely terrifying, hard to defend against. Humans, dragons, and demons all have no good way to counter it. The soul body kept feeling intense pain, making it impossible for the Dragon King to concentrate. The undead gaze activated again, igniting its soul, burning fiercely. The soul flames also activated simultaneously. Screams echoed through the heavens and earth again. The Dragon King could no longer think, its mind becoming extremely chaotic. The soul pain was too intense. Under the continuous soul attacks, its consciousness grew weaker and finally completely dissipated. It fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, forever remaining on the meteor continent. The skeleton berserker came over, raised its axe, and split its head open, taking out the dragon crystal. It also collected the dragon crystals of the other Dragon Kings. Those low-level Dragon Kings that died from the poison left nothing but dragon crystals. A total of 13 dragon crystals, 12 low-level dragon crystals, and 1 mid-level dragon crystal. The mid-level dragon crystal was obviously larger than the low-level ones, changing from a rhombus to a hexagon. The energy contained within was also much greater. After venting his emotions, Lin Morio felt much better. He understood that some emotions couldn't just be suppressed, they would eventually explode. It was good to vent this time. However, he still didn't like the feeling of being out of control. Bad luck for you, Lin Morio said lightly. He took out the creation scepter and absorbed all the dragon crystals, erasing the last traces of the Dragon Kings from the world. The life core on the creation scepter glowed brighter and brighter. A whirlwind seemed to sweep across the meteor continent. The whirlwind brought a large amount of elements. Lin Morio could clearly feel these elements, and with enough soul power, he could even see them. Like the light elements, they carried a sacred aura, but with more of a life essence, similar to when Zhu Qinglia used divine-level healing. Lin Morio called these elements life elements. As the life core continued to recover, it also absorbed life elements, which were its fundamental power. Lin Morio could feel the life core reviving. The creation scepter shone brightly, resonating with the military badge. After killing more than 10 Dragon Kings, the purple glow on the military badge was unprecedentedly intense. The 4th star appeared directly, and after a few seconds, the 5th star also appeared. Even the shadow of the 6th star floated for a few seconds before disappearing. Lin Morio only needed to kill 2 god-level enemies to become a 4-star god general. To become a 5-star god general, he needed to kill 8 more god-level enemies after becoming a 4-star god general. To become a 6-star god general, he needed to kill 16. Now, having killed 13 in one go, he not only became a 5-star god general but also had 3 more. Now he only needed to kill 13 more Dragon Kings or demons to become a 6-star god general. Currently, in the human world, besides the missing Emperor D and the soon-to-be-resurrected God of Righteousness, no one had become a 6-star god general. It could be said that Lin Morio was already standing at the pinnacle of the human world. The light of the creation scepter grew more intense, and the glow of the military badge also shone brightly, and Lin Moria's body was enveloped in the light of leveling up. After slaughtering 13 Dragon Kings, he not only gained stars but also a lot of experience, directly advancing from level 71 to level 72. Traveling thousands of miles to deliver experience and military ranks, Lin Moria couldn't help but sigh, what good dragons. After absorbing all 13 dragon crystals, the life core had recovered to about 60%. The outer shell had already taken shape. Lin Moria felt the aura of laws. The life core had the aura of laws, which was the law of life. One of the hallmarks of mythological weapons is possessing the power of laws. The creation scepter was like this, containing the power of laws. Obtaining it meant having the possibility to comprehend the law of life and become the god of life. To become the god of life, one must have destroyed a small world. How crazy must that be? Compared to relying on external forces, Lin Moria trusted his own power more. He took out Antares' dragon scale, and with a slight movement of his mental power, activated the dragon scale. Space twisted and fluctuated, and the dragon scale took Lin Moria away from the meteor continent. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. When he first came to the meteor continent, he planned to first enter the Dragon King's palace dungeon, help Antares retrieve the dragon pearls, and then go to the primordial secret realm. Going to the primordial secret realm, Lin Moria hoped to make the strong soldiers and gathering power skills his own, but he wasn't 100% sure. So he went to the Dragon King's palace dungeon first, in case he needed these two skills in the dungeon, he wouldn't be so passive. But things changed too quickly, and what happened in the Dragon King's palace exceeded Lin Moria's expectations. Not only did he retrieve Antares' two dragon pearls, but he also obtained a dragon pearl belonging to the dragon god. Lin Moria promised the dragon god to bring the dragon pearl back to Antares. To avoid any accidents, Lin Moria decided to return first. As for the primordial secret realm, it wasn't urgent. Chapter 608. Chapter 608, 608. Chapter 608, them? Just bastards. After the book transmission ended, Lin Moria saw Antares' huge dragon eye. Antares' expression was somewhat complex, an emotion that was hard to describe. Lin Moria asked, "What are you thinking about?" Antares countered, "Why are you back?" "I got what you wanted, and to avoid any complications, I came back first." As Lin Moria spoke, he took out two boxes containing dragon pearls. The dragon pearls lay quietly in the boxes, and Antares did not rush to take them. Instead, he said, "You killed quite a few dragons again." It was clear that Antares was feeling a bit down. Lin Moria could roughly guess the reason. "When I left the dungeon, many dragons came to kill me, and I killed them instead." "Were there dragon kings?" Antares asked. Lin Moria nodded. 13 low-level dragon kings, 1 mid-level dragon king, and a group of dragon warriors over level 80. Antares glanced at Lin Moria but said nothing. He opened his mouth and sucked the two dragon pearls inside. The thick fog that had been shrouding Antares' body all year round emitted a roaring sound, with lightning and thunder, indicating some internal changes. Lin Moria took out another box. "The dragon god asked me to give this to you and also asked me to convey a message." Antares put on an indifferent look. "What is it? What could it possibly say?" Lin Moria handed over the box. "See for yourself." Antares seemed a bit hesitant and did not take the box. Lin Moria teased, "Are you afraid?" Antares snorted, "What do I have to be afraid of? It can't kill me." At this moment, he changed his self-reference to I, whereas he usually referred to himself as this deity. This change alone made Lin Moria realize that Antares was actually very unsettled inside. But Lin Moria did not point it out, instead using reverse psychology to give him an out. "If you're not afraid, then take it and see." Antares followed the lead, as if falling for Lin Moria's trick. "See then, who's afraid of whom?" When the box was opened, Antares trembled violently upon seeing its contents. Then his huge head began to shake uncontrollably, his eyes full of disbelief. This is. He was extremely emotional but couldn't form a complete sentence. Antares' emotions were somewhat out of control. Lin Moria watched him quietly, saying nothing. After a while, Antares finally calmed down a bit. "What did it ask you to convey?" Lin Moria said. "The dragon god said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The three words hit Antares like a thunderbolt, leaving him dazed. Antares suddenly raised his head and let out a deafening dragon roar. Terrifying energy spread, causing the ground to crack. The entire ancient battlefield trembled, and all the monsters inside, including world bosses, shivered in fear. Antares' terror was fully displayed at this moment. Lin Moria still said nothing, not interrupting Antares, letting him roar as much as he wanted. He knew Antares was venting, just as he had done before. It's better to vent than to keep it bottled up inside. After a few minutes, Antares finally calmed down, and Lin Moria clearly saw a tear at the corner of Antares' eye. The tear did not fall but was instantly wiped away by his immense power. Lin Moria did not point it out, just watched him quietly. After a while, Antares seemed to regain his usual calm, opened his mouth, and swallowed the dragon god's dragon pearl. He looked at Lin Moria. "Don't ask about me and it, even if you ask, I won't tell." Lin Moria naturally understood that this was Antares' private matter, and he wasn't nosy enough to pry. Lin Moria said, "Can I ask about something else then?" "Sure. Since you brought the dragon pearls back for me, I'll answer whatever I can." Antares' mood hadn't fully recovered, still referring to himself as I. Lin Moria said, "In the Dragon King's palace dungeon, I saw several giant dragons. They called themselves elemental dragons, controlling some elements. They also called the dragons here lowly. Can you tell me why?" Antares looked at Lin Moria and pondered for a moment. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't say. Lin Moria laughed. If it were someone else, I wouldn't ask either. After all, you're my friend. Lin Moria's words seemed to strike a chord with Antares. The word friend was particularly significant to Antares at this moment. Antares trembled slightly. The dragons you refer to are nothing compared to the true dragons. In the dragon clan, there is a strict hierarchy, with the highest being the dragon god, the king of all dragons. The so-called Dragon King's Palace dungeon actually refers to the dragon god. However, the dragon god usually doesn't stay in the dungeon. It has too many matters to attend to. Most of the time, it's just a puppet in the dungeon. This time, I don't know why, but it was a coincidence. Lin Moria said softly. The dragon god said it was a whim, a feeling. Antares responded, the old guy's realm is very high, so it's possible. I'll continue, listen carefully, I'll only say it once. The dragon god is the king of the dragon clan, possessing the ancestral dragon bloodline, and has revived it to a very high degree, making it invincible. Below it are pure blood dragons and mixed blood dragons. All mixed blood dragons spend their lives evolving towards pure blood dragons. And pure blood dragons aim to evolve towards the ancestral dragon. The elemental dragons you saw in the dungeon are mixed blood dragons. Lin Moria somewhat understood. Elemental dragons are mixed blood dragons, evolving towards pure blood dragons, purifying their bloodline and activating its power. The holy dragons he saw later already had some characteristics of pure blood dragons, their bodies evolving from the short and stout form of giant dragons to a more slender form. Antares, without saying, must be more than a pure blood dragon, likely possessing the ancestral dragon bloodline as well. From his words, Lin Moria could sense his disdain for pure blood dragons, and even when mentioning the dragon god's ancestral dragon bloodline, he spoke as an equal. Lin Moria kept Antares' words in mind, always observing Antares' expression. From his expression, he could analyze a lot of information. Lin Moria saw that the disdain in Antares' eyes was growing stronger. His tone also changed accordingly. As for the dragons in this world, they are just bastards, the lowest kind, not even considered sub-dragons. His tone was full of contempt. Lin Moria asked, but there are members of the dragon clan with atavistic bloodlines. It's said that their dragon emperor also has an atavistic bloodline. Antares sneered, nonsense atavistic bloodline, let me tell you a story. Once, there was a pure blood idiot who died while awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline. Then it exploded, and part of its flesh and blood scattered to a certain world, accidentally eaten by some primitive monsters of that world. Those monsters then mutated, inheriting a trace of the pure blood dragon's bloodline, and called themselves the Dragon Clan. The so-called Dragon Emperor is just someone with a slightly purer bloodline. It can never reach the super god level, half-step super god is its limit, the bloodline limitation is there. Now you know where those dragons come from. Lin Moria finally understood that the dragons in this world originated this way. No wonder they looked so strange, different from the giant dragons Lin Moria had seen. When he first awakened his profession, he had seen giant dragons, and they were indeed very different from the Dragon Clan. The long-standing confusion was finally answered, giving him a sense of clarity. But new questions arose. The elemental dragons I saw in the dungeon didn't seem to be very high level. Antares said, those are just their puppet avatars. Do you think their true bodies would enter the dungeon? Let me tell you something, in our dragon clan, even the worst mixed blood dragon is born at the god level, and reaches high god level upon adulthood. This is for those idiots who don't train at all, just sleeping to achieve this. If they train a bit, reaching the super god level is not difficult. Lin Moria was shocked. Not training, just sleeping, and they can reach high god level. That's a level that can wield laws. Training a bit to become a super god is not difficult. And this is for the worst mixed blood dragons. What about the stronger mixed blood dragons? Or pure blood dragons, even those awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline? The dragon clan's power far exceeded his imagination. So, the so-called dragon emperor here is really nothing. No wonder Antares is so disdainful. In this way, it seems that the human race is also nothing. Suddenly, Lin Moria shuddered, realizing he was wrong. It's not like that, Leyland once said, the human race is a great race, full of geniuses. Our world's human race may not be strong, but that doesn't mean all human races are weak. And our world's human race is not completely weak. At least in the last era, there were super gods, although they can't compare to the true dragon clan, at least there's a chance. And in this era, there's me. Chapter 609. Chapter 609, 609. Chapter 609, the old guy won't give it to you, but I will. Shilin Muya was full of confidence in himself. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. After Antares finished speaking, his mood calmed down a lot and he returned to his previous lazy demeanor. Shilin Muya asked, what about the Abyss Demons? What's their origin? Antares shook his head, I won't say. Shilin Muya laughed, do you not know? Antares chuckled lightly, don't try to provoke me, it won't work. I was just giving you face earlier, don't take yourself too seriously. Shilin Muya didn't care about Antares' words, I still think you don't know. Antares fell silent and didn't say more. Shilin Muya said, if you don't know, just say you don't know. I won't force you to say it anyway. I can't beat you, and I can't out-argue you, right? Antares turned his head and closed his eyes, ignoring him. But after Shilin Muya said that, the last bit of depression was swept away. Antares completely gave up, looking like he didn't care what Shilin Muya said, he just wouldn't answer. Shilin Muya teased him a bit more but didn't continue questioning. Antares' mood had already recovered, so there was no need to keep asking. Shilin Muya said, help me take a look at my reward. I can't figure it out. Shilin Wuya's words piqued Antares' interest. The reward from the Dragon King's Hall dungeon also made Antares curious. After all, he had never hosted the Dragon King's Hall, and the rewards were not fixed, varying according to each person's level and profession. There were too many good things in the Dragon Clan, too many to count. Moreover, for some beings, many things could be self-made. When they established the Dragon King's Hall dungeon for some reason, they prepared a large number of treasures. This time, Shilin Wuyu encountered the Dragon God, the king of the Dragon Clan, who had the highest authority. What reward would he give Shilin Wuyu? Even Antares couldn't guess. Shilin Wuyu took out the dragon-shaped crystal. Antares' eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. Dragon Soul Crystal, the old guy actually gave it to you. What's the use of the Dragon Soul Crystal? Shilin Wuyu looked at the dragon-shaped crystal, watching the colorful liquid flowing slowly inside. The colorful liquid didn't seem like much, but in Shilin Wuyu's eyes, it was like an ocean, endless. The dragon god didn't mention its name, and Shilin Wuyu only knew it was called the Dragon Soul Crystal through Antares. As for its use and how to use it, he had no idea. But judging by Antares' reaction, Shilin Wuyu knew it wasn't an ordinary item. It made sense for a being of the dragon god's level. How could he give out something ordinary? Antares said, the Dragon Soul Crystal is very difficult to create, and there aren't many in our dragon clan. You see the liquid inside the Dragon Soul Crystal, right? It's called Dragon Soul Liquid, formed by the soul power of our dragon clan. With the Dragon Soul Crystal, you can strengthen your soul level without any side effects. And the crystal that holds the Dragon Soul Liquid is called Dragon Crystal, which contains a lot of laws. Long-term contact with the Dragon Crystal can make it easier for you to comprehend laws. The Dragon Soul Liquid enhances the soul, and the Dragon Crystal accelerates the comprehension of laws. Both are rare treasures. No matter how strong external items or equipment are, they can't compare to one's own strength. The Dragon Soul Crystal is indeed a very good thing, perfectly suited to Shilin Wuyu's taste. As Antares spoke, the Dragon Soul Crystal had already flown out of Shilin Wuyu's hand and came to Antares. Antares stared at the Dragon Soul Liquid inside the Dragon Soul Crystal. It's the 7-color Dragon Soul Liquid. The old guy really thinks highly of you. Shilin Wuyu asked, is there any special significance to this? Antares snorted lightly. Dragon Soul Crystals also vary in quality, with significant differences in their effects. The worst Dragon Soul Crystals contain 3-color liquid, indicating that the soul power inside comes from mixed blood dragons, impure and with the worst effect. Better ones have 5 colors, with soul power gathered from pure blood dragons. The old guy gave you a 7-color Dragon Soul Crystal, which already has a trace of ancestral dragon aura, making it a top-tier Dragon Soul Crystal. The 7-color Dragon Soul Crystal is the best our dragon clan would give out. As for the top-tier 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal, it would never be given away. Shilin Wuyu asked, why? Antares chuckled, think for yourself. With your intelligence, you can surely figure it out. Shilin Wuyu instinctively asked, but he had already guessed the reason. Who would give away their most precious treasure? It would definitely be kept for their own use. Since the Dragon Soul Crystal can enhance the soul and help comprehend laws, and is extremely difficult to create with limited quantity, the best ones would naturally be kept for their own descendants and clansmen, not given away. Antares suddenly laughed, I know what you're thinking, but you're definitely wrong. Shilin Wuyu rolled his eyes at Antares. This guy seemed to have learned to tease him. Antares continued to stare at the Dragon Soul Crystal. I can't tell you the specific reason, but it's definitely not what you're thinking. It's not that simple. The old guy doesn't want to give out the best 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal, but I insist on giving it to you. Antares exhaled a breath of dragon breath, which was controlled into a thin line, wrapping around the Dragon Soul Crystal. The Dragon Soul Crystal began to shine brightly, emitting brilliant light. A dazzling rainbow rose into the sky, with countless divine dragons flying and swimming within, letting out dragon roars. Shilin Wuyu could feel the immense soul energy boiling. The soul energy was so vast that it turned from invisible to visible, eventually becoming liquid, which was the Dragon Soul Liquid. Each drop of Dragon Soul Liquid was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, containing extremely astonishing soul power. This was formed by the pure soul of the Dragon Clan, and creating Dragon Soul Liquid required an immense amount of soul energy. So when Antares said it was difficult to create, it was definitely not an exaggeration. Antares continued to exhale dragon breath, which contained his soul power, injecting it into the Dragon Soul Crystal. After a while, a miraculous scene occurred. Above the 7-color rainbow, a black color suddenly appeared. The 7-color rainbow turned into 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. 8-color Dragon Soul Crystal. Shilin Wuyu was secretly shocked. Antares had actually enhanced the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal. He used his own soul power to forcibly enhance the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal. Shilin Wuyu realized that his previous guess was probably correct. Antares was definitely not just a pure blood dragon. He must have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, otherwise, he couldn't have enhanced the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal. Since 7 colors were already top tier, and 9 colors would never be given away, it showed that creating a 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal was extremely difficult. Antares managed to do it, enhancing the quality of the 7-color Dragon Soul Crystal with his own power. After the 8th color appeared, Antares became very cautious, and his soul energy output became extremely gentle. What was previously like a rushing river had now turned into a gentle stream, slowly and steadily injecting into the Dragon Soul Crystal. This continued for a whole day, but the Dragon Soul Crystal still didn't change. Antares continued to inject soul power while using the laws he controlled to transform the Dragon Soul Crystal. Shulin Muya wasn't in a hurry, patiently waiting. Good things take time, and it couldn't be rushed. He didn't idle either, starting to summon skeletons and headless knights. Having reached level 72, he naturally needed to replenish his undead army. At level 72, he could summon one more Lich General, bringing the total to 52. The summoning space also increased by 200, reaching 2,800. The total number of the undead army reached 145,600. Headless Knights, Skeleton Berserkers, Skeleton Mages, and Skeleton Archers, each type had 36,400, evenly distributed. Compared to level 71, the undead army increased by 13,000. Shulin Muya summoned non-stop, taking 4 hours to fully replenish. While Antares enhanced the quality of the Dragon Soul Crystal, Shulin Muya replenished his undead army. Both were busy, and although silent, they seemed to form a unique tacit understanding, very harmonious. This continued for 3 days, and the appearance of the Dragon Soul Crystal had subtly changed. It seemed to have become more lively. The Dragon Soul liquid inside shone brightly, and a ninth color appeared. Shulin Muya stared unblinkingly at the Dragon Soul liquid, and after careful observation, he realized the ninth color was white. Antares is about to succeed. Shulin Muya clenched his fists, realizing that Antares was on the verge of success. Now, only the final step remained. After a few more hours, a white ring rose above the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black rainbow. A white ring. 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal, the top-tier Dragon Soul Crystal in the Dragon Clan. The energy that had been boiling for days finally subsided, and Antares acted as if he had done something trivial. 9 colors, barely acceptable. This guy was showing off. Chapter 610. Chapter 610, 610. Chapter 610, I'm here to mess around, do you believe it? Antares snorted proudly, just average, it's been too many years since I made a Dragon Soul Crystal, I'm a bit rusty. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Lin Muyu didn't expose him, as long as he got the 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal, it was fine. The 9 colors of the Dragon Soul liquid intertwined, seemingly entangled yet distinct, dazzling and mesmerizing. It made people unconsciously fall into a trance. Lin Muyu murmured, a 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal that is never given away, it seems I am the only one who got it. No, you are the second one, Antares denied Lin Muyu's words. Lin Muyu was slightly stunned, didn't you say the 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal is never given away? Antares said, a long time ago, one was given away. It's been too long, talking about it is meaningless. Lin Muyu asked, how do I use this thing? The method is simple, leave your soul imprint on it, then absorb it into your soul. Whenever you have time, talk to it, communicate more. Lin Muyu was skeptical, Antares had become mischievous, often mixing jokes with truths. Following Antares' method, Lin Muyu used his soul power to contact the 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his soul, as if someone had stabbed his soul with a small knife. It hurt. Lin Muyu couldn't help but tremble, gritting his teeth. Ha ha ha. Antares' laughter came from his ear. Lin Muyu knew he had been tricked, this guy was just messing with him. It's true that if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. He often used soul attacks on others, now it was his turn to have his soul stabbed. This pain was not ordinary. Seeing Lin Muyu fall for it, Antares laughed heartily. So fun, you also have times when you get tricked. Lin Muyu tried to soothe the pain in his soul. Damn dragon, you've become bad. Antares had a smug look, you become like those you associate with. Lin Muyu was speechless, stopping the topic. Seriously, how do I use it? Antares said matter-of-factly, just like that, I didn't lie to you. As for the soul pain, consider it a small test. Another test? Why do you dragons love tests so much? Everything is a test. It's not my fault, this tradition comes from the ancestral dragon. If you ever get a chance to meet it, you can ask. Ancestral dragon? It's still alive. Of course, the ancestral dragon is immortal. It's just that no one knows where it is, it has been missing for countless years. When mentioning the ancestral dragon, Antares showed a hint of respect. After all, the ancestral dragon is the ancestor of all dragons, this respect comes from the depths of their bloodline, a soul instinct. Lin Muyu tried again to use his soul to contact the Dragon Soul Crystal. At the moment of contact, the sharp pain came again. This time, Lin Muyu gritted his teeth, only letting out a small sound, continuing to let his soul contact it. Fortunately, with the experience of the blue flame, Lin Muyu's tolerance for soul pain had increased a lot. Enduring the sharp pain, his soul began to formally contact the Dragon Soul Crystal. The Dragon Soul Crystal had no reaction. Lin Muyu's first thought was that Antares was messing with him again. But thinking about it, it shouldn't be. Antares had some sense, he wouldn't mess around. Could it be that my method is wrong? Lin Muyu, in pain, kept taking deep breaths, looking at Antares. Although Antares pretended to have no reaction, his eyes betrayed him. This guy was watching the show. Lin Muyu gritted his teeth, let you watch enough. Since small contact doesn't work, I'll wrap you completely. Originally, Lin Muyu only used a small part of his soul to contact, now he increased it by 100 times. A huge soul power, like a giant hand, completely wrapped the Dragon Soul Crystal. The intense pain came, Lin Muyu felt like dozens or hundreds of knives were stabbing him. The pain doubled, but he endured it. With his soul power completely wrapping it, Lin Muyu clearly sensed why his soul was being stabbed. It was because the Dragon Soul Crystal was covered with dense dragon scales. The dragon scales were as sharp as knives. They were so fine and dense that they couldn't be felt by hand. But the soul's sensitivity far exceeded the physical, it was immediately stabbed. The key was that these dense dragon scales had no direction, no matter from which angle, they would stab. Antares' voice came from the side, feel it? Actually, dragon scales are one of our weapons. Mixed blood dragons aside, as long as they are pure blood dragons, each of their dragon scales is better than so-called mythical weapons. Lin Weyo memorized Antares' words, thinking they might be useful in the future, but he snorted, saying all this, "What should I do?" Antares laughed, "Beg me, and I'll mercifully tell you." "Beg my ass." Lin Weyo paused, he wouldn't beg him. His soul power, like countless eyes, examined the dragon soul crystal carefully. He saw countless sharp dragon scales, but couldn't find the right method. Lin Weyo could tell Antares wasn't lying, he had to use his soul to contact the dragon soul crystal, but he hadn't found the right method. The dragon soul crystal, under his soul's perception, was infinitely magnified. Lin Weyo searched inch by inch. Suddenly, he saw an unusual place. This is the dragon's mouth. He saw the dragon's mouth slightly open, not completely closed. There seemed to be a gap between the dragon's mouth. The gap was very small, invisible to the naked eye. Only by using the soul to see, magnified countless times, could it be seen. Seeing the dragon's mouth, Lin Weyo guessed, it should be here. His soul power immediately drilled in, passing through the gap, spreading inside the dragon soul crystal. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound, followed by unprecedented pain. Even Lin Weyo couldn't help but scream. Antares' laughter came again, as if he had expected this. Lin Weyo felt like his soul was bitten hard, a piece was bitten off. In fact, it was true, the dragon's mouth on the dragon soul crystal had closed, biting off a part of his soul. After eating a part of Lin Weyo's soul, the dragon soul crystal began to shine. Lin Weyo felt a connection with the dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal turned into a stream of light, disappearing into Lin Weyo's body, appearing in his spiritual world the next second. The dragon soul crystal turned into a divine dragon, circling around Lin Weyo's soul. It occasionally breathed dragon breath at Lin Weyo. The dragon breath contained pure soul power, quickly replenishing Lin Weyo's lost soul. Lin Weyo's whole body glowed, surrounded by a 9-colored halo. He closed his eyes, feeling the power of the dragon soul crystal. His soul recovered in an instant, even stronger than before. The divine dragon formed by the dragon soul crystal would breathe dragon breath every now and then, enhancing Lin Weyo's soul level. When Lin Weyo actively contacted the dragon soul crystal with his soul, there was no more pain, but he could feel the profound power from it, the power of laws. With Lin Weyo's current ability, he couldn't understand this power yet. It required accumulation, comprehension, and levels. Lin Weyo wasn't greedy, taking it slow. Antares' laughter had long stopped. "Feels good, right?" Lin Weyo felt his soul slowly getting stronger. "Very good." Antares said proudly, "That's the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, the top treasure of our dragon clan. Even in the dragon clan, not many are qualified to get it. You, kid, are really lucky." The 9-colored dragon soul crystal's level was extremely high, far beyond any mythical weapon. Getting such a treasure couldn't just be attributed to luck. Lin Weyo thanked Antares. "Thank you." Antares shook his big head. "No need. When your soul is strong enough, you can start comprehending the laws. Don't rush to feel the power of the laws now, forcing it will backfire." Lin Weyo remembered the advice. "Antares, why do you stay in this world?" Antares was surprised. "Why do you suddenly ask?" Lin Weyo said, "Just curious, with your ability, this world is too small." Antares laughed. "I'm here to mess around, do you believe it?" Lin Weyo was surprised. "You're a female." Chapter 611. Chapter 611, 611. Chapter 611, Who do you want to kill? I'll help you. Antares blew his beard and glared. "Get lost. I have my reasons for being here. Why are you asking so many questions? Do I need to report to you even when I go to the toilet?" Lin Weyo chuckled dryly. "If you don't want to say, then don't. Why get so angry?" Antares snorted. "Mind your own business and do your job well. When you become a super god, you'll naturally know some things." Lin Weyo shrugged. "All right. Then, Lord Antares, could you send me to the meteorite continent again?" "No, go by yourself. I'm tired and need to sleep." Antares said, his head suddenly drooping and falling to the ground, snoring immediately. His posture clearly indicated that he was done and Lin Weyo had to handle things on his own. "Fine, I'll go by myself. I'll come back to find you later," Lin Weyo said as he flew away. After flying 10,000 meters, his aura surged. A few minutes later, a spacetime tunnel appeared in front of him, sucking Lin Weyo in. Lin Weyo had now reached level 72, and the upper space could no longer contain him. After leaving Antares' control range, he unleashed his power again and was quickly sent to the lower space by the rules of the ancient battlefield. A strong wind blew, carrying a familiar scent into his nostrils. Wind flower. Smelling this scent, Lin Weyo knew he had arrived at the Wind Thunder continent. The fragrance of flowers accompanied by the fierce wind hit his body, activating his skeletal armor, which shone brightly. Looking around, he saw dense clusters of windflowers everywhere. There were so many that they stretched as far as the eye could see. Up, down, left, and right, it was all the same. He didn't just return to the Wind Thunder continent, he landed right in the middle of a windflower cluster. It was truly a case of enemies meeting again. Previously, when he encountered a large windflower cluster and the world boss within it, he had to use a random teleportation scroll to escape. They had formed a small grudge. But this time, Lin Weyo was ready to settle old scores. Those who come out to play will eventually have to pay. He murmured softly, his soul slightly fluctuating. Lin Weyo's will was the mission of the undead army. A massive undead army appeared, quickly engaging in battle with the Windflowers. This time, the outcome was completely reversed. When Lin Muya came last time, he hadn't completed his third transformation. Even with full combat power, he could only fight the world boss of level 85 on equal terms. If he wanted to kill the world boss, he had to plan meticulously, with commands precise to 0.1 seconds. But now, his strength was vastly different, and the Windflower cluster in front of him was no longer a threat. Lin Muya didn't even need to summon the Skeleton King. The undead army alone was enough to crush the Windflower cluster. A total of 140,000 undead soldiers swarmed out like locusts. After summoning the undead army, Lin Muya did only one thing. He pointed his finger, and red light filled the sky. The world turned red, filled with cursed little swords. Lin Muya found himself deep within the Windflower cluster, which was enormous, numbering over 100,000. It stretched as far as the eye could see, densely packed in all directions. Such a large Windflower cluster is rare even on the Wind Thunder continent. There must be world bosses here, but I don't know how many. Windflowers have a characteristic: the larger the cluster, the higher the level and number of world bosses. Generally, a Windflower cluster exceeding 10,000 will certainly have a boss. The bosses born from Windflower clusters are different from other monsters. These bosses are the aggregate of the Windflower cluster's power. When the Windflower cluster exceeds 10,000, the boss's power increases significantly, becoming a world-class boss. As the number of Windflowers increases, the boss's level also rises. When the cluster exceeds 100,000, there will be more than one world boss. The exact number and level depend on the cluster's size. According to records in the ancient city of Shangxia, the largest known Windflower cluster had over 600,000. It contained more than 8 world bosses, each over level 85. Such a force is nearly invincible on the Wind Thunder continent. Unless a god-level expert intervenes, even an 88-level expert or a half-step god-level would have to flee. In human history, a level 89 half-step god-level was once killed by a Windflower cluster. Even Lin Muya had to escape when facing Windflowers before. At that time, although Lin Muya's level was not high, he had killed a venomous python and was not weak. Lin Muya didn't know if this Windflower cluster was the largest recorded one. But it didn't matter, the undead army had already started. Under the dual attack of curses and the undead army, Windflowers died in large numbers instantly. Lin Muya could sense a trace of soul power flying towards him from the dead Windflowers. The soul power turned into experience, and various prompts appeared. In the core area, after Lin Muya left, Antares opened his eyes again. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon pearl. This was the dragon god's dragon pearl, larger than Antares' own. The dragon pearl had complex patterns, which appeared chaotic and irregular to Lin Muya, but to Antares, they were the most beautiful patterns in the world. These patterns had a name: dragon patterns. Dragon patterns are useful only to dragons, containing the dragon race's heritage, especially the dragon god's dragon pearl, which held the dragon god's heritage. For any dragon, this dragon pearl was a supreme treasure, even for Antares. But after obtaining the dragon god's dragon pearl, Antares was not excited but rather sad. At that time, Antares' dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. Now he had calmed down, but his eyes were still filled with complex emotions. He muttered to himself, "Old guy, why did you leave the heritage to me? Didn't you have a more favored candidate? Why didn't you give it to him? What made you change your mind? Old guy, you won't even give me an explanation. You left me here for tens of thousands of years, you're really cruel. He's your son, but am I not your son too? Now you give me the heritage dragon pearl, do you think I'll forgive you?" Antares' voice gradually became sharp. The mist covering his body began to rise, revealing his true form. It was not the same as when he appeared before the dragon god. His wings were gone, and his appearance was not much different from the dragon god. Antares' aura continued to rise, almost matching the dragon god's. Antares said coldly, "I won't forgive you. Even if you give me the heritage, I won't forgive you. You're not a good father, and I'm not a good son. When I get out, I'll go to the ancestral land and take back what you wouldn't give me with my own hands. I'll turn the heavens upside down and dye the stars with blood. Even if I have to flood the ancestral land with dragon blood, I won't hesitate." Antares' killing intent soared, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire ancient battlefield hummed and trembled. On the Wind Thunder continent, Lin Muya frowned and looked up at the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky, a common occurrence on the Wind Thunder continent. But Lin Muya sensed something unusual in the thunder. "It's Antares." Lin Muya felt Antares' killing intent. "Antares, what's wrong?" Lin Muya took out a dragon scale and activated it with his soul power, calling out to Antares. Antares did not respond. Lin Muya asked again, his tone even showing a hint of urgency. He was Antares' friend, and Antares was also his friend. Lin Muya didn't have many friends, and Antares was a very important one. When he sensed something wrong with Antares, Lin Muya was also anxious. After asking 3 times, Antares still did not respond. Lin Muya was about to activate the teleportation function of the dragon scale to return to Antares. Just as Lin Muya was about to act, Antares' voice came from the dragon scale, "I'm fine." Antares' voice still sounded off, especially with deep-seated killing intent. Lin Muya asked, "Antares, do you want to kill someone?" Antares did not answer, remaining silent. Lin Muya said, "Who do you want to kill? I'll help you." "You're too weak." Antares said faintly. Lin Muya said, "I'm weak now, but that doesn't mean I'll be weak in the future." "Ha, do you know who I want to kill?" Antares chuckled dryly, "If you knew, you wouldn't agree." Lin Muya said, "You're my friend. Even if you want to kill the dragon god, I'll help you." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the dragon scale, and Lin Wei seemed to have guessed, when I'm strong enough, I'll go with you to kill the dragon god. Another moment of silence, then Antares' voice came, we'll talk about the future later. I need to sleep, don't disturb me. The dragon scale dimmed, and Antares disconnected. Lin Wei sighed lightly, it seems Antares has many stories too. At this moment, Lin Wei felt he was indeed too weak to even help his friend get stronger. Whether for himself, his friends, family, or loved ones, he had to get stronger. Chapter 612. Chapter 612, 612. Chapter 612, Weakness is a Sin. Lin Wei watched the windflowers being slaughtered by the undead army and murmured, Weakness is a sin. Although Lin Wei didn't know why Antares came to this world and stayed for so long without leaving, he understood that Antares didn't come here willingly and had his own reasons. No matter the reason, Antares had his own helplessness, which led to such great resentment. The root cause was not being strong enough. If one is strong enough to dominate the world, who would dare to make them do something they don't want to do? If someone disobeys, just punch them back and teach them a lesson. A big fist is the hard truth. Lin Wei wanted to be so strong that he would be the truth. With this thought in mind, he continued his actions. The number of the undead army was rapidly increasing. By now, a large area around him had been cleared, with many windflowers killed, and Lin Wei gained a lot of experience. Although it wasn't as good as directly obtaining soul energy, this method was more conducive to solidifying his foundation. In his soul, the 9-colored divine dragon circled and occasionally breathed dragon breath to nourish his soul, slowly enhancing its level. The dragon soul crystal had a huge nourishing effect on the soul, not only enhancing its level but also making it more solid. The sense of power filled his body, and his foundation became more solid. In the future, when he reaches higher levels, he won't have to worry about a lack of foundation. A massive aura came from the depths of the windflower cluster. Not just one, but several auras intertwined. Finally here. Lin Wei looked into the distance, where several giant windflowers were swaying in the wind thousands of meters away. Clusters of pollen fell, carrying a strange fragrance. The pollen landed on the skeletons and exploded, creating a dazzling fireworks display in the air. The power is not much, but it looks pretty. Lin Wei thought, and the headless knights charged towards the windflower bosses. The charge skill activated, and the headless knights instantly surrounded the windflower bosses. There were 6 giant windflower bosses, each over 100 meters tall. Sharp winds swirled around them, constantly rotating and howling. Each petal was over 10 meters long, layered upon layers, countless in number. The petals slapped the headless knights, sending them flying with great force. The numerous petals acted like countless hands, slapping the headless knights away. Some headless knights were caught in the whirlwinds around the windflowers and blown away. The whirlwinds not only blew away the headless knights but also contained numerous wind blades like knives, striking the knight's armor with intense impact sounds. The power is strong, the strength attribute should exceed 1.5 million. This whirlwind should be a characteristic of the windflowers. World bosses all have some characteristics. Lin Wei could feel the extent of the headless knight's injuries and made a rough judgment. With the headless knight's physical attributes, being easily slapped away meant the strength attribute must exceed 1.5 million, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. With a flick of his finger, a detection spell flew out. Giant Windflower, World Boss. Level, 86. Strength, 2,100,000. Agility, 1 million. Spirit, 1 million. Constitution, 2,500,000. Skills, Pollen Explosion, Petal Burst, Windflower Blood Moon. Characteristics, Whirlwind Armor, 90% wind attribute damage reduction, 50% physical damage reduction, enhanced vitality, enhanced attack power. The strength attribute far exceeded 1.5 million, reaching 2.1 million. The total attribute was 6.6 million, fitting its identity as an 86-level world boss. The level and attributes were very strong, and the headless knights couldn't even touch it. The 6 giant windflowers combined their whirlwinds, creating a storm. They charged into the battlefield, their petals vibrating constantly, making it difficult for the undead army to resist their attacks. Pollen spread across the battlefield and then exploded. The violent explosions scattered the undead army in all directions. Although they couldn't kill the skeletons couldn't get close to them either. Even the elemental chaos of the skeleton mages was blocked by their whirlwind armor. Only the soul attacks of the skeleton archers could cause some damage, but just barely. The battlefield wasn't just filled with the undead army and giant windflowers, there were also many ordinary windflowers constantly surrounding them, preventing the skeletons from effectively besieging the windflower bosses. The 686-level windflower bosses rampaged across the battlefield, significantly reducing the efficiency of the undead army. Lin Wei watched and knew that the undead army was still lacking. After all, the level gap was there, and it was hard to ignore. If the undead army were also level 86 today, the situation would be completely different. Lin Wei watched for a while and saw the result. The undead army couldn't do anything to the windflower bosses, and although the windflower bosses could repel the undead army, they couldn't kill them either. Even if they fought for days and nights, it would probably end in a draw. You have bosses, and so do I. Lin Wei thought, and 50,000 skeletons disappeared. The sky darkened, clouds gathered, and the temperature dropped. From the black clouds, the skeleton throne appeared, and the skeleton king slowly rose from the throne, raising its longsword. Lin Wei didn't use all the skeletons to summon the skeleton king. He only used half, just 50,000. Because of his own level limitation, even if he used all 100,000 skeletons to summon the skeleton king, it could only get infinitely close to the god level, but its attributes couldn't break the 10 million mark. This was a threshold set by the rules. As long as Lin Muyo, the master, didn't cross this threshold, his summons would be limited. Lin Muyo had tried summoning the Skeleton King with 80,000 and 100,000 skeletons. The total attributes of the two differed by only a few 100,000. For a Skeleton King close to 10 million attributes, a few 100,000 didn't matter. After testing, Lin Muyo found that 50,000 attributes were the most cost-effective. The combat power was slightly weaker, but not by much. Lin Muyo could even use the remaining skeletons to summon a second Skeleton King, but he didn't do that. The remaining 50,000 skeletons were better used against ordinary wind flowers. The Skeleton King appeared and quickly locked onto the 6 wind flower bosses. Skill, God-slaying slash. The longsword cut through the void, and the terrifying sword light flickered in the air. A skill strong enough to injure a god-level expert was unstoppable against 86-level world bosses. The sword simultaneously targeted the 6 wind flower bosses, and the sword light slashed across them. A sharp sound seemed to echo in the air. The wind flower bosses let out faint screams. Many petals were cut off, making the wind flower bosses look strange and incomplete. The cut petals floated in the air, each several meters in size. As the wind blew, the petals suddenly changed direction. They became the strongest weapons, piercing through space and reaching the Skeleton King. Then the petals exploded. The Skeleton King was blown back, and visible cracks appeared on its bones. Even the bone cloak was damaged. Its defense was strong, yet it was still injured, and the injuries were not light. This showed how powerful the petal explosions were. No wonder it's a world boss, always has some powerful skills. Lin Muyo was in awe. If it were in the past, facing the wind flower bosses, just this skill would be enough to decimate his undead army. A skill that could severely injure the Skeleton King could easily kill the undead army. After being blown back, the Skeleton King quickly charged back, its body glowing with healing light. The Lich generals continuously cast healing spells, and within 2 seconds, the Skeleton King's injuries were healed. Midway, the Skeleton King released its skill again. Elements went into chaos, and explosions erupted. The wind flower bosses also exploded, and the whirlwind armor couldn't block it. The whirlwinds were extinguished, and many petals were blown away again. The wind flower bosses fought back, and the petals surged towards the Skeleton King, exploding again. The Skeleton King glowed with absolute defense, withstanding the petal explosions and reaching the wind flower bosses. The bone sword slashed quickly, and sword energy filled the air, scattering petals. The wind flower bosses surrounded the Skeleton King and launched a siege. The Skeleton King fought 6 bosses alone, with absolute defense, showing no signs of weakness. Lin Muyo pointed to the sky. The shadow of the undead world descended, and the gate of the undead opened. Skill, Undead Gaze. Chapter 613. Chapter 613, 613. Chapter 613, turns out Windflower Blood Moon isn't a skill. The gate opened, and the undead gaze manifested, sweeping across the heavens and earth in an instant. A large number of windflowers died silently. The 6 bosses shuddered simultaneously, and a large number of petals fell off. The soul damage caused them pain, and even their offensive was weakened. The Skeleton King seized the opportunity, swinging its long sword in a fierce attack. The Headless Knights charged in from the outside, and by this time, the whirlwind armor on the windflower bosses had been blasted away, and most of the petals had been knocked off, so they could no longer completely block the Headless Knights. The Headless Knights charged onto the windflowers, their knight swords flashing like lightning, striking the windflower bosses. One sword wasn't enough, so they used 2 swords. Although the attacks of the Headless Knights could only cause minor damage to the windflower bosses, there were so many of them. Almost every second, thousands of sharp swords rained down on the petals. The bone hooves of the horses beneath them also trampled on the windflowers, with silvery white flames burning fiercely, also causing damage to the windflower bosses. The windflower bosses struggled frantically, but after their protective whirlwinds were blasted away, they could no longer stop the Headless Knights charging from all directions. In an instant, the huge bodies were covered with Headless Knights. The scene of ants killing an elephant appeared again. Lin Muyo seemed to return to half a year ago, recalling how he had obtained the world bosses one by one. Defeating the strong with the weak? No, it was defeating the strong with numbers. Even if each sword only caused minor damage, with thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of swords, the boss would eventually be exhausted. The windflower bosses struggled incessantly, and more petals were slashed off, revealing the thick, long flower stems. Lin Muyo watched as they became bald, but unfortunately, they didn't become stronger. By this time, the undead army had also cleared most of the ordinary windflowers, with the undead gaze working in tandem, causing a large number of windflowers to die silently with each sweep. Another chilling sword light flashed. The Skeleton King's skill had cooled down, and it unleashed the God-slaying slash once more. The sword light simultaneously targeted the 2 windflower bosses that had already lost their petals, slashing them in half. Lin Muyo heard the mournful cries echoing in the air. Plant-type bosses rarely made sounds, but the windflowers' cries sounded like the wailing of souls, carried by the wind, and were extremely sorrowful. Plant-type bosses had extremely strong vitality, and even though they were slashed in half, the windflower bosses did not die, still possessing great combat power. A large number of roots grew from their bodies, wildly lashing out like whips, striking the Skeleton King and the Headless Knights. It's time for their final skill. Lin Muyo's gaze held a hint of curiosity, wondering what the windflower's third skill would be. The windflower bosses had 3 skills: Pollen Explosion, Petal Burst, and Windflower Blood Moon. He had already witnessed Pollen Explosion and Petal Burst, with Pollen Explosion being of average power, while Petal Burst was quite powerful, but the number of petals was limited. Now, only the final skill, Windflower Blood Moon, remained. Just from the name, Lin Muya couldn't analyze what kind of skill it was. Blood moon, what did that mean? The windflower bosses kept wailing with their soul-like cries, screeching incessantly. The soul cries spread with the wind, echoing throughout the entire windflower cluster. At this point, this massive windflower cluster had already been killed by half. Only less than 200,000 windflowers remained. The 6 windflower bosses had also been beaten to near death. Their soul cries resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the ordinary windflowers also began to emit similar cries. The frequency of the cries quickly became synchronized, and the soul cries immediately amplified several times. A thunderous roar echoed in the sky, followed by the clouds parting, revealing a bright moon in the sky. Originally, there were no moons on the Wind Thunder continent, let alone in the ancient battlefield. But now, a large, round, bright moon hung in the sky, shining brilliantly. Then, Lin Muya's expression changed slightly, as he heard soul cries coming from afar. The moon in the sky seemed to be an amplifier, amplifying the windflowers' soul cries and spreading them across the entire Wind Thunder continent. At the same time, it was also a receiver, gathering the power of the windflowers from all over the Wind Thunder continent. A large number of windflowers flew towards the moon. The 6 windflower bosses did the same. Layer upon layer of moonlight rained down, like invisible giant hands pushing away all the headless knights on the windflower bosses, even pushing the skeleton king back by nearly 1,000 meters. Lin Muya watched as the windflowers, large and small, flew towards the moon in the sky, but he did not stop them. His expression was filled with curiosity, feeling that the world was indeed full of wonders. What a peculiar skill, it looks beautiful, but I don't know its power. This skill was the most magnificent and beautiful of all the skills he had seen. Beauty often implies danger, and he was already on guard. The moonlight grew increasingly dense, and in just a few seconds, all the windflowers had merged into the moonlight. Even the corpses of the windflowers that had been killed earlier, lying on the ground, disappeared under the moonlight's embrace. Not only that, but more windflower clusters in the distance were also affected. Although they did not come over, their power resonated with the moon through their soul cries. This continued for about 30 seconds before the moon began to change, becoming tinged with a bloody red color. Windflower Blood Moon. Lin Muya suddenly understood the meaning of this skill. Although the Wind Thunder continent was the territory of demons and dragons, there were still many human professionals active here. They all saw the blood moon. The blood moon illuminated the entire Wind Thunder continent, causing the windflowers to resonate. At this moment, countless windflowers on the Wind Thunder continent turned towards the blood moon, blooming one by one, as if on a pilgrimage. Windflower Blood Moon, this is the legendary ultimate skill of the windflowers. At least it requires the combined power of the world bosses from a super windflower cluster to unleash this skill. Not only a challenge, but at least they have to be beaten to near death. This is the ultimate skill. I don't know which team it is, but they're too strong. Could it be a god-level existence that has returned from the depths of space? Not only were the human professionals discussing it, but the demons and dragons also saw the blood moon. Each of them revealed an expression of shock. On the Wind Thunder continent, the most terrifying things were the Thunder Tree clusters and the Windflower clusters. The Thunder Tree clusters did not move, staying in one place and easy to avoid as long as you didn't provoke them. But the Windflower clusters drifted with the wind, and who knew when they might encounter one? In comparison, the Windflower clusters were more terrifying, especially their ultimate skill, Windflower Blood Moon. The number of times it had appeared in history could be counted on one hand. No one knew its true power, because those who had witnessed it were all dead. Lin Muya found that the space was locked down, and all teleportation items had lost their effectiveness. The imprint left by the ancient city of Shangxia had dimmed, and all teleportation items, including the teleportation stone to the abyss, had lost their power. The light of the blood moon carried the power of laws, suppressing the power of teleportation. Only Antares' dragon scale remained functional, as Antares' power was too strong for ordinary laws to suppress. A thought emerged in Lin Muya's mind: no retreat, no surrender. For any professional at this moment, there would be no way to retreat. It was either life or death, with only one possible outcome between him and the windflowers. Otherwise, with the 2-minute preparation time, anyone could have escaped. The space had been cut off, forming an independent space, and unless the windflowers were killed, it would be difficult to leave. In the blood moon, a giant windflower appeared. The windflower was hundreds of meters tall, its body densely covered with layers upon layers of innumerable petals. The petals shook, shedding countless pollen. The fierce winds scattered the pollen, and in the blink of an eye, the pollen had spread throughout the entire space. Immediately after, the pollen exploded, covering every corner of the space, leaving no room for evasion. The undead army was engulfed by the explosions. The power has increased quite a bit. Lin Muya's expression changed slightly, as the undead army was collectively injured, indicating that the windflower bosses had grown stronger. The explosions officially opened the battle, and the undead army began to counterattack amidst the explosions. The skeleton king raised its hand, unleashing the godslaying slash. The sword light tore through space, exploding on the windflower boss and knocking off a large number of petals. But in the next second, the fallen petals reversed direction and grew back, as if they had never been damaged. The headless knights activated their charge skill, but the blood moon suddenly shook, raining down thick moonlight. Within the moonlight, space became like a viscous liquid, severely hindering the headless knights' charge skill, reducing their speed to less than a tenth of normal. At this time, the windflowers once again shed a vast amount of pollen, exploding in the air, forcibly blasting the headless knights back. The windflower bosses had grown much stronger, exceeding Lin Muya's expectations. A detection spell flew out, landing on the windflower boss. Windflower Blood Moon. Level 90. Strength 2,500,000. Agility 2 million. Spirit 2 million. Constitution 3,500,000. Skills: Infinite Pollen Bombardment, Petal Devouring. Characteristics: Raging Wind Armor, Wind Elemental Immunity, Extreme Regeneration, Greatly Enhanced Vitality, Greatly Enhanced Attack Power. Turns out Windflower Blood Moon isn't a skill. Chapter 614. Chapter 614, 614. Chapter 614, The Law of Devouring Power. The Windflower Blood Moon is both a skill and not a skill. If we need to differentiate, the Blood Moon is a skill, but the Windflower is not. The Blood Moon stands high in the sky, gathering the power of almost all the Windflowers on the Wind Thunder continent. The Windflowers merge into one, ultimately forming a Windflower boss of level 90. A god-level world boss, with attributes just reaching the 10 million level. The aura of a god level spreads across the Wind Thunder continent, making people tremble with fear. Perhaps because the Windflowers are native to the Wind Thunder continent, or for other reasons, they are not expelled by the rules of the ancient battlefield. They can freely use god-level power in the lower space. No wonder, even if a god-level expert comes from the deep space, they cannot fight for long. Therefore, the Windflower boss can be said to be invincible on the Wind Thunder continent, only comparable to the Thunder Tree clusters. What a pity! Lin Moya sighed lightly, with multiple meanings in his sigh. One of them was that it was a pity the Windflowers encountered him. Lin Moya had killed many god-level beings, so he naturally did not take the Windflower boss seriously. Even if it became god-level, it would still be killed. A god-level boss should drop legendary materials, right? I wonder if there will be other good things. Lin Moya muttered to himself. He couldn't use the legendary materials himself, but Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan needed them very much. The human race lacked legendary equipment, and many god-level experts still used quasi-legendary equipment. Lin Moya stared at the Blood Moon, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Blood Moon seems to contain the power of laws. How strange, how can a level 90 boss possess the power of laws? The Skeleton King activated absolute defense, ignoring all kinds of damage, leading the undead army to attack the Blood Moon. The Headless Knights, after several failed charges, decisively activated group defense, protecting the entire undead army, and charged again. The pollen kept exploding, but it couldn't stop the undead army's attack, and in an instant, they were killed to the front. Suddenly, petals fell off, quickly forming a large petal net in the air, enveloping the Skeleton King and the undead army. The Windflower boss activated its second skill, Petal Devour. The Blood Moon gathered the power of all the Windflowers on the Wind Thunder continent, and the Windflower boss reached god level. The power of the pollen explosions had greatly increased, and the light of the Blood Moon made the air as thick as glue. Without activating defense skills, the undead army couldn't get close. Now that its second skill was activated, petals fell, and it was clear that this skill was even stronger. The Blood Moon shed layers of light, and the air's viscosity increased significantly again. Even Lin Moya felt a bit suffocated. Under the moonlight, the petals multiplied, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, quickly occupying a large space, completely surrounding the undead army. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bad premonition. This skill seemed very strong. He clearly felt a trace of the power of laws falling from the Blood Moon into the petals. A huge and terrifying devouring power grew from the petals, and Lin Moya could clearly feel the power and life of the undead army being devoured. The undead army disintegrated at an alarming rate. In less than 2 seconds, the entire undead army collapsed. In the face of the power of laws, the group defense of the Headless Knights and the absolute defense of the Skeleton King were all ineffective. Due to Lin Moya's talent, all damage was shared by all members of the undead army, and even the skeletons outside the encirclement were not spared. The power of laws is indeed strong. But how can a level 90 Windflower possibly wield the power of laws? Lin Moya was puzzled. The power of laws could only be touched at the peak of level 95. The Windflower boss was only level 90, so it couldn't possibly touch the power of laws. There was only one possibility: there was something wrong with the Blood Moon behind it. Lin Moya turned his gaze to the Blood Moon but couldn't see anything unusual. Relying on the power of laws, after destroying the undead army, the petals, accompanied by a fierce wind, flew towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the undead army reappeared in unison. After the first death, the undead army collectively resurrected in the summoning space. To kill the undead army, they needed to be killed 5 times within a minute. Otherwise, the undead army would exist immortally. A cold wind rolled, and the skeleton throne appeared in mid-air. The Skeleton King reappeared, and this time Lin Moya used 100,000 skeletons to push the Skeleton King's attributes to the limit. The current situation was different from before, and using the undead army was no longer meaningful. It was better to concentrate all the power. In addition to the Skeleton King, the Headless Knights also appeared. However, they did not advance but spread out, along with the Lich Generals, serving as damage absorbers. The Elemental Lich, which had never been used before, also appeared this time, providing support to the Skeleton King. The main support was the Undying Aura, which allowed the undead army to die one more time. A light flashed on the back of his left hand, and the Strong Soldier skill was activated. The Skeleton King instantly broke through to god level. With the blessing of the Strong Soldier skill, the Skeleton King had the combat power of around level 92, and its explosive power when using skills reached level 93, entering the middle god level. The Scarlet Cloak fluttered behind it, and the soul fire in the Skeleton King's skull burned fiercely. The giant bone sword slashed out. Skill, God-slaying slash. This strike could be said to be Lin Moya's strongest strike without relying on external objects. The 1,000-meter-long sword light rubbed against the space, making a harsh screeching sound. Countless roots suddenly grew from beneath the windflower boss, each root covered with a fierce wind, forming armor to block the sword. Where the sword light passed, petals exploded. The roots were cut off neatly, and the sword light passed through the body of the windflower boss, slashing at the blood moon. With a loud bang, the blood moon trembled, emitting a deafening collision sound. The windflower boss screamed incessantly, and its body was cut in half, with the upper half falling. But in the next second, the upper half began to reverse, as if time was flowing backward. The extreme regeneration characteristic, like the petals that were cut off earlier, would automatically return to their original place and recover. Lin Moya stared at the blood moon, and when this characteristic was activated, the light of the blood moon became more intense. This characteristic is related to the blood moon. The devouring law is also related to the blood moon. This blood moon is unusual. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the Skeleton King activated its skill again. Skill, Elemental Chaos. At the same time, the gate of the undead looked towards the windflower. Elemental chaos exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. With the strong soldier skill's blessing, the damage of the undead gaze increased by 500%. Amid the explosion, the Skeleton King charged like lightning, slashing continuously. Physical, elemental, and soul attacks followed one after another. Not only that, but Lin Moya also took out a piece of solidified blood of the fire god. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Flames rose, as if the fire god was reborn, delivering a fatal blow. The blood moon buzzed, shedding the power of laws again. This was the law of devouring power, which not only devoured life but also devoured attack damage. A large amount of the attack was devoured, blocking the fatal blow for the windflower. Lin Moya did not stop there, taking out the blood of the poison god. He used Corpse Explosion again. To deal with the power of laws, only the power of laws could be used. The blood of the poison god also contained a trace of the power of laws. Before the mushroom cloud dissipated, green poison gas suddenly appeared on the windflower. The body quickly decayed in the poison gas. The range of the poison gas was not large, only covering a part of the windflower. But the poison gas penetrated the windflower's body, quickly spreading. The windflower struggled in the poison gas, and the soul sound continued to echo. Lin Moya could hear its anxiety, terror, and fear. The blood moon shed the power of laws again, trying to devour the poison. But this time, the power of laws failed. The poison also contained a trace of the power of laws, and the two powers countered each other, greatly reducing the devouring effect. A few seconds later, the windflower's sound completely disappeared. Only the blood moon remained in the air, with no more windflowers. Killed windflower, experience plus. Obtained windflower heart. Obtained windflower essence. Obtained windflower seed. Windflower heart, legendary material, can be used to create legendary weapons. Windflower essence, legendary material, can be used to upgrade quasi-legendary jewelry to legendary boss jewelry. Windflower seed can be handed over to a god-level plant cultivator for planting and cultivation, and the resulting windflower will have magical effects. Lin Moya didn't even check this information. He rushed towards the blood moon immediately. Compared to the windflower, he was more interested in the blood moon. Chapter 615. Chapter 615, 615. Chapter 615, The Weapon of the Blood God. The windflowers are dead, but the blood moon remains. Lin Moya ascended to the blood moon. From the ground, the blood moon appeared enormous, like a real full moon. No matter where one was on the Wind Thunder continent, the blood moon could be clearly seen. But as Lin Moya got closer, he realized that the blood moon was actually just a palm-sized disc. The disc had absorbed a large amount of soul power, radiating the appearance of a blood moon. When it was not infused with power, it was just a transparent jade plate. Now that the windflower boss was dead, the blood moon was gradually dissipating. The light on the disc was rapidly fading, returning to its original appearance. Lin Moya held it in his hand and felt the power of the laws within it. A detection spell flew out and landed on it. Blood God Disc, mythical weapon, weapon of the blood god. Lin Moya was astonished, not expecting it to be a mythical weapon, and moreover, the weapon of the blood god. The blood god was not very famous, not as well known as some of the elemental gods, but that did not mean it was weak. Its existence was somewhat unfamiliar to ordinary people, but it was no secret to the royal family. Lin Moya had seen information about the blood god in the secret archives. It was a high-level deity, on the same level as the god of life. It was said to have gained sentience from a pool of blood and eventually became a deity. The records also mentioned that the blood god had the ability to devour everything, being immortal and indestructible. Indeed, its weapon also exhibited the power of devouring, capable of devouring both attacks and life. But could it really be immortal and indestructible? Even its weapon was lost, so it was certain that the blood god had perished. As for why it perished, Lin Moya was not sure, probably something that needed to be traced back to the previous era, or even further back. Anyway, so many deities had already perished, one more or less did not make a difference. As for the reason, Lin Moya used to be very curious, but now he had let it go, knowing it would not change anything, nor would it be of any use. As Antares said, when one's strength reaches a certain level, one will naturally know what needs to be known. Lin Moya was more concerned about how to use this mythical weapon. He certainly could not use it himself, but he could give it to Meng and Wen and the others. Teacher Bai and Teacher Yan's fighting styles are too intense, engaging in close combat, which doesn't seem suitable for this weapon. Teacher Meng is more suitable, I'll give it to him when I return. All three teachers had shown great kindness to Lin Moya, so naturally, he would think of them when he had good things. After Lin Moya put away the blood god disc, the blood moon in the sky completely disappeared. Future windflowers would no longer possess this skill. Lin Moya was now certain that the group of windflowers he had eliminated was the largest group on the Wind Thunder continent. The reason this group of windflowers was so powerful was precisely because of the Blood God Disc. If the windflowers were so strong because of the Blood God Disc, what about the Thunder Tree clusters? Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he turned his gaze towards the center of the Wind Thunder continent. There lay the largest Thunder Tree cluster on the Wind Thunder continent. The mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, filled with countless thunder trees. Enthusiasts had once counted, estimating that at least 1,000,000 thunder trees lived there. The Thunder Tree cluster was even larger than the Windflower cluster. Lin Moya suddenly realized something and quickly checked his experience. 98%. His experience had reached 72 level 98%, just 2% short of leveling up to 73. Eliminating the Windflower cluster had almost leveled him up from 72 to 73. If someone now said that leveling up by killing monsters in the wild was slower than clearing dungeons, Lin Moya would definitely slap them awake. If you want to level up quickly, you can come and clear the Windflower cluster. Gaining a level in half a day was not a dream, provided you could defeat them. Previously, when fighting the Windflower cluster, Lin Moya had only deployed the undead army and had not personally taken action. Otherwise, the efficiency could have been greatly increased. As long as there are enough monsters, my leveling speed can be infinitely increased. Lin Moya knew he had found a shortcut to rapid leveling. Suppressing his inner excitement, he first checked his gains. Killing ordinary windflowers yielded countless materials of various sizes. Fortunately, the storage space increased with the character's level. If it were at level 40, it would have been filled long ago. The Windflower boss dropped 2 legendary materials, the Windflower Heart and Windflower Essence, which could be used to create or upgrade legendary equipment. For him, these 2 items were not very useful. As for the Windflower Seed, it required a god-level plant cultivator to cultivate. As far as he knew, there were no god-level plant cultivators among the human race. Regardless of its usefulness, Lin Moya put everything away. Perhaps it would be useful someday in the future. After checking the attributes, Lin Moya flew towards the center of the Wind Thunder continent. The full moon disappeared, and the entire Wind Thunder continent seemed to be immersed in sorrow. Countless windflowers on the continent were mourning, their king had been killed. The sorrowful aura was transmitted through the sound of souls, and although many people could not hear the sound of souls, they could feel the sadness within. Lin Moya heard the sound and knew it was the windflowers crying. Weakness is original sin. When the human race was wantonly slaughtered by demons, crying was also useless. So we must become strong, continuously strong. Lin Moya clenched his fists and said to himself again, the operation of all things in the world is like this, the weak are prey to the strong. Even someone as strong as Antares was thrown here, losing its freedom. Antares harbored hatred, enmity, and a desire to kill. But when it saw the Dragon God, what could it do? It still had to call it Dragon God Lord and hide its hatred. Lin Moya did not want to be like that. Let others experience such pain, he did not want to experience it himself. After Lin Moya left, many people came to the place where he had been. There were demons, dragons, and humans. The 3 forces gathered, maintaining vigilance against each other. There were many people, and the 3 forces formed a tripartite balance, surprisingly maintaining considerable peace, with no one making a move. Everyone could feel the aura left by the previous battle. This was a god-level battle. I just saw the Windflower Blood Moon, it was god-level, too terrifying. It seems that a god-level powerhouse came specifically to kill the Windflower cluster. Who is this god-level powerhouse? Is it from our human race? A group of people speculated. Lin Moya left immediately after the battle, without staying. No matter how much they racked their brains, they could not figure it out. The 3 forces confronted each other for a long time, and finally, each retreated. Originally, they would fight to the death upon meeting, but now, due to the appearance of a third party, they all exercised restraint. No one wanted to be the clam and the snipe, only to let the fishermen benefit. Lin Moya did not know what had happened. He was heading towards the Thunder Mountain range in the Wind Thunder continent as fast as he could. After flying for about half an hour, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. A group of dragon warriors blocked his way. There were over 100 dragon warriors, the highest level being 85, and the lowest not below 75, accompanied by a warship. Lin Moya was not surprised that the dragon race found him. He carried a strong dragon aura, and not long ago, he had slaughtered 13 dragon kings, making the aura even more intense. Even from hundreds of miles away, the dragon race could sense it. When they saw Lin Moya, the dragon warriors' faces were both ferocious and hesitant. Lin Moya's aura was too strong. In their eyes, Lin Moya's aura was like thick smoke rising to the sky. They had never seen anything like it, unable to imagine how many dragons Lin Moya had killed. They felt they had been too rash in coming, fearing they might also become dead dragons under Lin Moya's hand. Lin Moya quickly gave them an answer. Lin Moya did not stop at all. The Headless Knights charged out. The charge skill activated, and the Headless Knights charged like lightning, instantly breaking through the dragon's formation. The warship was shattered by the Headless Knights, disintegrating in mid-air. The dragon warriors were killed on the spot by the Headless Knights. Only the 85-level dragon warrior managed to symbolically counterattack twice. As for the other dragon warriors, they could not even make a basic counterattack. Lin Moya flew past without stopping. I forgot, this is the dragon's territory. I wonder how the dragon's secret realm is doing, whether the poison has dissipated. After eliminating the Thunder Tree cluster, I'll go back and check. The last time in that secret realm, the blood pool left a deep impression on Lin Moyo. Although it could only replicate 70-level dragon warriors, no matter how many there were, they posed no threat to him. But for other professionals, it was very dangerous. If a war broke out, it could cause significant casualties. Lin Moyo planned to go back and take a look, and if possible, destroy the blood pool. Chapter 616. Chapter 616, 616. Chapter 616, The Kingdom of Thunder Trees. Along the way, Lin Moyo encountered several groups of dragons. They followed the scent to find him, but when they saw Lin Moyo, they were all terrified. Lin Moyo did not give them a chance to escape. They all became headless knights under his sword. A thought sprouted in Lin Moyo's mind: perhaps he could sweep through the Wind Thunder continent, slaughtering all the dragons and abyssal demons, driving them out. But this thought was quickly extinguished. Although this would greatly enhance the safety of the human race in the lower space, it would not be a good thing for the human race. Survival of the fittest. The human race needs to grow stronger through battle, so they do not lose their fighting spirit. The thunder grew louder, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, with clear skies and mist. Thunder snakes roamed the sky, occasionally falling. The lightning struck the thunder trees, which absorbed it. The thunder trees grow stronger by absorbing lightning. Lin Moyo had already arrived in the area where the thunder trees were located. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless mountain range of thunder trees. The Thunder Mountain Range, the area with the most thunder trees on the Wind Thunder continent, with the largest scale. Over 1 million thunder trees live here. No one knows how many bosses there are or how strong they are. Moreover, there are many other monsters living among the thunder trees. They coexist with the thunder trees without interfering with each other. This place is rarely visited by people. No one wants to come here. The thunder trees indeed do not attack proactively, but these monsters do. If entangled by monsters, it would be very troublesome. If one accidentally uses a range attack and provokes the thunder trees, it could be fatal. If the thunder trees attack in unison, not many professionals can withstand it. However, compared to the windflowers, it is still safer. As long as one is lucky enough and does not go too deep, they can escape. If they have already gone deep into the Thunder Mountain Range, they can only rely on their luck. Lin Moyo flew about 100 miles into the Thunder Mountain Range and then stopped, hovering in the sky, looking down at the thunder trees below. The thunder trees varied in height. The shorter ones had thinner trunks, while the taller ones had thicker trunks. The different heights and thicknesses also represented different levels of the thunder trees. Normally, the taller and thicker the tree, the higher its level. This is recorded in the data and is information known to everyone. Lin Moyo carefully observed and found something different. Thunder trees are grouped in units of 10,000. Every 10,000 thunder trees form a small area. This area division is not obvious, but if you look closely, you can still see it. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. He saw that the thunder tree groups were also divided into separate areas, with each area having a gap of several dozen meters. In these gaps, some monsters could be seen living. If the entire Thunder Mountain Range is viewed as a kingdom, then these areas are like cities within the kingdom. Each city is distinct. In each area, there are exactly 10,000 thunder trees, and among these 10,000 thunder trees, there is one particularly large one, which is the leader and also a world-class boss. From the aura it emitted, Lin Moyo roughly judged that it should be around level 80. His gaze continued to move deeper, and Lin Moyo flew towards the depths of the Thunder Mountain Range. There were no signs of human activity here. It had become a world of thunder and thunder trees. Even the windflowers could not survive here. Lin Moyo observed along the way and saw many different pieces of information. Thunder trees live in groups of 10,000. When the number exceeds 100,000, an even larger thunder tree will appear, becoming the leader of these 100,000 thunder trees. The area formed by these 100,000 thunder trees is like a province within the kingdom. If this is the case, there should be a true king among the thunder trees, ruling over all the thunder trees. And this king should be in the center of the Thunder Mountain Range. Lin Moyo looked towards the center of the Thunder Mountain Range, and his soul power spread out. Coincidentally, a bolt of lightning lit up the distant sky. The entire Thunder Mountain Range lit up, and Lin Moyo saw countless electric snakes spreading like a spider web from the distance. The space twisted as if it was about to be torn apart. Lin Moyo watched in awe. What an amazing thunder light! It is very close to guide level. The thunder light spread hundreds of miles in the sky, and then a bolt of lightning connected the heavens and the earth, crashing down. In the lightning, Lin Moyo saw an enormous thunder tree. The thunder tree stood at the peak of the mountain range, connecting the heavens and the earth, unafraid of the lightning strikes. This is the king of the thunder trees. Lin Moyo immediately confirmed its existence. Although he did not use a detection spell, he roughly guessed its level. At least level 88, possibly level 89, but not god level. It did not have the aura of a god-level being. Moreover, the closer to this king thunder tree, the stronger the thunder trees became. By the thunder light, Lin Moyo also saw a group of boss-level thunder trees. Not just a few, but a whole group. These boss-level thunder trees were like guards, protecting the king thunder tree. The thunder light continuously fell on it and then spread underground. Lin Moyo squinted his eyes. After the thunder light entered the ground, it disappeared. Could there be something strange underground? Lin Moyo felt something was wrong but could not pinpoint what it was. Since seeing the structure of the thunder tree group, Lin Moyo had a strange feeling that the thunder trees were more like animals than plants. Generally, plants do not form such patterns. It is too orderly. From the information obtained so far, thunder trees have a certain level of intelligence and some simple rules of governance. Dividing areas like a kingdom into provinces and cities is not something plants can do. While thinking, a sharp cry came from his ear. A thunder eagle, sparking with lightning, flew out from the thunder tree group, heading straight for him. A flash of fire appeared in Lin Moya's hand. Skill, Soul Flame. The thunder eagle fell from the sky with a scream. This thunder eagle was not very high level, only about level 75, and it was not a boss, almost killed by the soul flame. It fell to the ground, and then continuous screams sounded, echoing in the air. The thunder tree group seemed to be in an uproar, and a large number of thunder eagles took to the sky, heading towards Lin Moyo. Indeed, hitting one provoked a group. Lin Moyo originally came to the Thunder Mountain Range to fight the Thunder Trees, so naturally, he would also fight the monsters in the mountain range. The undead army appeared in the sky. Before the Headless Knights could activate their charge skill, the skeleton mages and skeleton archers had already taken action. Elemental explosions and soul attacks. Elemental and soul attacks were launched simultaneously. The Thunder Eagles fell like raindrops. They fell among the Thunder Trees, still carrying the aura of elemental chaos, and the flames from the explosions had not completely extinguished. These flames spread to the Thunder Tree group. The branches and leaves of the Thunder Trees shook, emitting thunder light. Crack! The thunder light exploded in the air with a loud noise. It was like a signal, and the entire Thunder Tree group moved in unison, causing the entire Thunder Mountain Range to come alive. Lin Moya stood in the sky and saw an astonishing scene. He finally understood why this mountain range was called the Thunder Mountain Range. The mountain range, stretching over 1,000 kilometers deep and several hundred kilometers wide, instantly turned into a sea of thunder. All the thunder trees moved in unison, shooting out thunder light. Lin Moyo and the undead army were instantly engulfed by the thunder light. The characteristic of being immune to electric elements allowed Lin Moya to ignore the thunder attacks. But the undead army was not so fortunate. They were continuously injured by the thunder light. The undead army benefited from Lin Moya's passive skill, Elemental Resistance, reducing all elemental damage by 8 times. Even though each thunder light did not cause much damage, the sheer number was overwhelming, and the principle of many ants can kill an elephant applied to the undead army as well. With over 1 million thunder trees in the Thunder Mountain Range, at least 1/3 of them were attacking him. The density of the thunder light was astonishing, turning into a sea of thunder. Lin Moyo could see nothing but thunder light. After the windflowers, Lin Moyo once again experienced the overwhelming feeling of being outnumbered. The undead army charged through the sea of thunder, heading downwards. The skeleton throne appeared. This time, Lin Moya changed his strategy, summoning 3 skeleton kings with groups of 30,000 skeletons each. The skeleton king's skills had cooldown times, and summoning 3 allowed for 3 rounds of skill activation, covering a larger area. To deal with ordinary thunder trees, a skeleton king formed by 30,000 skeletons was sufficient. The 3 skeleton kings spread out, moving through the sea of thunder. With their strong attributes, they could withstand the thunder for a while. The skills Godslaying Slash and Elemental Chaos could both perform area attacks. They locked onto the maximum range, and each skeleton king's skill could cover a radius of 3,000 meters. When the skills were activated, they attacked all enemies within 3,000 meters indiscriminately. The bone sword slashed out, cutting through the thunder light. Sword energy pierced the ground, sweeping through the thunder tree group. Countless thunder trees within the attack range were cut in half. Plant-type monsters have strong vitality, and this alone was not enough to kill them. Elemental chaos followed, and with a loud explosion, many thunder trees were uprooted and destroyed. Lin Moyo was immediately surrounded by white light. With one strike, he gained a massive amount of experience, reaching level 73. Chapter 617. Chapter 617, 617. Chapter 617, All Means Deployed, Thunderstorm Battle. Lin Moyo had reached level 73 in less than half a day, leveling up from 72 to 73. Lin Moyo believed that even his sister, Lin Mohan, couldn't achieve such a leveling speed. Although he didn't have his sister's talent for leveling up, as long as he killed fast enough, he could match that talent. Scanning the Thunder Tree group, he slowly uttered 8 words: their death ground, my paradise. The Thunder Tree group was a death ground for others, but for Lin Moyo, it was a true leveling paradise. In terms of efficiency, it was far superior to any dungeon or secret realm. The only downside was that it could only be done once. The interval was too long. In terms of sustainability, it was not as good as dungeons. However, the Wind Thunder continent didn't only have the Thunder Mountain Range. There were also some smaller Thunder Tree groups, and in the air, there were Wind Flower groups of the 100,000 scale. These could all become his leveling targets. Lin Moyo estimated that if he could clear all the Windflowers and Thunder Trees, he could at least reach levels 76 or 77. He could also harvest a large amount of materials, which might not be useful to him but would be useful to the human race. The 3 Skeleton Kings used 2 skills, directly clearing out 3 areas. In these 3 areas, all the ordinary Thunder Trees were dead, leaving only a few boss-level Thunder Trees alive. The Skeleton Kings wielded their bone swords and quickly killed them. Then the Skeleton Kings, glowing with thunderlight, charged towards other Thunder Tree groups, waiting for their skills to cool down. The Headless Knights also charged down, engaging in fierce battles with the Thunder Tree groups. Large swaths of Thunder Trees were cut down by their swords, killed from the roots. Lin Moyo watched from the air, seeing everything clearly. Although there were only 3 Skeleton Kings, their attack power was immense, and each sword could unleash 100-meter-long sword energy. A single sweep of the sword could cut down hundreds of Thunder Trees, killing them from the roots. In contrast, although the Headless Knights were numerous, their efficiency was far inferior to the Skeleton Kings. Moreover, the Skeleton Kings could use their skills every minute, causing massive damage, making their efficiency surpass that of the Headless Knight group. The Thunder Tree group was too large, and there were many bosses among them. Coupled with the continuous sea of thunder, the damage kept accumulating, and even the Lich generals couldn't keep up with the healing. Relying solely on the undead army to clear the Thunder Tree group was not enough. Lin Moyo had anticipated this situation from the beginning, so he didn't idle himself. With a point of his finger to the sky darkened, and the shadow of the undead world appeared in mid-air. The gate of the undead opened, and the eye of the undead emerged. In the blazing flames, the eye of the undead scanned the Thunder Tree group. In an instant, large swaths of the Thunder Tree group died simultaneously. Even though they looked the same on the outside, with no visible wounds, their souls had been wiped out, dead beyond death. Then, with a downward point of his finger, the Curse of Aging was activated. When facing world-class bosses or god-level powerhouses, the Curse of Aging was not very effective. But when dealing with small monsters, the Curse of Aging was still a powerful weapon. The Thunder Tree group within a radius of 10,000 meters was covered by the curse. Amidst the white thunder and fire, a touch of red was added. Under the shadow of the dark undead world, this touch of red appeared extremely enchanting. Lin Moyo locked onto a Thunder Tree whose soul had been wiped out. Then, his soul power spread out, locking onto a larger area, covering tens of thousands of Thunder Trees. When the number of locked targets reached 10,000, Lin Moyo felt a sense of weakness in his soul, a feeling of powerlessness. So 10,000 is the limit. Lin Moyo realized that with his current soul power, he could only lock onto 10,000 targets. Any more, and his soul power would be insufficient. But 10,000 was enough. With a light press of his palm, the skill, Corpse Explosion. There was almost no sound. The Thunder Tree corpses chosen by Lin Moyo exploded. Immediately, all the Thunder Trees locked by his soul power exploded. The explosions had no flames but were extremely dazzling. Tens of thousands of Thunder Trees were blown to pieces, and the powerful shockwaves swept out, causing other Thunder Trees to sway. A few seconds after the explosions, the sound of the explosions reached them. The sound of explosions continued, like firecrackers going off. None of the Thunder Trees locked by Lin Moyo survived, they all died. The Thunder Tree group, with tens of thousands of trees, had all but the boss killed in an instant. But the explosions didn't stop. The Thunder Trees killed near the boss became Lin Moyo's best weapons. The crisp sound of explosions continued, one after another. After more than a dozen explosions, the leader of the 10,000 trees finally couldn't hold on. The Thunder Tree group had another advantage, they couldn't move, making them the best targets. Lin Moyo's actions attracted the attention of a large number of Thunder Trees. A large amount of thunder light instantly fell on him, but Lin Moyo was completely immune to electric elements, letting the thunder strike him without any concern. Lin Moyo even wished that all the Thunder Trees would attack him, so the undead army would have no pressure. The Skeleton King's skills cooled down. Two skills were used alternately, clearing large swaths of Thunder Trees again. The Undead Army, the Eye of the Undead, and Corpse Explosion. Under the triple attack, in just a few minutes, more than 100,000 Thunder Trees had been cleared. The Thunder Tree group had never experienced such massive casualties. At this moment, the entire Thunder Mountain Range's Thunder Trees were alarmed. Even the Thunder Trees behind the hills began to move. They couldn't move, but each one shot thunderlight into the sky. The thunderlight gathered in the sky, eventually forming a thunderstorm. Then, the bosses in each Thunder Tree group simultaneously exerted their power, joining in, and the thunderstorm turned into a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm descended, with 10,000 thunders moving together, enveloping Lin Moyo and the undead army. This attack gathered the power of countless Thunder Trees, and the thunderlight was so strong that it directly severely injured the undead army. The Skeleton Kings used absolute defense, immune to 99% of the damage. The Headless Knights joined forces to launch group defense, maximizing their defensive power to resist the thunderstorm. Even the Gate of the Undead was attacked by the thunderstorm and shattered. Only Lin Moyo remained unscathed in the thunderstorm. Lin Moyo's hands didn't stop, and Corpse Explosion continued, one after another. After moving the star core of the Corpse Explosion skill into his soul, he no longer needed to be close to the enemy to use the skill. As long as the enemy was locked by his soul, the explosion attack would penetrate the space barrier and reach them directly. The range increased, the number increased, and the power relatively decreased. The skill became more flexible and controllable. After using it several times, Lin Moyo had become proficient. He ignored the thunder attacks, freely moving through the sea of thunder and thunderstorms. Wherever he went, explosions continued, and Thunder Trees died in large numbers. The number of Thunder Trees killed by Lin Moyo alone exceeded the total killed by the Undead Army and the Eye of the Undead. Hatred continued to accumulate, and Lin Moyo had become the most hated person by the Thunder Tree group. But the Thunder Tree group had no way to deal with him. No matter how strong the thunder was, it had no effect on him. Lin Moyo's immunity to thunder was fully displayed. At this moment, Lin Moyo had become a Thunder Tree killer, sweeping through and killing without any tree able to stop him. The Thunder Trees seemed to realize that the thunderstorm was ineffective against Lin Moyo, so they stopped attacking him and turned their targets to the Undead Army. At the same time, dozens of Thunder Tree bosses uprooted themselves, leaving the ground. The ground shook, and countless thick roots were pulled out. The roots, like whips, lashed towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had anticipated this. How could the Thunder Tree group only use thunder attacks? Roots as whips were also a common tactic for plant-type monsters. Even the rootless windflowers could use this move, let alone the Thunder Trees rooted in the ground. Lin Moyo quickly retreated. He didn't want to be hit by the Thunder Tree bosses. The roots were not just for lashing, the more terrifying aspect was entanglement. Once entangled, it would be hard to escape. While retreating, his soul remained locked on them. Corpse Explosion continued to be activated. Explosions continued on the Thunder Tree bosses, breaking their branches. but they still charged towards Lin Moyo, moving quickly. There were too many Thunder Tree bosses, more than 20, surrounding Lin Moyo from all directions. They were huge, each one tens of meters tall, and with their roots, they covered an area of over 1,000 meters, leaving Lin Moyo no room to dodge. A flash of fire appeared in Lin Moyo's hand, and a drop of solidified fire god's blood exploded. The surrounding Thunder Tree bosses screamed in unison, their bodies suddenly engulfed in flames. They were all over level 80 bosses, but how could they withstand a blow from the fire god? They were almost instantly killed. A series of prompts sounded, and Lin Moyo's experience soared like a rocket. Having just leveled up, his experience had now reached 25%. Lin Moyo realized that the experience from the Thunder Tree group was far more than he had expected. There were too many bosses among them. If he cleared them all, he could not only reach level 74 but possibly even level 75 or higher. The thunderstorm fell again, and the undead army finally collapsed in the thunderstorm. The skeleton kings were scattered, and the headless knights were swallowed by the sea of thunder. Chapter 618. Chapter 618, 618. Chapter 618, The Mighty King of Thunder Trees. The undead army collapsed in the sea of thunder. Lin Moyo's talent caused the entire undead army to collapse together. Live together, die together. Only in a few special cases would there be exceptions, such as when an individual suffered an extremely powerful attack. Instantly killing it would render the talent ineffective. However, as the undead leveled up, such situations were gradually decreasing. Less than half a second after the undead army collapsed, a brand new undead army reappeared. 3 skeleton thrones appeared in the air again, and the 3 skeleton kings and headless knights charged towards the Thunder Tree group once more. To kill Lin Moyo, one must first eliminate the undead army. And to completely eliminate the undead army, they must be killed 5 times within a minute. Otherwise, every minute the talent resets, the undead army resurrects, all skills cooldowns disappear, and the undead army has 4 more resurrection opportunities. Although the thunderstorm was strong, it would take several minutes to destroy the undead army. Lin Moyo did not need to worry about the undead army being in danger. Moreover, as the battle continued, the Thunder Tree group was being killed more and more, while the undead army grew stronger and stronger. The Skeleton King wielded a giant bone sword, using its skills to kill a large number of thunder trees. Lin Moyo charged deep into the mountains, his body exploding and sweeping through everything, with no tree able to stop him. In the sky, the eye of the undead reappeared, burning with undead flames, gazing at the mountains. Wherever its gaze fell, thunder trees died, and their souls were obliterated. In less than half an hour since the battle began, more than 300,000 thunder trees had died. Lin Moyo's experience soared, already exceeding 50%. If he continued killing, he would soon level up again. As one of the 2 overlords of the Wind Thunder continent, the Thunder Trees never imagined they would be slaughtered like this. Just like the Windflowers with the Blood God Disc, they never considered that they could be killed. After all, on the Wind Thunder continent, they could exert god-level combat power and even use a trace of the power of laws. Who could be their enemy? Unfortunately, they all encountered Lin Moyo. Worse than the Windflowers, Lin Moyo was immune to lightning, rendering the Thunder Tree's strongest attack method ineffective. Lin Moyo moved through the area as if it were uninhabited, killing his way deep into the mountains. No matter how the Thunder Trees attacked, they had no effect on Lin Moyo. The flames of war spread, and more Thunder Trees died, turning the mountains into a wasteland. The King of Thunder Trees let out a soul-shaking roar, finally awakened. Thunder roared, and countless electric snakes streaked across the sky. The sound of souls echoed, and all the Thunder Trees resonated with their king. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed sharply as a bolt of lightning shot towards him like an arrow. This was no ordinary lightning. This lightning was invisible to the naked eye, only perceptible to the soul. Soul attack. As soon as the thought arose, the lightning had already appeared in the soul world, piercing towards his soul like an arrow. It was the first time Lin Moyo had encountered a soul attack from someone else, and he couldn't think of a way to defend against it. He had always used soul attacks on others, but now he was finally getting a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, he could only endure it. The dragon soul crystal perched on his soul suddenly let out a dragon roar, meeting the incoming soul attack and swallowing it whole. Then it returned as if nothing had happened, still perched on Lin Moyo's soul. The soul attack was like a bubble, as if it had never appeared. The dragon soul crystal can also protect the soul. Lin Moyo was extremely surprised, followed by intense joy. With the Dragon Soul Crystal, his soul was unharmed, allowing him to fight without restraint. The King of Thunder Trees seemed to realize that its attack was ineffective, and its soul became even more intense. Lin Moyo could sense its anger from the soul. With its voice, a large number of monsters flew out from the mountains, rushing towards Lin Moyo. As the King of Thunder Trees, it could not only command the Thunder Trees but also influence the monsters in the mountains. Lin Moyo quickly locked onto these monsters, continuously using Corpse Explosion. The Eye of the Undead also swept over these monsters. The monsters that had just taken flight fell again, dying instantly. Several black shadows shot out from the ground at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyo quickly retreated, barely avoiding them. The black shadows swept past Lin Moyo, turned in the air, and came at him again. Lin Moyo then saw clearly that the black shadows were the roots of the Thunder Trees. But this time, they were the roots of the King of Thunder Trees. Lin Moyo was at least several hundred kilometers away from the King of Thunder Trees. In his eyes, the King of Thunder Trees was just a tiny black dot. But even so, the roots of the King of Thunder Trees could still lock onto him. The roots of the King of Thunder Trees are so long. Attacking him from hundreds of kilometers away, Lin Moyo was truly shocked. Lin Moyo flew through the air, dodging the black shadows again. Then more black shadows broke through the ground. The King of Thunder trees had existed for countless years, standing over 1,000 meters tall, with roots even more numerous and unimaginable. At this moment, a large number of roots broke through the ground, sweeping towards Lin Moya like dragons and snakes. Each root was over 10 meters in diameter, making Lin Moya look like a tiny speck in front of them. Lin Moya dodged quickly. Although there were many roots, his speed was also very fast, and his range of movement expanded. The roots of the King of Thunder trees couldn't catch him, like trying to swat a fly with a cannon. However, this also prevented Lin Moya from attacking the thunder trees. Suddenly, all the roots retracted. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, realizing something was wrong. The next second, the roots broke through the ground again, this time targeting the undead army. Lin Moya saw with his own eyes the roots entangling the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's body glowed, activating its absolute defense skill. The giant bone sword cut through the roots, but the roots of the King of Thunder trees were incredibly tough. It took several strikes to cut through one root. Before one root was cut, several more wrapped around it. Eventually, the Skeleton King was completely entangled, unable to move. The Headless Knights fared no better, also being whipped around by the roots. Lin Moya could feel the information transmitted by the Skeleton King, indicating that being entangled by the roots rendered them immobile. Once the absolute defense skill's time was up, they would be doomed. I must deal with these roots. Lin Moya flew high into the sky, rushing towards the King of Thunder trees. The eye of the undead reached the King of Thunder trees first, gazing at it from afar. Boom! Lin Moya seemed to hear a loud noise, and a scream echoed in the soul world. The gaze of the undead caused significant damage to the King of Thunder trees, but Lin Moya also felt the immense power of the King of Thunder trees' soul. The soul of the King of Thunder trees was connected to all the thunder trees in the Thunder Mountain range, making it as strong as a low-level god, even comparable to a mid-level god. The gaze of the undead could cause some damage, but it was far from enough to kill it. Lin Moya didn't expect the gaze of the undead to kill it, causing it pain was enough. It was a taste of its own medicine. Lin Moya flew across hundreds of kilometers at the fastest speed, crossing the Sea of Thunder and heading straight for the King of Thunder trees. Only by getting close could he truly understand how enormous and terrifying the King of Thunder trees was. It stood on the main peak of the Thunder Mountain range, looking like a mountain peak from afar, but up close, it was clear that the main peak was actually the King of Thunder trees. It wasn't rooted on the main peak, it was the main peak. Previously, he had completely underestimated it. It was connected to the mountain range, standing over 1,000 meters tall. Its massive, thick roots intertwined and spread out, extending far and wide. All the thunder trees were its offspring and subordinates. In front of it, there were 18 world boss-level thunder trees, each several hundred meters tall. They didn't move or attack the approaching Lin Moya. Their aura was connected to the King of Thunder trees, their souls intertwined, forming a thunder barrier that protected themselves and the King of Thunder trees. Lin Moya could feel the rich vitality from the mountain range. Plant-type monsters had incredible vitality, and the King of Thunder trees was no exception. Millions of thunder trees in the mountain range provided endless vitality to the King of Thunder trees. No wonder it grew so huge. If it weren't for the laws of the Wind Thunder continent, it would have become a god long ago. To kill it, one must either use overwhelming power to destroy its vitality and obliterate its soul, or kill all the thunder trees first, then kill it. Lin Moya realized that killing the King of Thunder trees would be extremely difficult, but having come this far, he had to try no matter what. The summoning space suddenly trembled slightly, and the undead army resurrected in the summoning space. Under the attack of the King of Thunder trees' roots, the undead army had died for the second time. However, 3 minutes had passed since the last death, so it didn't matter. The undead army reappeared, and the skeleton throne appeared in the air. This time, there was only one skeleton throne. The Skeleton King, formed by 100,000 skeletons, stood up from the throne with a powerful aura. The back of its hand glowed, and the strong soldier skill was activated. The Skeleton King instantly broke through to god level. Kill! With a thought from Lin Moya, the Skeleton King charged down with intense killing intent. Chapter 619. Chapter 619, 619. Chapter 619, the King of Thunder trees is asking for help. The strong soldier skill is still one of Lin Moya's main killing moves. Its existence can break limitations and rules. Although the Skeleton King is limited by its own level and cannot reach the god level, whether it is summoned with 80,000 or 100,000 skeletons, the attributes only differ by tens of thousands. Moreover, the more skeletons there are, the smaller the increase. It is infinitely close to the god level but cannot touch the threshold of the god level. The inexplicable laws firmly restrict the Skeleton King. However, the strong soldier skill ignores the laws, allowing the Skeleton King to reach the god level. And not just level 90, but at least level 92. The level 92 Skeleton King charged down, accompanied by the Headless Knights also enhanced by the strong soldier skill, with an imposing momentum. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with brilliance, his thoughts jumping. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King summoned with 100,000 skeletons is still restricted. If there is no strong soldier skill to break the restriction, it still cannot reach the god level. My level has become a shackle. Lin Moya's desire to become stronger grew again. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the King of Thunder trees below. After the King of Thunder trees strangled the undead army, countless roots retracted, causing the mountains to shake violently. Then, mud and rocks shot into the sky like a fountain, and the roots followed. The number of roots was astonishing, countless. The Skeleton King locked onto the roots, skill, God-slaying slash. Sword light burst forth, cutting countless roots cleanly. Then came the second skill, Elemental Chaos. A large area in the sky exploded, with continuous roaring and dazzling light. Countless thunder trees within the range died, and the god-level Skeleton King displayed extremely terrifying combat power. It killed its way to the thunder barrier, slashing out with a sword, creating a huge gap in the barrier and charging in. The headless knights attacked the surrounding thunder trees. They did not have the combat power of the Skeleton King and could not deal with the boss. However, dealing with ordinary thunder trees was not a problem, especially with the strong soldier skill enhancement. Killing ordinary thunder trees was also very efficient. Lin Moya's gaze fell on the 18 world bosses outside the King of Thunder Trees. To kill the King of Thunder Trees, it was not enough to just eliminate the Thunder Tree group. The 18 world bosses also had to be dealt with. Each of them was around level 85. In the past, Lin Moya would only dare to provoke one at most. If he provoked two at the same time, he would have to run away. But now, Lin Moya did not take them seriously. He had many ways to kill them. Indeed, times have changed. Following Lin Moya's will, after the Skeleton King broke through the barrier, it did not go after the King of Thunder Trees but instead attacked the 18 world bosses guarding it. With the current combat power of the Skeleton King, killing them was not difficult. Before the Skeleton King could get close, the King of Thunder Trees let out a sharp soul sound. A large amount of mud and rocks were thrown into the air, and thick roots lashed out, colliding with the Skeleton King's giant bone sword. The power of the roots was astonishing, knocking the god-level Skeleton King back, crashing heavily into the thunder barrier. Countless roots broke through the ground, blocking the Skeleton King's path. The King of Thunder Trees continuously emitted soul sounds, the sound growing heavier, and its entire body was enveloped in thunder light. The roots were also quickly covered in thunder light, turning all the roots into thunder whips. The Skeleton King charged again, engaging in a fierce battle with it. Lin Moya watched, noticing that the closer to the King of Thunder Trees, the stronger the roots became. Although the King of Thunder Trees has not yet reached the god level, it has somehow gained god level power. Lin Moya kept analyzing, vaguely feeling something was wrong. Breaking the law's restrictions was very difficult, and ordinary means were not enough. If it weren't for the primordial rune, even he couldn't make the Skeleton King break through to the god level. But the King of Thunder Trees, without breaking through to the god level itself, had its attack and defense reach the god level. And it wasn't just a simple god level, it was already enough to fight the level 92 Skeleton King to a standstill. Thinking of the blood god disc possessed by the Wind Flower leader, Lin Moya wondered if the King of Thunder Trees also had something similar. Or perhaps it had accumulated countless years of power, leading to this result. Or maybe the power of the entire mountain range's thunder trees had gathered together, causing its power to break through to the god level. In any case, there was definitely something strange about the King of Thunder Trees. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the eye of the undead in the sky flew away, starting a massacre on the ordinary thunder trees. The more thunder trees killed, the weaker the King of Thunder Trees' power would become. Moreover, Lin Moya could also gain a lot of experience. Lin Moya did not forget his original intention. He came here to kill monsters and level up. He took out a drop of solidified fire god's blood, and his soul locked onto the 18 thunder tree bosses through the thunder barrier. The skill was activated. The King of Thunder Trees seemed to sense danger and let out a scream. The 18 thunder tree bosses simultaneously emitted intense thunder light, forming a defense. But it was useless. No matter how strong a world boss was, it couldn't withstand an attack equivalent to the fire god. Even if it couldn't kill them in one hit, Lin Moya could use a second or third hit. The skill was activated, the fire god's blood cracked, and Lin Moya simultaneously flew back. Several thick roots lashed out in the air, but Lin Moya dodged them. Lin Moya's soul power covered the entire area, aware of every movement around him. The battle seemed intense, but it was all under his control. Flames soared into the sky, and within the thunder barrier, the 18 world bosses were simultaneously engulfed in flames. Lin Moya heard their painful wails. The sound was like a cry for help, asking their king to save them. The King of Thunder Trees pulled out a large number of roots, wrapping them all up, and a huge force swept over, instantly extinguishing the flames. The 18 world bosses were already half dead, their life force extremely weak. The King of Thunder Trees pulled them to its side, frantically pouring life force into them, quickly restoring them. At the same time, it continued to control the roots to fight the Skeleton King and attack Lin Moya, keeping him busy. The King of Thunder Trees was powerful, but it was overwhelmed, having to save the trees and kill people at the same time. However, it also had its limits and could no longer deal with the headless knights. Lin Moya flew quickly in the air, seeing the King of Thunder Trees healing its subordinates, gathering them all together. Gathering them together is good. A drop of green blood appeared in his hand, the blood of the god of poison. He detonated it. This was Lin Moya's third killing move. Except when dealing with the Demon Emperor and Dragon Emperor, it was always effective. Even though the King of Thunder Trees had god-level combat power, it had not truly broken through to the god level, and Lin Moya believed it couldn't withstand it. The King of Thunder Trees sensed danger again, its entire body trembling, and its soul sound became extremely sharp. The blood of the god of poison was detonated. A cloud of green poison gas exploded on the King of Thunder Trees. The range of the green poison gas was only a few dozen meters, insignificant compared to the massive body of the King of Thunder Trees. But the King of Thunder Trees let out a terrible scream, its entire body shaking uncontrollably. The poison would spread through its body, causing it to rot all over. The tree body at the explosion site was already rapidly decaying. Thunder light surged all over the King of Thunder Trees, and a large amount of life force poured in from all directions, entering its body. It tried to use the life force of all the thunder trees in the mountain range to fight the poison. It's useless. Lin Moya knew very well that the blood of the god of poison contained a trace of the law. Only the law could fight the law, otherwise, no matter how much life force came, it could only delay for a moment. The poison spread, and the King of Thunder Tree's screams grew more and more miserable. It could only delay, unable to stop it. Its power weakened, and its life was truly threatened. Suddenly, its soul sound changed. From screaming to begging for help. Lin Moya sensed its emotions and found it strange. It's asking for help. The King of Thunder Trees is already the undisputed king of the Thunder Mountain Range. Who else can it ask for help? Could it be that there is an even stronger existence in the Thunder Mountain Range? Lin Moya's soul power covered the entire area, but he did not sense any powerful existence. Moreover, in the lower space, the strongest beings were only around level 89, unless there was someone as powerful as Antares. But in the next second, his face changed dramatically. A massive aura rose from beneath the Thunder Mountain Range. An extremely terrifying existence had awakened. Chapter 620. Chapter 620, 620. Chapter 620, The Terrifying Existence Under the Thunder Mountain Range. Danger! Danger! His soul kept sending out warnings of danger. A terrifying aura was rising, going from just awakening to reaching the divine level in less than half a second. Half a second later, the aura broke through the divine level. But that was not the end. Level 91, 92. It kept rising higher and higher. Lin Moya was utterly shocked that such a powerful existence was actually hidden here. The aura was immense and ancient, as if it had accumulated over countless years. The mountain range shook, and a blue light shot up from underground, exploding in the sky, then transforming into lightning that struck the King of Thunder Trees. The deadly poison was quickly dispelled, and even the trace of laws within it was dissolved. The King of Thunder Trees expressed joyful emotions through its soul sound, as it had been saved. Lin Moya's expression changed, realizing that the ability to dissolve laws meant the other party had also touched the power of laws. Moreover, judging from the aura, even if it hadn't reached level 96, it was at least at the peak of level 95, having touched the power of laws. How could there be such an existence in the lower space? It's too unreasonable. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, instantly forming a sea of lightning that swept across the entire mountain range. Dense lightning bolts struck down, and the earth rumbled as the Thunder Mountain Range kept shaking. One lightning bolt happened to strike a headless knight, instantly turning it to ashes before it returned to the summoning space. But the other headless knights were unaffected. This showed that the power of the lightning had far exceeded the limit that the headless knights could withstand, possessing enough power to instantly kill them. Lin Moya's heart pounded, wanting to leave, but at the same time feeling curious and wanting to see what kind of existence it was. Relying on his immunity to lightning, Lin Moya decided to stay and watch. After some thought, he had already activated the imprint of the ancient city of Shengxia, allowing him to return there at any time. Antares' dragon scale was also prepared, so he could return to Antares' territory if needed. The space here was not sealed, so Lin Moya felt his safety should not be an issue. Moreover, since this boss had been sleeping here for so long, there must be some limitations, and it couldn't act recklessly. The mountain range moved, not just shaking, but the entire mountain range started to rise. The mountain range over 1,000 miles long suddenly increased in height. It was as if a giant underneath was lifting the entire mountain range. Then Lin Moya saw a huge claw. Lin Moya's expression of shock was indescribable, even more shocking than when he first saw Antares. This claw had 6 fingers, and the palm alone was dozens of miles wide. Including the 6 fingers, it was over 100 miles wide. Lin Moya watched with his own eyes as it crushed a mountain peak. Lightning flickered on the claw, and then a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt a numbness, as an immense force poured into his body. The undead army collectively collapsed. Lin Moya was greatly alarmed, as he had actually been injured by the lightning element. If he hadn't been injured, the undead army couldn't have collapsed. But he was clearly immune to the lightning element, so why did this happen? Could it be the laws? Lin Moya was suddenly startled, realizing the only possibility. It was still the lightning element, but it now contained a trace of the power of laws. Another bolt of lightning struck down, too fast for Lin Moya to avoid. His whole body felt numb again, and the undead army in the summoning space collapsed once more. At this moment, Lin Moya saw that huge claw move, swiping towards him. Even before the claw reached him, the fierce wind was already pushing him back. The space where the claw passed through formed pitch-black cracks. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and immediately activated the imprint of the ancient city of Shengxia, instantly disappearing from the spot. The claw swiped at nothing, and thunderous roars filled the sky. A pair of eyes appeared beneath the mountain range. These eyes alone flickered with lightning. After a moment, the eyes closed again, and the mountain range sank back down, with the claw retracting underground. The sea of lightning in the sky descended underground, and flashes of lightning covered the land. Large areas of thunder trees withered and flourished alternately. The thunder trees that had been killed earlier completely withered and turned to ash, leaving no trace. Then new seedlings sprouted and came to life. The lightning contained both the power of destruction and the vitality of life. The King of Thunder Tree swayed continuously, and its wounds had healed. Its thick, long roots spread across the entire mountain range, constantly stirring the soil. In this way, it wouldn't take long for the Thunder Mountain Range to restore its former appearance. In the ancient city of Shengxia, Lin Moya suddenly appeared in the square. His appearance was silent and didn't alarm anyone. He heard the sound of conversations and footsteps around him. He sensed the familiar aura of the human race. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect there to be such an existence in the lower space. Even space itself was torn apart. Its strength is already very close to level 96. Its control over lightning is so powerful, it can't be weaker than the former god of lightning. What is its identity? It seems the thunder trees are merely its servants or subordinates. Lin Moya muttered to himself, but he was even more curious about why the other party's lightning could ignore his immunity. Was it really because of the laws? Lin Moya found that the higher his level, the more strange things he seemed to encounter that exceeded his imagination. Increasingly, things beyond his expectations kept appearing. Lin Moya didn't dwell on this issue. He could ask Antares if he had the chance. No matter how much he racked his brain, he could only guess and wouldn't have a definite answer. The ancient city of Shangxia was still bustling with people coming and going. It must be said that for the human race to have an ancient city in the lower space was truly unique. Legend has it that a transcendent being changed the laws of this land, allowing a city to be built upon it. However, Lin Moya knew this was not the case. The ancient city of Shangxia descended from the heavens, and it was because of its existence that the laws of this area were changed. There was no such transcendent being. The origin of the ancient city of Shangxia remained a mystery, but Lin Moya was clear that its origin must be extraordinary. At the very least, it was not a product of this era, and the human race had a great connection to it. When the ancient city of Shangxia first descended, demons and dragons had come as well, but they were unable to settle there successfully. It wasn't until a person from Shangxia succeeded that it was named the ancient city of Shangxia. As for where the ancient city of Shangxia truly came from, he was not clear, but perhaps one day in the future, he would figure it out. Lin Moya did not linger in the ancient city. He left the city and went to the cliffs outside, where there were some teleportation formations that could lead to the wilderness continent. One of the teleportation formations belonged to the Gallant Guild, and Lin Moya had registered his name there, giving him the right to use it. He needed to go to the wilderness continent first, then travel northwest to the meteorite continent. This leveling plan had failed, and Lin Moya felt helpless. His experience was now stuck at 73 level 80%, still a bit short of reaching level 74. If he could find suitable monster groups along the way, he might be able to level up before reaching the meteorite continent. Lin Moya activated the teleportation formation, and after dozens of seconds of teleportation, he crossed the Azure Dragon Sea and arrived at the wilderness continent. Lin Moya had also thought about going to the Azure Dragon Sea to see what was under the ice layer of the Azure grasslands, but he gave up on the idea. After all, he had no experience in deep-sea exploration, and he also had things to do now. Perhaps in the future, when he had the chance, he could go and explore it. After arriving at the wilderness continent, Lin Moya saw the outpost of the Gallant Guild. He didn't sense Gallant Rieo's aura, so he knew Gallant Rieo wasn't here and didn't go to greet him. Gallant Rieo had mentioned before that he might return to the human world, so perhaps he had already gone back. Lin Moya spread his lightning undead wings and rushed towards the northwest. The first place he entered was the Azure grasslands, and the memories of the swordgrass were still fresh. Returning to this place, he noticed the differences. He sensed a faint trace of laws on the Azure grasslands, very weak, but truly present. It was because of this trace of laws that the sword grass on the Azure grasslands had the ability to reflect damage. Laws, again laws. Many of the things I don't understand seem to be related to laws. Lin Moya found it strange that everything he couldn't understand seemed to involve the existence of laws. The presence of laws meant that at least a level 95 peak expert or even a level 96 expert was involved. Only they had the qualifications to touch and manipulate the laws. He currently didn't have the qualifications to explore this. If the gap between ordinary professionals and divine-level professionals was a huge hurdle, then the ability to manipulate laws was the second hurdle. Each hurdle represented a vast difference, and once crossed, it would lead to a whole new vast world. Lin Moya pondered his own situation as he flew. Strictly speaking, I haven't even crossed the first hurdle yet. I can't be blinded by my own combat power. Everything still depends on myself. Only by becoming stronger myself will it be true strength. Everything else is an illusion. Don't rely on external objects. It's difficult, but I must persevere. Lin Moya clenched his fist, strengthening his resolve. For anything, the bigger and harder the fist, the more qualified one becomes. Chapter 621. Chapter 621, 621. Chapter 621, Yesterday's Grudge, Today's Revenge. The Green Plains, those monsters that blend with the earth, are extremely difficult to see with the naked eye. Lin Moya can clearly sense the aura, location, and shape of these monsters using his soul power. Many times, it is much more useful than the naked eye. This is because his soul power is strong enough to be externalized. Externalizing soul power is also a sign of reaching a god-level soul. Lin Moya was initially not accustomed to it, but now he has gradually gotten used to it, often replacing his eyes. No wonder they say hiding is useless in front of a god-level expert. The life aura is too obvious. Unless it's an assassin-type profession, and at least at the half-step god level, to completely conceal one's life aura. Lin Moya's mind was clear, analyzing everything thoroughly. He has always been good at analysis, and now with a strong soul and abundant mental power, his analytical ability has also improved. A small matter, a small detail can reveal many situations. Lin Moya quickly swept across the green plains. He entered the territory of the poisonous flood dragon. After a long time, Lin Moya didn't know if a new poisonous flood dragon had reappeared. Under the rules of the ancient battlefield, a world-class boss will respawn about 3 months to a year after being killed. The time is uncertain, somewhat random, and difficult to predict. Lin Moya saw that there were already many shadows of poisonous snakes on the ground. He had killed so many poisonous snakes before, and now they have reappeared. However, the poisonous snakes here are too scattered. Previously, there was the corpse of the poison god and the poison spring to attract them, gathering the poisonous snakes together. Now that they are scattered, killing them is inefficient. Lin Moya did not stay, nor did he encounter the poisonous flood dragon. According to Lin Moya's judgment, it should be normal not to encounter it, as this territory spans hundreds of kilometers, and not encountering it is normal. Lin Moya's current route is exactly the same as when he first came to the wild continent. After crossing the territory of the poisonous flood dragon, it is the territory of the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moya still remembers being chased by the giant leaf mother tree, and then counterattacking and scaring it away. Although he didn't kill it, he did scare it off. Now, returning to the old place, a hint of killing intent rose in Lin Moya's eyes. The ground was covered with giant leaf dwarf trees, densely packed, countless at a glance. Under the soul's perception, they were all clusters of life aura. Although their level is only around 70, the experience is still considerable. Plus the giant leaf mother tree. Lin Moya thought that if he could clear this place, he would gain at least 10% experience. Yesterday's grudge, today's revenge. Just as Lin Moya was about to take action, his soul suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation. A battle aura came from afar. A familiar aura, it was the giant leaf mother tree, and there were human professionals. Lin Moya immediately flew over and saw the battlefield scene. A group of professionals was besieging the giant leaf mother tree. This group of professionals was all above level 80, about 30 people, well-equipped, and very powerful. Lin Moya glanced at them and shook his head slightly. This group of people indeed had good combat power, but compared to the giant leaf mother tree, they were still a bit lacking. If these people went to fight other level 86 world bosses, they might have a chance, but fighting the giant leaf mother tree, difficult. The word difficult had already determined their fate. Ultimately, it was because the giant leaf mother tree was a plant-type boss. Lin Moya knew too much about plant-type bosses. Their vitality far exceeded other types of bosses of the same level, especially their recovery ability, which was astonishing. For an existence like the giant leaf mother tree, if it couldn't win, it could escape. Moreover, in this territory, all the giant leaf dwarf trees could provide it with life force. The recovery speed of the giant leaf mother tree would be astonishing. Normally, one would either crush it with overwhelming power, not giving it a chance, or first clear out a large number of giant leaf dwarf trees, or have special skills to restrict it. But this team did not possess any of these three conditions. They couldn't win this battle. Lin Moya just watched and did not intervene. Stealing someone else's monster is impolite. Unless someone asked for help, Lin Moya would not take action. This team was all Shangxia people, so Lin Moya was even more considerate. If it were professionals from other countries, it would be a different story. Lin Moya wouldn't be so kind as to talk about human principles. In his eyes, human race only referred to Shangxia people, not those with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked different. Lin Moya never thought he was narrow-minded, nor did he consider himself a saint. He just did what he thought was right, that was his belief. After watching for a while, the battle was finally coming to an end. The group of people was getting more and more exhausted, knowing that it was impossible to win. One of them shouted to Lin Moya, "Little brother, you should leave quickly, we are retreating, this boss can't be beaten." Before leaving, they called out to Lin Moya, which was quite considerate. Lin Moya said, "You guys go first, I want to kill it." The group was stunned, looking at Lin Moya in shock, their eyes clearly saying, "Are you crazy? Little brother, don't joke around, this is a world-class boss, not an ordinary monster, you can't kill it alone." "Exactly, we can't kill it with so many people, how can you, a level 73 guy, kill it?" Lin Moya smiled, "You guys step back, I'll show you how I kill it." A gloomy wind blew, and the sky suddenly darkened. A skeleton throne appeared in the air, and the skeleton king sat on the throne. Lin Moya didn't hold back, 100,000 skeletons directly transformed into the skeleton king, an almost god-level skeleton king. Along the way, Lin Moya had been summoning the undead army while traveling, and now the undead army was fully replenished. Now the total number of skeletons reached 119,250, and the number of headless knights also reached 39,750, almost 40,000. The total number of the undead army reached 159,000. Once the undead army was fully deployed, it was an extremely terrifying force. Not to mention dealing with an army of the same level, even against an army of level 80, it could win. Moreover, the undead army had the skill of immortality, making its combat power and survivability top-notch. One person against a nation, Lin Moya could easily do it. If he wanted to wipe out some small forces or small countries, it wouldn't be difficult. What Bai Iwan could do in the past, Lin Moya could now easily do. Seeing the skeleton king, all the professionals present were stunned. Is this a summoned creature? How can there be such a terrifying summoned creature? The skeleton king slowly raised its sword and swung it. The giant leaf mother tree let out a scream, and half of its body was directly cut off. Huge leaves scattered, and then the skeleton king clenched its fist. With a roar, the giant leaf mother tree was blown up. Not only it but also a large number of giant leaf dwarf trees nearby were blown up. Two skills completely crippled the giant leaf mother tree, leaving it disfigured. Just like the first time it saw Lin Moya, it turned and fled. There's no escape. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the eye of the undead appeared in the air. The undead world burned with raging flames, and the eye of the undead gazed at the giant leaf mother tree. The giant leaf mother tree trembled all over, falling to the ground with a scream. Its soul was severely injured. Lin Moya locked onto it with his soul and simultaneously blew up the giant leaf dwarf trees. With a crisp explosion, the giant leaf mother tree was hit again. One explosion after another, and the Skeleton King followed up, slashing with its sword. In less than 5 seconds, the seemingly powerful Giant Leaf Mother Tree was killed on the spot. Killed Giant Leaf Mother Tree, Experience Plus. Obtained Giant Leaf Knight Sword. Obtained Giant Leaf Long Hammer. Obtained Giant Leaf Heart. Giant Leaf Knight Sword, Quasi-Legendary Weapon. Giant Leaf Long Hammer, Quasi-Legendary Weapon. Giant Leaf Heart, Quasi-Legendary Material, can be used to create legendary equipment. Lin Moya didn't say much, the Skeleton King dispersed, and the undead army appeared collectively, starting a massacre on the giant leaf dwarf trees. The group of people was extremely shocked, their mouths wide open, looking at Lin Moya, not knowing what to say or what they could say. Senior, how did you do it? Senior, are you a god-level expert who returned from the deep space? Senior. Lin Moya waved his hand, you guys haven't returned to the human world for a long time, have you? They nodded, indicating that they hadn't returned for many years. Lin Moya smiled, go back when you have time, and you'll know. Chapter 622. Chapter 622, 622. Chapter 622, Integrating a New Skill Nucleus. The territory of the Giant Leaf Mother Tree was completely annihilated. As Lin Moya had expected, his experience increased by around 12%. For others, gaining 12% experience might require constantly grinding dungeons and killing monsters for 2 or 3 months. But for him, it only took less than half an hour. The giant leaf dwarf trees were cleared out, leaving behind scattered branches and leaves all over the ground. They will rot and be swallowed by the ancient land, leaving it barren. But it won't take long for new giant leaf dwarf trees to appear. For countless years, the ancient battlefield has already divided the territories. Even if there are no giant leaf dwarf trees here, nearby monsters like poisonous snakes won't come to occupy it. After a few more months, this place will be covered with giant leaf dwarf trees again, and the giant leaf mother tree world boss will be reborn. It's not just the ancient battlefield, many places in the world operate like this, following the rules day after day. After passing through the territory of the giant leaf mother tree, Lin Moya had almost crossed the entire wild continent, reaching the edge and facing the meteorite continent across the sea. The wild continent is vast and expansive. It has a roughly circular shape, and Lin Moya took nearly 2 days to cross it horizontally, encountering several battles along the way. Apart from the giant leaf mother tree, Lin Moya also slew several other world bosses, including clearing out their territories. Twice, he saw dense monster groups suitable for gaining experience and took the opportunity. Twice, the world bosses provoked Lin Moya first and ended up being killed. Upon reaching the edge of the continent, he could see the sea. The sea was filled with countless bright spots, like stars reflecting on the surface, making the sea appear bright. This sea is also called the Starlight Sea. The closer to the meteorite continent, the denser the bright spots became. The starlight from the sea was reflected into the sky and then back down, creating a dazzling and beautiful sight. It harmonized perfectly with the white light emanating from Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya chose a flat area, facing the Starlight Sea, and sat down slowly. A group of skeletons appeared around him, forming a protective net. The waves crashed against the cliffs, making a loud noise. Lin Moya's mind had already completely immersed into his soul. When he reached level 74, his soul trembled. Lin Moya felt it in his heart, knowing that his soul had become complete and could now accommodate another skill nucleus. The effect of integrating a skill nucleus into his soul was extremely powerful, and Lin Moya had already tasted its sweetness. Even with a low fusion degree, it could still cause qualitative changes to the skill. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and immediately began the process of moving bricks. His soul power surged, finding the skill space with ease and seeing the shining skill nuclei. The skill nuclei were like stars, some large and some small, some bright and some dim. Each skill nucleus represented a skill, and before officially moving them, even Lin Moya didn't know which nucleus represented which skill. Only after his soul power had completely enveloped and permeated the nucleus would he know what skill he had chosen. By then, it would be too late to change, so it felt like a gamble. But for Lin Moya, it didn't matter. His goal was to integrate all the skill nuclei, not leaving a single one behind. His path was different from others, extremely difficult, but once he had walked through it, he would become equally powerful. Lin Moya selected the brightest looking skill nucleus, and his soul power enveloped it like a giant hand. After 2 previous experiences, Lin Moya had become quite proficient at this. His soul power completely wrapped around the skill nucleus, then began to permeate it. His soul power was like fine needles, penetrating every nook and cranny, fully entering the skill nucleus, and then beginning the long journey of moving bricks. A piece of information entered his mind, and Lin Moya knew which skill he had chosen. Summon Skeleton King. It turns out to be this skill. After mastering the ability to summon the Skeleton King, Lin Moya had made it his main skill. It seemed as if the existence of the skeletons in the undead army was solely to summon the Skeleton King. Even the previous undead army was no longer suitable. The main reason was that the Skeleton King was too powerful and useful. This time, he happened to choose the skill, and Lin Moya was full of anticipation, wondering what changes the skill would undergo. His soul, like a giant hand, had firmly grasped the skill nucleus and began to pull it out of the skill space, moving it into his soul world. At the same time, his soul power was constantly fusing with the skill nucleus. Lin Moya felt that the moving seemed a bit more difficult than before, as the skill space's binding force on the skill nucleus was stronger than the previous 2 times. After thinking for a moment, he understood. If the skill space's total binding force remained constant, and he possessed 10 skill nuclei, each skill nucleus would be affected by 10% of the skill space's binding force. But when 2 skill nuclei were taken away by him, the binding force was still 10, but there were only 8 skill nuclei left. So the remaining 8 skill nuclei would each be affected by 12.5% of the skill space's binding force on average. By the time the last skill nucleus remained, it would be affected by 100% of the binding force. The binding force needed to be countered by soul power, making it increasingly difficult towards the end. Lin Moya finally understood why most divine-level experts had only moved 2 or 3 skill nuclei. It really became more and more difficult as it went on. Fortunately, his soul power was strong enough, having reached the divine level, and with the help of the 9-color dragon soul crystal and the blue flame, it was constantly being enhanced. Otherwise, Lin Moya might not have been able to move all the skill nuclei. Moreover, there were still the 3 flames in the talent world that Lin Moya coveted, but he could imagine that they would require even higher levels of soul power. At least for now, Lin Moya was completely unable to move them, as the gap was too large. The waves kept crashing, one after another. It had continued for who knows how many years, never stopping. From time to time, creatures would leap out of the sea, their bodies also covered in bright spots. It was unknown whether it was the Starlight Sea that made them appear this way or if it was them that made the Starlight Sea so dazzlingly beautiful. The Starlight Sea could be said to be the most beautiful place in the lower space, but beneath its beautiful surface lay danger. Soul power continuously surged out, and although the spatial binding force increased significantly, Lin Moya's soul power increased even more. After 2 full days, the skill nucleus representing Summon Skeleton King was finally moved out of the skill space. Without the binding force's influence, the moving speed suddenly accelerated. Half a day later, the skill nucleus had finally entered Lin Moya's soul. More soul power poured into the skill nucleus, making it shine brightly as the two began to fuse. Lin Moya was full of anticipation, wondering what the fusion degree would be. Naturally, the higher the fusion degree, the better, but it also depended on the nature of the skill nucleus and the strength of his soul, so it was hard to say. Amidst Lin Moya's anticipation, the Summon Skeleton King skill nucleus had finally absorbed enough soul power. In an extremely brilliant explosion, it regurgitated the soul power, officially taking root in Lin Moya's soul world. After being filtered and refined by the skill nucleus, the regurgitated soul power became even purer. Lin Moya felt as if the level of his soul had been elevated once more. The two complemented each other, mutually benefiting one another. The first thing Lin Moya checked was the skill nucleus. Approximately 1/3 of the nucleus had been dyed golden. Lin Moya was slightly pleased, as it had exceeded his expectations. He had expected a 20% fusion degree, but now it had surpassed that. He immediately checked the changes to the skill. Summon Skeleton King, fusion degree 30% fused the power of skeletons to summon the Skeleton King, requiring a minimum of 10,000 skeletons and a maximum of 100,000 skeletons. Summoning the Skeleton King will not cause the skeletons to disappear or weaken their power. After reading the skill's description, Lin Moya trembled with excitement once more. He muttered, no wonder it's like this. During the skill demonstration, he had seen the Skeleton King and the skeletons coexisting. Thousands upon thousands of Skeleton Kings, along with countless skeletons, fighting together. But when he mastered the skill, he needed to fuse the skeletons together to summon the Skeleton King. The two could not coexist. At that time, he had doubts, but he thought it was because his level was still too low and he couldn't summon enough skeletons. Now, after seeing this, it turned out to be because the skill nucleus had not entered his soul. Now that the skill nucleus had entered his soul, he also possessed the same ability. He could summon the undead army and then summon the Skeleton King on top of that. The Skeleton King fused the power of the skeletons, yet it did not affect the skeletons themselves. The Skeleton King and the skeletons could coexist and fight side by side. His combat power had once again greatly increased. This way, he didn't need to allocate how many skeletons to summon the Skeleton King and how many to fight. Now, everything had become simple. After sitting for 3 full days, Lin Moya slowly stood up, a smile of joy on his face, as he crossed the Starlight Sea and flew towards the meteorite continent. Chapter 623. Chapter 623, 623. Chapter 623, even gods have their territories. The Starlight Sea, with its beautiful appearance, hides danger beneath. Lin Moya flew high in the sky, nearly 1,000 meters above the sea surface. After flying just a few dozen kilometers, the sea surface below suddenly lit up. Originally, the sea surface was already dotted with starlight, but now countless light points lit up simultaneously. Immediately, countless beams of light shot out from the sea like sharp arrows. The speed of the light beams was so fast that even Lin Moya found it difficult to dodge and could only endure them. A single light beam's attack power wasn't significant, roughly equivalent to level 70. But the sheer number of light beams, with their energy converging and merging, caused the attack power to continuously rise. Lin Moya's entire body was illuminated, glowing brightly like the brightest star in the night sky. 1,000 beams. 5,000 beams. 10,000 beams. Lin Moya kept counting, not taking the light beam attacks seriously at all. The light beams were pure light element attacks, and Lin Moya was already immune to light elements, so he wasn't affected at all. The number of light beams increased, and Lin Moya's body shone even brighter, far surpassing the brightness of the stars. The light beams came from the Starlight Sea, covering an area of about 10 kilometers in radius. As Lin Moya continued to advance, the area behind him no longer emitted light beams, while the area ahead continuously joined the attack. In just a 10-kilometer radius, there were over 100,000 light points, and the attacks exceeded 100,000. Concentrated together, the attack power was comparable to that of a level 88 or 89 professional, striking every second. Even a professional of the same level, 88 or 89, couldn't withstand it. Usually, if a professional wanted to cross the Starlight Sea, they would do so in groups of dozens or even hundreds. With more people advancing together, the attacks from the Starlight Sea wouldn't increase in number. Each person would bear much less pressure, making it safer to cross. Someone like Lin Moyo, crossing the Starlight Sea alone, was extremely rare. Lin Moyo relied on his immunity to light elements, flying freely above the Starlight Sea. Lin Moyo looked at the sea surface with interest, recalling the instance he entered with Mo Yun, where he obtained a feather from the God of Light. At that time, he was also attacked by countless light beams, which now seemed similar to the Starlight Sea. Lin Moyo speculated whether the Starlight Sea was related to the God of Light. He even considered entering the Starlight Sea to investigate, but decided to hold off for now. He planned to go to the primordial secret realm first and explore later when he had more time. Lin Moyo also thought that it might be safer to wait until he was stronger. When it comes to matters involving gods, caution is paramount. There are too many secrets in this world, and with his current strength, he couldn't guarantee his safety. If he encountered an existence like the one beneath the Thunder Mountain range, he could be killed with a single slap if he was unlucky. If the Starlight Sea was indeed related to the God of Light, Lin Moyo believed the God of Light wouldn't only have light element attacks. Moreover, immunity to light elements wasn't 100% foolproof, there could be laws involved. As his strength grew, Lin Moyo saw a broader world and realized he was still far from being strong enough. It's like someone who originally lived in a village, thinking the town was the biggest place they could reach, only to find out there were cities, provinces, and countries beyond the town. The world kept expanding, and he felt smaller. Only by becoming stronger could he truly stand at the peak of the world. Lin Moyo's goals had become extremely ambitious. After meeting Antares and encountering the Dragon God, his limitations were completely shattered. His goals had completely changed. Lin Moyo no longer hoped to become a super god, he aimed to surpass super gods, reaching heights higher than Antares and even the Dragon God. After flying for several hours, the meteorite continent came into view. Coincidentally, it was the same place he had teleported to last time. Coincidences like this are common in the world. As soon as he entered the meteorite continent, the attacking light beams instantly disappeared. The disappearance was abrupt. Lin Moyo keenly noticed that he seemed to have entered another domain. It's like how boss monsters often have clearly defined territories, with a small boundary line separating different areas. Lin Moyo speculated, if the Starlight Sea is related to the God of Light and belongs to the God of Light's territory, then the meteorite continent should be related to the God of the Stars, belonging to the God of the Stars' territory. The two gods' territories don't interfere with each other. Lin Moyo looked up at the starry sky. The meteorites came from the infinitely high sky. If he wanted to find traces of the God of the Stars, he would have to look up. If he wanted to pursue the God of Light, he would have to look beneath the Starlight Sea. Lin Moyo remained curious about what happened back then and was determined to find out one day. He circled the meteorite continent again, searching for the primordial secret realm. Last time, he started from the center and gradually expanded outward. This time, he started from the edge and gradually narrowed down. The method was the same, it all depended on luck. As he watched meteorites continuously fall, Lin Moyo also collected a few starry sky crystals. Although he didn't know their use, they contained the divine power of the God of the Stars and might be useful someday. After circling the meteorite continent for 2 days and nights, the primordial rune on the back of his hand began to glow faintly. When the primordial rune glows, it means the primordial secret realm is within 100 kilometers. After several adjustments and attempts, Lin Moyo finally determined the direction and immediately flew over. 100 kilometers was just a 2-minute journey for him. Soon, he saw a light point, which was the entrance to the secret realm. Someone's here. Lin Moyo stood high in the sky, looking down. A human professional stood in front of the light point, seemingly hesitating whether to enter. The back of his hand also glowed with the primordial rune, indicating he was also a holder of the primordial rune. Through his soul power, Lin Moyo roughly judged the other person's level to be between 85 and 87. He probably came to try and see if he could retain his primordial rune skill. The other person also sensed Lin Moyo, looked up, and upon seeing another human professional, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw the glowing, primordial rune on Lin Moyo's hands, one on each hand, indicating he had 2 primordial runes. His eyes showed surprise. It was rare for someone to have 2 primordial runes. Young man, are you also entering the primordial secret realm? Because of the 2 primordial runes, he looked at Lin Moyo with more respect and spoke more politely. Lin Moyo nodded. Yes, senior, are you also going in? He sighed, yes. Then he sighed again, but I have no confidence. Lin Moyo asked, is the primordial secret realm that difficult? Very difficult. Since ancient times, many have obtained the primordial rune, but only a few have retained their skills. Lin Moyo knew this information even more clearly. In the recorded history of the human race, 126 people had obtained the primordial rune, but only 3 had retained their skills. Among these 3, 2 became half-step super gods, and 1 fell after becoming a god-level expert. This shows how difficult the trials in the primordial secret realm must be. Everyone who entered the primordial secret realm couldn't remember what happened inside after coming out. They only remembered the words extremely difficult. He seemed undecided, forcing a smile at Lin Moyo. My name is Tang Sheng. What's your name, young man? Lin Moya replied honestly, Junior Lin Moyo. Tang Xing didn't show any surprise upon hearing Lin Moya's name, indicating he didn't know him. Lin Moyo understood that this was probably another person who had been training alone in the ancient battlefield, not having returned to the city or the human world for years, and had even lost contact with the outside world, so he didn't know about him. There were many such solitary practitioners, known as ascetics. Lin Moya looked at the long sword on Tang Xing's back. Senior, are you from the Tang family in the northwest? Tang Xing nodded. Yes, how did you know, young man? Lin Moya said, I've met Tang Jianfei, and his sword sheath has the same pattern as yours. Tang Xing laughed. Jianfei, I haven't seen that kid for years. After this, I should go back and visit. Lin Moya confirmed his guest Tang Xing was indeed an ascetic. Lin Moya asked, Senior, are you hesitant to enter the secret realm because you're afraid of losing your skill? Tang Xing looked at Lin Moya and smiled bitterly. Indeed, this skill is very important to me. If I can't retain it, it will have a significant impact. Chapter 624. Chapter 624, 624. Chapter 624, I was too happy too soon. Tang Xing had been cultivating in solitude for many years, always alone in the wild. Lin Moyu, who usually had no one to talk to, finally met a living person and became quite talkative. After chatting for a while, Lin Moyu understood his concerns. It wasn't just his concerns, almost everyone who obtained the primordial rune had similar worries before entering the primordial secret realm. Any professional who obtained the primordial rune could feel the benefits brought by the primordial rune skill. Lin Moyu often used the strong soldier skill to eliminate powerful enemies. Without the strong soldier skill, his leveling journey wouldn't have been so smooth. But ultimately, those who possess the primordial rune face two choices. One is to ignore it and use the primordial rune skill until reaching the god level. Once they achieve the god level, the primordial rune will naturally disappear. If they can't become a god, the primordial rune skill can be retained for decades until the next batch of primordial runes appears. The other choice is to enter the primordial secret realm and try to permanently retain the primordial rune skill so they can use it even after becoming a god. However, the primordial secret realm is extremely difficult, and those who can retain the skill are rare. For many people, they will enter the primordial secret realm at level 89, hoping for that slim chance. Some people enter early because the primordial secret realm also has many benefits that can help them become gods. Many who have entered have successfully reached the god level. Tang Xing had the same thought. He was already level 86 and wanted to enter the primordial secret realm to try his luck. After hearing his words, Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. Some things, you just need to do your best. There's no need to overthink and worry too much. Sometimes, overthinking can become a hindrance. Tang Xing, I have a saying for you. Tang Xing asked, what is it? Through their conversation, Tang Xing felt that this young man named Lin Moya was quite extraordinary. It made sense. How could someone who obtained 2 primordial runes be simple? Moreover, he was only level 74 and had come here alone, which added a layer of mystery to Lin Moya. Tang Xing listened attentively, and Lin Moya slowly uttered 8 words. If I gain it, it's my fortune. If I lose it, it's my fate. If I gain it, it's my fortune. If I lose it, it's my fate. Tang Xing repeatedly pondered Lin Moya's words. His body trembled, and the long sword in his hand let out a clear, crisp sound. Tang Xing's aura also changed, becoming sharper like an unsheathed sword. Lin Moya's few words completely dispelled his doubts. Move forward boldly, my sword will only get sharper. If I hesitate, my sword will rust and dull. Tang Xing clasped his hands towards Lin Moya, sincerely saying, listening to you, Lin Moya, I feel enlightened. Indeed, I was overthinking and worrying too much. No matter the outcome, I will end my solitary cultivation, return to comprehend my skills, and prepare to reach the god level. Lin Moya smiled. Tang Xing, you go in first. I'll wait for you outside. The primordial secret realm can only be entered one at a time. If someone goes in, others have to wait. Now that Lin Moya had found the primordial secret realm, he didn't mind waiting a day or two. Tang Xing laughed heartily. All right. He took his sharp sword and strode into the secret realm. Lin Moya sat cross-legged outside the secret realm, waiting for Tang Xing to come out. He also took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his skills. After moving the skill nucleus of the summoned skeleton king into his soul, Lin Moya hadn't officially used this skill. With a thought, all the skeletons appeared around him. At level 74, the capacity of the summoning space had increased to 3,200. The total number of the undead army had reached 129,600. The undead army's growth continued to increase with his level. The increase became larger, and the number of undead that could be summoned with each level also grew. Now, just the skeletons alone reached 129,600. Nearly 130,000 skeletons filled the area of several thousand meters. With a thought, the skill nucleus in his soul lit up. The sky suddenly darkened, and dark clouds gathered, making the world pitch black. Only the soul fire in the skeletons' heads flickered, making the whole world even more eerie and terrifying. The skill has changed. Lin Moya looked at the scene caused by the skill, which almost changed the entire world. A silver-white flame appeared in the sky, and a more magnificent and terrifying skeleton throne emerged from the flames. The skeleton king appeared on the skeleton throne, and a god-level aura spread out. Lin Moya's eyes filled with joy. The skill had become stronger, and not just by a little. Previously, he used 100,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King, resulting in a Skeleton King infinitely close to the god level. Now, using the same 100,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King, not only did the skeletons not disappear, but the Skeleton King also broke through to the god level. The skill nucleus, after integrating into his soul, completely broke the rule's limitations. Without relying on the strong soldier skill, the Skeleton King had reached the god level. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Moya looked at the Skeleton King in the sky, which had truly reached the god level without the strong soldier skill. Standing over 20 meters tall, the Skeleton King was surrounded by silver-white flames, and the giant bone sword in its hand also burned with silver-white flames. The soul fire in its head flickered continuously, shining brightly. Just its appearance alone surpassed the previous Skeleton King. I wonder if the skill has changed. Lin Moya flicked his finger, casting a detection spell. Skeleton King. Number of skeletons, 100,000. Strength, 2,600,000. Agility, 2,600,000. Spirit, 2,600,000. Constitution, 2,600,000. Skills, Godslaying / Elemental Chaos, Absolute Defense. Godslaying / Physical Attack on a single target or within a range, cooldown 30 seconds. Elemental Chaos, Elemental Attack on a single target or within a range, cooldown 30 seconds. Absolute Defense, immune to 99% of damage and all negative statuses for 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. The attributes had officially broken through 10 million, reaching 10.4 million, equivalent to a newly advanced level 90 powerhouse, a true god level. The 4 attributes were balanced, with no weaknesses in any aspect. Although there were no particular strengths, as long as the attributes were high enough, it wasn't a problem. The skills had indeed changed as Lin Moya had expected. The cooldown times for Godslaying / and Elemental Chaos had been reduced to 30 seconds, half of what they were before. This significantly increased the Skeleton King's combat power. Although the damage wasn't specified, Lin Moya knew it wouldn't be weak. The cooldown time for Absolute Defense had also been reduced from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, greatly enhancing its survivability. Most importantly, with the existence of the god-level Skeleton King, Lin Moya's survivability had further improved, adding another unit to bear damage. Lin Moya saw threads extending from the skeletons to the Skeleton King. This indicated that the Skeleton King was summoned by these skeletons. There were still 29,600 skeletons left to be summoned. With a thought, Lin Moya used the Summon Skeleton King skill again. Flames flickered in the sky, and the skeleton throne appeared. This time, he used 20,000 skeletons, and the summoned Skeleton King wasn't at the god level, nor was the skeleton throne as magnificent as the god-level Skeleton King. The newly summoned Skeleton King was much smaller, without the silver-white flames, and was clearly much weaker. The experiment wasn't over yet. Lin Moya activated the Strong Soldier skill. He checked the attributes of the god-level Skeleton King again. The attributes of the god-level Skeleton King had increased again, but not by 200%. Each attribute reached 3 million, with a total attribute of 12 million. In terms of attributes alone, it was comparable to level 92, but still hadn't reached level 93. Seeing this result, Lin Moya was slightly disappointed. Without using the Strong Soldier skill, the Skeleton King reaching the god level was already much stronger than before. After using the Strong Soldier skill, the increase was smaller, and the difference wasn't as significant as before. It seems the rule's influence still exists. I was too happy too soon. Although the skill cooldown time has been halved, the actual combat power has indeed increased significantly. The Strong Soldier skill is ultimately an external aid. I can't rely on it too much. Perhaps after the Secret Realm, I won't have the Strong Soldier skill anymore. Lin Moya looked at the 2 skills on the backs of his hands and muttered to himself, if I can only keep one skill, which one should I choose? Although both skills were excellent, Lin Moya didn't dare to be too greedy. If he could only keep one, which one should he choose? His thoughts raced as he analyzed the pros and cons. After a moment, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. He had made his decision. Chapter 625. Chapter 625, 625. Chapter 625, the primordial secret realm was actually a replica of the righteous god's realm. After a while, the secret realm entrance lit up with light. Tang Sheng walked out of the secret realm, his eyes filled with a dazed look. This dazed look was normal. Lin Moya knew that all those who came out of the secret realm were like this. They would basically forget everything that happened inside the secret realm, only able to remember some scattered fragments. From these scattered fragments, it was impossible to deduce any useful information. Moreover, the number of people qualified to enter the primordial secret realm was not that many. Over the years, there was almost no information about the primordial secret realm, except for knowing that the secret realm was extremely difficult. After being dazed for a few seconds, a flash of clarity appeared in Tang Sheng's eyes, and he muttered, "I'm out." Lin Moya said, "How did it go for Senior Tang?" Tang Sheng looked at the back of his hand, where the rune had disappeared. Tang Sheng let out a bitter laugh. "I failed." Failure was expected. Over the years, those who succeeded were few and far between. Lin Moya saw that the dazed look in his eyes had not completely dissipated, so he didn't ask him about what happened inside the secret realm. He knew clearly that even if he asked, he wouldn't get any useful information. If Tang Sheng could truly remember something, he would definitely tell Lin Moya himself. Tang Sheng patted his head, and his aura once again erupted with sharpness, transforming him into a piercing sword that could cut through the night. Lin Moya knew that forgetting everything that happened in the secret realm might not be a bad thing. Not everyone can face their own failure. If one only knows the result, at most they would feel disappointed. But if the memories of the secret realm still existed, the process of failure would repeatedly replay in their memories, which would not be very beneficial for their future cultivation. Tang Xing's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his sword became sharper and sharper, surpassing his state before entering the secret realm. Although I, Tang, failed and couldn't retain the primordial rune, I did gain quite a few benefits. I can feel that my strength has increased, and my chances of breaking through to the divine level are much greater. Indeed, he had gained quite a few benefits. Lin Moyo keenly sensed that Tang Xing's soul had grown stronger. For those who want to reach the divine level, strengthening the soul is the top priority. One can lack a skill or have a slow level progression, but strengthening the soul is the most important. With Lin Moya's current divine level soul strength, he could clearly sense which level Tang Xing's soul was at. Previously, when Tang Xing was at level 86, his soul level was slightly weaker, not even reaching level 85. Most professionals are like this, with their soul level lagging behind their overall level, which is why most professionals find it extremely difficult to become divine level experts. This is also the reason why there are so many pseudo-gods. Although pseudo-gods reach level 90, their soul strength is just a bit lacking, and they can never truly become divine. But now, after Tang Xing's journey through the primordial secret realm, his soul level had improved, reaching level 86, which was on par with his overall level. With this, his chances of becoming a divine level expert had greatly increased, at least by half. From the changes in Tang Xing, Lin Moyo guessed what the benefits of the primordial secret realm were. It was to improve one's soul level. Based on this deduction, Lin Moyo guessed that the trials in the primordial secret realm must also be related to the soul. This guess was not without reason, but rather based on his own experiences over the past 2 years and the level he had reached through comprehensive analysis. Lin Moyo said, "Then I'll wish senior success in becoming a divine level expert." Tang Xing laughed heartily. Good, good, welcome to visit my Tang family home. I will welcome you warmly." Tang Xing was not a procrastinator, and with just a few words, he bid farewell. He took out a teleportation talisman and teleported back to the ancient city of Shangxia. He had been away for years, bitterly cultivating for years, and this was the first time he had returned to the city. He didn't know if he would react when he returned and learned of Lin Moya's identity. There were many solitary cultivators like him, so Tang Xing's case was not rare. Lin Moya's gaze turned towards the secret realm entrance, and he took a deep breath. It's my turn. The scenery changed, and an extremely pleasant, faint fragrance wafted into his nose. It wasn't a floral scent, yet it surpassed floral scents. It was more like the scent of grass and wood, making one feel refreshed and invigorated after smelling it. Lin Moya felt as if his thoughts had become more active, and his soul had become more agile and lively. Wondrous fragrance. Lin Moya realized that this fragrance was not ordinary. It could make one's mind more nimble. As soon as his vision cleared, he saw a warm sun in the sky. The warm sunlight shone down, and the gentle rays felt comfortably warm on his body. It seemed as if every pore on his body had opened up, and all fatigue had been swept away, leaving his body in peak condition. The wondrous fragrance and warm sun combined to allow everyone entering the secret realm to reach their peak state. Just these 2 points alone made Lin Moya feel favorably towards the secret realm. Next, he saw the scenery within the secret realm: birds singing, flowers blooming, mountains in the distance, and water nearby. Wild grasses and flowers covered the ground, with scattered trees and lush greenery on the distant mountains. A small path extended into the distance, with quaint pavilions along the way, and small huts could be seen at the foot of the mountains. However, this scene made Lin Moyo feel a sense of familiarity. The righteous god's soul secret realm. Lin Moyo had seen an identical secret realm, which was the secret realm constructed by Jian Yi's soul. No, it's not exactly the same, there are differences. The righteous god's secret realm only resembles it in appearance, but not in essence. There are no pavilions, no wondrous fragrance, and no warm sun. From this, it seems that the righteous god must have entered the primordial secret realm before, and some of the memories from within were not completely erased, so he recorded some of the scenes from the secret realm. But why did he say that this was the appearance of his hometown from childhood? For a moment, Lin Moyo couldn't figure it out. I also don't know what the trials are like. After walking along the small path for a while, he arrived in front of a pavilion. If my guess is correct, this pavilion should be the first trial point. However, even after reaching the pavilion, the expected trial had not appeared. An ancient and profound aura washed over him, and with just a glance, Lin Moya's heart was shaken. The small pavilion seemed to have become infinitely large, as if standing in the starry universe, like a giant holding the stars in its hands. Even the most powerful divine beings could not harm it in the slightest. Yet above the pavilion, there were traces of battle, as if it had experienced a brutal war. These were the traces left behind from that great battle. Lin Moya was shaken for a long time before finally stepping into the pavilion. The pavilion had the characteristics of Shangxia, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Shangxia had inherited the characteristics of the pavilion, like a cultural inheritance. It did not belong to this era, nor the previous era. The primordial secret realm was ancient and its origins could not be traced. If Lin Moyo had to describe it, he would say that in ancient China, many characteristics could also be seen in this pavilion. After entering the pavilion, his gaze searched the 4 wooden pillars but found nothing. There were no seats or tables in the pavilion, which was rather unusual. Finally, in the center of the pavilion's floor, Lin Moya saw a handprint. This should be it. He placed his palm on top of the handprint, and a suction force came, causing his soul power to uncontrollably drill into the handprint. The pavilion immediately lit up. Allah silently and soundlessly drilled into Lin Moya's body, entering his soul world. This law was extremely subtle, almost to the point of being undetectable. If it were any other professional, they definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. Yet Lin Moyo clearly sensed it, and then saw it through his soul. This law flew towards his soul, indistinguishable as good or evil. Lin Moyo's soul was extremely pure, so naturally, he wouldn't let any external force enter. The 9-color dragon soul crystal coiled around his body let out a dragon's cry and pounced on the law, swallowing it whole. It seemed to chew on it for a few moments before spitting the law back out, spraying it onto Lin Moyo's soul in the form of pure soul power. Lin Moyo felt as if his soul level had improved slightly. Since he had already reached the divine soul level, the improvement was not significant. But if it were other professionals at different levels, their soul level could improve by at least half a level to a full level. It seems this law is the key to having one's memories erased. The law is responsible for erasing the memories of the secret realm, while the soul power contained within the law serves as a reward for those who enter the secret realm. This is quite fair. Regardless of the trial results inside the secret realm, everyone can obtain a decent reward. If one passes the trial, the memories from inside the secret realm will not be erased, and they can bring them out of the secret realm. But it's strange that those few who passed the trials were unwilling to reveal what happened inside the secret realm. Improving one's soul level is extremely difficult, so receiving such a reward was not bad at all. For the vast majority of people who couldn't retain the primordial rune, being able to exchange it for an improvement in their soul level meant that their journey was not in vain. Of course, Lin Moyo would not be satisfied with just this. He still wanted to retain the primordial rune, or at least one of them. Feeling the 9-color dragon soul crystal coiled around his soul, he once again deeply realized its extraordinary nature. Not only could it defend against soul attacks, but it could also resist laws. With it, the safety of his soul had greatly increased. Or perhaps the 9-color dragon soul crystal's functions were not limited to this, and there were many more abilities he had not discovered. After all, it was a treasure of the dragon clan, far more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Moyo already knew that if nothing went wrong, all his memories inside the secret realm would not be affected, even if he failed the secret realm's challenge. Chapter 626. Chapter 626, 626. Chapter 626, The Ancient Secret, Purple Chi Spreads for Billions of Miles. Shulin Muya retracted his hand and stood in the pavilion, observing the changes. The pavilion glowed, and standing within it felt like hearing the roars of dragons and tigers. It seemed as if there were also the sounds of soldiers clashing in battle. The primordial secret realm was not dangerous. No one had ever encountered any mishaps within it, so Shulin Muya was not worried at all. He was merely curious about what the primordial secret realm was hiding by using laws to prevent people from knowing what happened inside. Was it something that couldn't be revealed to the public, or was it something others were not worthy of knowing? Both possibilities existed, and only by experiencing it could one understand. Shulin Muya was now waiting for the answer to appear. The light grew brighter and brighter, and Shulin Muya found that the pavilion had disappeared, and he was now in the cosmic starry sky. In the cosmic galaxy, countless star worlds flashed before his eyes. In the starry sky, countless powerful beings appeared, each one terrifyingly powerful. Although it was just an illusory scene, Shulin Muya knew he was merely an observer. But he could clearly feel that these powerful beings could kill him countless times over with just a glance. His so-called undead army, various life-saving skills, and resurrection skills were all useless. Yet in the scene, tens of millions of powerful beings were joining forces, each with a tense expression, seemingly waiting for something. Until deep in the starry sky, a person appeared. These invincible beings became nervous, and a murderous aura rose from them. Intercept. So many invincible beings joining forces to intercept someone. Who is that person? To be so strong that it requires so many invincible beings to join forces, and each one is so nervous. The figure in the depths of the starry sky quickly approached. In Shulin Muyu's vision, an old man in a green robe appeared. He couldn't see the old man's face, but he knew it was an old man. The old man wore a green robe, his long hair flying, riding a green ox, stepping through the starry sky. The Tao is always inactive, yet nothing is left undone. The highest good is like water, benefiting all things without contending. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three gives birth to all things. As Shulin Muya saw the old man, he heard the sound of chanting in his ears. The old man rode the green ox, seemingly slow but actually fast, crossing the starry sky in an instant. Wherever he passed, the invincible beings silently died. Some turned to ashes, some fell as stars, none survived. Even those who wanted to escape found themselves trapped in a quagmire, unable to flee. In an instant, thousands of invincible beings perished. The old man didn't even glance at them. Purple chi surged from the old man's body, boundless and endless, disappearing into the starry sky. Wherever he passed, the strong bled, turning into a starry path, filled with killing intent, vast and grand. Shulin Muya was shocked, beyond words. Such a fantastical scene appeared before his eyes, shaking his mind greatly. If it were someone else, they might have had a mental breakdown. Shulin Muya's shock was not just from this, but also from the words he heard. This is the Tao Te Ching. How could I hear the Tao Te Ching? When he first obtained the primordial rune, he saw the character for soldier and recognized it as similar to ancient Chinese characters, which was already incredibly surprising. Now, in the primordial secret realm, he heard the Tao Te Ching. He became even more convinced that this place was connected to ancient China. China, Shengxia, Shenlong, characters. There was a legend that Lao Zi left Hang Pass, with purple chi spreading for 3,000 miles. The old man on the green ox, chanting the Tao Te Ching, with purple chi spreading. Could this invincible old man be Lao Zi? one question after another arose. Shilin Wuya felt a bit overwhelmed, never imagining he would witness such a scene. He instinctively believed it to be real. As Shilin Wuya pondered, the scene before him disappeared. In the starry sky, two large characters appeared, each as vast as a star field, occupying a large part of the starry sky. Planets and stars seemed tiny compared to these characters. The two characters shone brightly, rotating and floating in the starry sky. The two characters were the primordial runes he had mastered, the soldier and person runes. Although these characters were different from the ones he had learned, he could recognize them at a glance. It was like how many people who couldn't write traditional Chinese characters or had never learned them could still recognize them when they saw them. This is the inheritance of culture. The two glowing characters kept jumping before his eyes, exuding an indescribable ancient aura. These characters are even older than ancient Chinese characters. The characters contain laws, powerful laws, stronger than any I have seen before. Shilin Wuya silently recited the two characters, and the starry sky shook violently. His hand trembled slightly, and the primordial runes on it began to glow, resonating with the characters. In the next second, the two ancient characters shattered before Shilin Wuya, turning into countless light spots that drilled into his body. The light spots occupied every corner of Shilin Wuya's body, even his soul. This time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal had no reaction, allowing the light spots to enter. This indicated that the light spots were not dangerous and would not harm his soul. The scene before Shilin Wuya changed rapidly, and the sound of killing filled his ears, with a nauseating smell of blood making him uncomfortable. Shilin Wuya considered himself decisive in killing, having leveled up through countless battles, killing many monsters and enemies. He had waded through a sea of blood. Especially when facing the dragon race, he had killed them in batches. He thought he had seen all kinds of bloody scenes and was used to the smell of blood. Even so, he had never encountered such a terrifying bloody aura, making even someone as battle-hardened as him feel like vomiting. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the sky, hitting his head. His vision turned completely red, not just red, but red mixed with purple. The bloody smell entering his nose became even stronger, almost making him vomit on the spot. Shilin Wuya immediately sealed his sense of smell and wiped the blood from his eyes. But even with his sense of smell sealed, the bloody smell still penetrated, pervasive and unavoidable. This smell was hard to avoid and directly affected the soul. He had no choice but to endure it. The blood flowing down his face was thick and purple-red, like syrup. The blood gathered in his palm, as if it had life. The blood contained immense energy, even emitting a blinding light, making it hard for Shilin Wuya to look directly at it. This is the blood of a strong being, containing laws. Shilin Wuya sensed the aura of laws in the blood. He knew that only those who had integrated laws into their entire being would have such blood. The blood of the god of poison contained a trace of laws, just a trace. But this drop of blood had a terrifyingly strong aura of laws, far surpassing the god of poison. This indicated that the owner of the blood was countless times stronger than the god of poison. Shilin Wuya looked up and saw that the blood came from the sky. The sky was pitch black, not because it was night, but because it was obscured by some creature. This creature was unimaginably large, its length beyond Shilin Wuya's calculation, truly covering the sky and the sun. The creature seemed to be in battle, and the energy it stirred up was enough to destroy the world. Everything felt too real, and Shilin Wuya realized he was no longer just an observer but truly part of the scene. The existence in the sky was on a different level from him, and even if he tried his best, he couldn't join the battle. The energy waves it caused were enough to kill him. Fortunately, there was an invisible barrier between him and the creature, blocking the energy waves. Shilin Wuya snapped out of his shock and looked around. He knew there was no danger in the primordial secret realm, and joining this seemingly real battle was definitely a test. Looking around, he saw enemies charging at him. Their aura was not very strong, just slightly stronger than his. Enemies came from all directions, countless in number. And he was alone. Shilin Wuya was not nervous. He had faced such situations many times, used to fighting against the odds. He instinctively tried to summon his undead army but found that it was unresponsive. The summoning space still existed, and the skills were still there, but he couldn't use them. It seemed that some mysterious and powerful force had sealed his skills. Shilin Wuya clearly saw that his soul was filled with light spots, which were sealing his skills. Without the undead army and other skills sealed, how could he respond? A dead end. Shilin Wuya felt a moment of tension, but only for a moment. He quickly calmed down. The primordial secret realm test would not present an unsolvable dead end. Since my skills can't be used, only you two are left. His gaze fell on the backs of his hands, the soldier rune 4, strong soldier, and the person rune 4, gathering power, which could still be used. The solution lay in these. Chapter 627. Chapter 627, 627. Chapter 627, damn, using my skills against me. Facing enemies charging from all directions, Lin Moya decisively activated the Gathering Power skill associated with the Person rune. Gathering Power, gather the power of designated summoned creatures, inherit all their skills, and fuse some of their attributes. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 60 minutes. Lin Moya's mind flashed with the description of the Gathering Power skill. 5 minutes, not enough. The number of enemies was too many, and 5 minutes was not enough to kill them all. He instinctively checked his attributes and couldn't help but frown. Lin Moyu, level, 74. Strength, 1,000,000. Agility, 1,000,000. Spirit, 1,000,000. Constitution, 1,000,000. Skills, Furious Strike, Elemental Chaos, Soul Shot, Legion Enhancement, Legion Recovery, Elimination, Charge, Group Defense, Immunity. Each of his 4 attributes was only 1 million, which was pitifully low. Without using the gathering power skill, his base strength attribute was 430,000, plus the 500,000 bonus from the Monarch Scepter. His strength and agility attributes alone reached 930,000. His constitution attribute even reached 1,030,000. The highest was his spirit attribute, which, including the Monarch Scepter, exceeded 2 million. Now, using the gathering power skill, his 4 attributes averaged out to only 1 million each. It was actually weaker than not using the gathering power skill. Lin Moya felt that using this skill was a waste. However, he was fortunate to inherit the skills from the Skeletons, Headless Knights, and Lich Generals. Having skills made a significant difference compared to not having any. Lin Moya first used the Legion Enhancement skill from the Lich Generals. Legion Enhancement, 0% all attributes increased by 70%, reaching 1.7 million. Especially the attack speed increased by 70%, making the effect even more noticeable. Lin Moya felt his whole body filled with power, becoming lighter. At this moment, the enemies were already close. Let's begin. With excitement, Lin Moya let out a low shout, activated the skill, and charged towards the enemies. Skill, charge. Under the charge skill, his speed was as fast as lightning, reaching 3,000 meters per second, a speed Lin Moya had never experienced before. His storage space was also sealed, so he couldn't take out any weapons. Without weapons in hand, he used his fists. But it didn't matter. Lin Moya saw that the enemies had weapons, including swords, spears, shields, and bows, which he could choose from. The enemies appeared as black shadows, like thick smoke, with no discernible shape. They seemed somewhat humanoid but kept changing form. Especially when Lin Moya approached with a gust of wind, the black shadows swayed left and right. Each black shadow was over 5 meters tall, much larger than Lin Moya. Lin Moya, with the charge skill, crashed heavily into a black shadow and then punched it. With a loud bang, the black shadow exploded on the spot. The charge skill caused an attack 5 times his strength attribute, making the attack power quite significant. The black shadow's form, and the two-handed greatsword it held, hadn't even hit the ground before Lin Moya caught it. Lin Moya's strength was immense, and he held the several thousand-pound greatsword effortlessly with one hand. As Lin Moya killed one black shadow, other black shadows rushed at him, wielding various weapons. The greatsword swept across, clashing with the weapons, and Lin Moya's whole body shook. The opponent's strength was almost equal to his. Without using skills, their strengths were comparable, with Lin Moya having a slight edge. Arrows whizzed towards him, and archers began attacking Lin Moya. At this moment, Lin Moya felt a surge of power entering his body, but he didn't have time to sense what it was. He dodged the arrows, but more arrows kept coming, forcing Lin Moya to keep evading. The arrows were extremely accurate, seemingly locked onto Lin Moya. While dodging, Lin Moya fought the black shadows. He found that the black shadows' attack power was almost equal to his, and their combat skills were also top-notch, not inferior to his. If he didn't use skills, he really couldn't handle them. More and more black shadows surrounded him, leaving him less room to maneuver. Lin Moya gritted his teeth and activated a skill. Skill, Elemental Chaos. Using the skill from the skeleton mages, Lin Moya didn't lock onto any target but instead launched an indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter radius around him. Elements exploded, creating a dazzling display of colors. Lin Moya wasn't sure if the skill could kill the enemies, so he followed up with additional strikes. With several consecutive sword strikes, more black shadows were killed, and Lin Moya gained another two-handed greatsword. Holding a greatsword in each hand, Lin Moya swung them rapidly. The Elemental Chaos skill was effective, severely injuring the enemies, and Lin Moya took the opportunity to kill several more. Lin Moya noticed that each time he killed an enemy, a strange energy entered his body. This energy was very weak, and if his soul wasn't sensitive enough, he wouldn't have noticed it. However, Lin Moya didn't have time to trace the source of this energy, as more black shadows kept coming. He fought fiercely among the black shadows, battling with all his might. He hadn't engaged in such close combat for a long time, and this time he fought with great satisfaction. Lin Moya indeed enjoyed close combat, having often joined battles in person, transforming into a knight leading his undead army to fight bosses head-on. Lin Moya felt he had the potential to be a warrior. As time passed, Lin Moya fought more smoothly, gradually understanding the Black Shadow's combat style. He found that although their combat skills were strong, almost perfect, they were rigid and inflexible. Moreover, their vitality was weak, often requiring only one strike to kill them. With this realization, Lin Moya began trading minor injuries for kills. Without using skills, he exchanged minor, insignificant injuries for the enemy's lives. At this point, the Legion recovery skill played a significant role, healing minor injuries with one use. Even slightly more severe injuries could be healed with 2 or 3 uses. In this situation, Lin Moya used skills whenever he had them, and when he didn't, he traded injuries for kills. The Black Shadows were quickly cleared out. The first wave of Black Shadows, numbering over 1,000, were all killed by Lin Moya alone. When no more Black Shadows were in sight, Lin Moya finally stopped. By this time, the 5 minutes had long passed, but the gathering power skill was still active. Lin Moya was surprised, as he was sure that when he used the skill, it felt the same as before. The 5-minute skill duration couldn't be wrong. However, as the battle continued, the skill duration seemed to keep increasing. It must be because killing the Black Shadows extends the skill duration. So, as long as I kill fast enough, the gathering power skill can last indefinitely. Moreover, towards the end of the battle, I felt my strength increase, and the greatswords became lighter. Lin Moya checked his attributes. His attributes had indeed increased, with each attribute reaching 2.04 million. Attributes of 2.04 million mean the base attributes reached 1.2 million. There were about 2,000 black shadows just now, and each kill increased my attributes. Lin Moyo understood that killing black shadows not only extended the gathering power skill duration but also increased his base attributes. Based on his experience, he guessed that the trial wouldn't end with just one wave. There would definitely be a second and third wave. If the Primordial Secret Realm trial were this simple, the success rate wouldn't be so low. Sure enough, before Lin Moyo could catch his breath, new enemies appeared in the distance. This time, it was a group of knights, flame knights. They were covered in intense flames, wearing heavy armor, and even their mounts were fully armored. With just one look, Lin Moyo judged that they were immune to fire and had extremely high defense, much harder to deal with than the black shadows. Flames streaked like flowing light, and the flame knights charged. Lin Moyo tensed up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn!" The skill they used was the same charge skill he had just used. They were using his own skill against him. The charge skill was incredibly fast, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Without thinking, Lin Moyo swung his greatswords and activated the skill, Elemental Chaos. Centered on himself, a 100-meter radius exploded. Chapter 628. Chapter 628, 628. Chapter 628, I am so difficult to deal with. In the midst of the explosion, Lin Moyo also used the charge skill, wielding his dual swords to charge out. The power of Elemental Chaos is directly related to the strength of one's mental power. As attributes increase, the skill's power also increases. Although the Flame Knights were not killed by the explosion, they were still thrown off their mounts. The charge skill was forcibly interrupted at the last moment. Lin Moyo seized this opportunity and activated the charge skill. The two giant two-handed swords, larger than a person, slashed through the air. The charge skill unleashed immense attack power, slicing both the Flame Knights and their mounts in half. Flames shot up into the sky, and a mysterious energy entered his body. The duration of the gathering power skill increased again, and his attributes also saw a slight increase. Lin Moyo charged into the group of Flame Knights, using the same tactics as before. Trading injuries for kills, a strategy that never failed. Although the Flame Knights had learned the charge skill from Lin Moyo, they clearly hadn't mastered his method of trading injuries for kills. Despite their large numbers, the Flame Knights couldn't form an effective encirclement. Lin Moyo kept moving and dodging, always staying on the periphery, never giving the enemy a chance to surround him. Flame Knights kept falling under Lin Moyo's swords, and as his attributes increased, Lin Moyo grew stronger and more efficient in battle. This time, Lin Moyo fought with even more skill and ease. In less than an hour, he had killed all the seemingly powerful Flame Knights. Any one of these Flame Knights, taken individually, would be no weaker than an 80-level knight. Yet even with all his skills sealed, Lin Moyo was able to kill them all using only the gathering power skill. This demonstrated the immense power of the Primordial Rune skills. Before entering the Primordial Secret Realm, Lin Moyo had considered that if he could only keep one of the two skills, he would choose the gathering power skill. On the surface, the Strong Soldier skill seemed to provide a greater boost to his combat power. But Lin Moyo always remembered one thing: true strength comes from within. He had high hopes for the gathering power skill. Although it wasn't very powerful now, it might have unlimited potential in the future. Whether he broke through to the god level or even became a super god in the future, the skill could elevate his strength to new heights. Lin Moyo was firm in this belief. Of course, if possible, he wouldn't want to give up the Strong Soldier skill either. Combining both skills would undoubtedly make him even stronger. After killing all the Flame Knights, Lin Moyo took a deep breath. He wasn't tired at all and was surprised to find that his divine power hadn't been sealed. Not only were his skills sealed, but even his talents were sealed. Yet his divine power was still active. Lin Moyo knew exactly what this meant. The source of his divine power was the divine cauldron of Shenzhou. Even Antares had been shocked by the divine cauldron, which showed its extraordinary nature. Now that his divine power wasn't sealed, it was clear that the divine cauldron and the Primordial Rune were items of the same level, if not higher. Looks like I've really hit the jackpot. Lin Moyo thought to himself. Just the existence of divine power gave him a significant advantage. With a 7,400% fatigue recovery rate, he had become an almost tireless fighting machine. Even if he engaged in high-intensity combat for days and nights, he wouldn't feel tired. For others, these two battles would have been exhausting, even if they could win. Lin Moyo checked his attributes, which had increased again. Each attribute had increased by 200,000, bringing his base attributes to 1.4 million. With the enhanced skill bonuses, each attribute reached 2.38 million, totaling 9.52 million, close to the 10 million mark. Lin Moyo had used the gathering power skill multiple times, and it also had a limit. 9.99 million was the upper limit, unable to break through to the god level. This was a limitation set by the laws. But Lin Moyo felt that perhaps in the Primordial Secret Realm, he could break this limit. If he won another battle and his attributes increased again, he could experience the power of a 10 million attribute god level in advance. This would also help him break through to the god level. As Lin Moyo anticipated, a third enemy appeared. This time, it wasn't a group but a single entity. A humanoid creature appeared before Lin Moyo. Wearing armor, its appearance was unclear. Its physique was 9/10 similar to Lin Moyo's. It also wielded two giant swords, just like Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was stunned. This thing was mimicking him. Previously, it had only mimicked the charge skill. This time, it seemed to go further, even mimicking his physique and weapons. What was it trying to do? Lin Moyo felt that it might even mimic all his skills. Although this time the enemy was alone, it felt even more dangerous to Lin Moyo. Without giving Lin Moyo time to think, the enemy activated the charge skill and attacked. Lin Moyo repeated his previous tactic, using elemental chaos as the enemy approached. This time, he didn't need to use a range attack with only one target, he locked on directly. The explosion erupted, and Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed as he saw a different light, the light of group defense. The enemy emerged from the explosion, still covered in the group defense skill. Sure enough, it has learned all my skills. Judging by its aura, its attributes should be close to mine. I wonder if it has also learned my strategy of trading injuries for kills. Lin Moyo was on high alert, not daring to be careless, and directly attacked with his swords. Both wielding two-handed giant swords, their four swords clashed with a deafening sound. The space rippled like waves, layer upon layer, distorting the entire world. Their strengths were very close, almost equal. Their fighting styles and skills were also similar. Lin Moyo traded injuries for kills, and the enemy did the same. Lin Moyo healed his wounds, and the enemy did the same. Lin Moyo gritted his teeth, realizing that the enemy not only mimicked his skills and attributes but also his fighting style. It was like fighting himself. The two fought fiercely, their swords flashing, neither able to gain the upper hand. Lin Moyo tried various fighting styles and skills in turn, but the enemy knew them all, making them ineffective. Especially with the healing skill, it was too overwhelming. Even when Lin Moyo managed to injure the enemy, it healed in 2 or 3 moves. Lin Moyo finally realized how difficult he was to deal with. Being his own enemy must be incredibly frustrating. At least, he felt quite frustrated now. It seems I can only rely on endurance. You can mimic my skills and attributes, but you definitely can't mimic my divine power. Lin Moyo pinned all his hopes on his divine power. The fact that his divine power couldn't be sealed indicated its high level, and it probably couldn't be mimicked either. If the enemy also had infinite endurance, there would be no point in fighting, he might as well surrender. Lin Moyo gritted his teeth and launched a frenzied attack. The enemy did the same, counterattacking fiercely. As a result, their energy consumption increased dramatically. Relying on his divine power, Lin Moyo's physical and mental strength recovered rapidly. After half a day of intense fighting, Lin Moyo finally smiled. The enemy was getting tired, its speed slowing down, and its attack power weakening. At their level, even a slight difference was significant. Lin Moyo's attacks became even more ferocious, each strike faster than the last. Every strike was full force, using the strategy of trading injuries for kills again. He knew he had to exhaust the enemy quickly to gain an overwhelming advantage. Sure enough, after hundreds of strikes, Lin Moyo seized an opportunity. A sword slashed across the enemy's neck, cutting through its armor and decapitating it. Breathing lightly, not from fatigue but from victory. He had finally won, defeating himself. And this was with my skills sealed. If I faced myself with all my skills active, it would be even more difficult. Lin Moyo deeply realized how strong he was and how difficult he was to deal with. He silently mourned for his enemies for 3 seconds. At the same time, Lin Moyo became more vigilant, seeing the enormous creature in the sky, the truly powerful being, and the countless invincible beings in the starry sky, as well as the old man on the green ox who effortlessly killed them all. These were the true powerhouses. He was nothing in comparison. The strong smell of blood returned. During the battle, the smell had disappeared. Now it spread again. Another drop of blood fell from the sky, hitting Lin Moyo's head, turning him into a blood-soaked figure once more. Lin Moyo didn't dodge because he couldn't. The smell of blood came from this drop of blood, as strong as a sea of blood. Then more drops of blood fell, all hitting Lin Moyo. It was like a rain of blood, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. The laws within the blood slowly seeped into Lin Moyo's body. Chapter 629. Chapter 629, 629. Chapter 629, Soul Enhancement, Ignoring Laws. Lin Moyo couldn't stop the infiltration of the laws. These laws, coming from the blood of unknown powerful beings, were extremely strong and terrifying. The laws also entered his soul, without triggering any reaction from the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. They had no malicious intent. Since he couldn't stop them, he could only enjoy them. The laws stirred the energy flowing throughout his body and also his soul power. The restraints within his soul seemed to weaken, and strands of soul power began to flow out. The laws and soul power fused together, eventually forming a sea, rushing towards the person rune on his right hand. All the power entered the person rune. The person rune on the back of his right hand emitted an unprecedented brilliance, shining brightly. Boom! It was extremely dazzling. It was like a blazing flame burning on the back of his hand. In the firelight, the person rune detached from the back of his hand and appeared in front of Lin Moyo's eyes. Due to the connection with his soul power, Lin Moyo could clearly sense that the person rune in front of him had a mysterious connection with him, as if it was a part of him. In the past, he never had this feeling, even though the skill belonged to him, there was no such soul connection. More blood dripped from the sky. Drop by drop, it fell on the person rune, dyeing it a reddish-purple color. The vast laws infiltrated it, and the person rune began to change shape. The rune twisted and began to shrink, with all the strokes bending. Eventually, the person rune turned into a bead the size of a fist. A skill star core. Lin Moyo was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the person rune, after leaving his body and being irrigated by the blood of unknown powerful beings, would turn into a skill star core. Instinctively, Lin Moyo reached out to grab it, but the skill star core suddenly turned into a stream of light and instantly drilled into Lin Moyo's forehead. Immediately, a skill star core appeared in his soul. His soul trembled, and at this moment, all the restraints within his soul were completely lifted, and his soul power was fully liberated. Shilin Liu, feeling enlightened, poured a large amount of soul power into the skill star core, infusing soul power to enhance the fusion degree. Nothing was more important than this now. Shilin Liu focused all his consciousness on this, pouring soul power madly, regardless of the cost. Enhancing the fusion degree was extremely difficult, and the first time was the best opportunity to enhance it, a chance not to be missed. On the surface, Shilin Liu appeared calm, but inside, he was surging with waves. For the first time, Shilin Liu mobilized his soul to such an extent, completely disregarding the consequences. He only wanted to enhance the fusion degree now. As the soul power was infused, the skill star core began to shine, layers of golden light appearing. Seeing this, Shilin Liu increased his efforts, knowing that the more he invested now, the more he would gain later. Having experienced 3 times of soul feedback, he knew that the soul power, after passing through the skill star core, would become more refined, and the level of his soul would also correspondingly increase. Since his soul level reached the divine level, it had been progressing slowly. The domain divine stone continued to use the blue flame to enhance his soul, but the effect was getting weaker and would soon reach its limit. The 9-color dragon soul crystal was very strong, but its enhancement was also slow, requiring a lot of time. On the contrary, the soul feedback from the skill star core could significantly enhance his soul in one go. Now, he was very close to the 91st level of soul, just one step away. Shilin Liu believed that after this soul feedback, his soul level would smoothly reach the 91st level. The higher the soul level, the purer the soul power. Normally, a professional soul level is about the same as their level, with the soul level mostly being weaker than the level. Gaining soul energy is relatively easy, just by killing monsters. But enhancing the soul level is much more difficult, usually being passively enhanced. This situation makes it difficult for professionals to achieve the divine level. At levels 88 and 89, they often find it hard to progress further. However, Shilin Liu took a completely different path from ordinary professionals. With various fortuitous encounters, his soul level far exceeded his actual level. Now, his soul level was like a large barrel, and his soul power was the water in the barrel, not yet filled. Shilin Liu was not in a hurry to fill the barrel, he was more concerned with enhancing the quality and capacity of the barrel to hold more water in the future. Under Shilin Liu's relentless infusion of soul power, the skill star core from the primordial rune finally reached its limit. Shilin Liu felt a sense of being drained, as all his soul power was exhausted. Even with the help of divine power, he couldn't withstand such consumption. His soul became dry, an unpleasant feeling. Shilin Liu even felt like sleeping, wanting to sleep for 3 days and nights. However, Shilin Liu had a smile on his face, feeling an unprecedented connection with the skill star core. It even surpassed his 3 other skill star cores. The skill star core from the primordial rune was indeed very strong, and Shilin Liu didn't expect it to absorb all his soul power. Unlike his own skill star cores, which became saturated after absorbing a little. Finally, it was full, spinning continuously in Shilin Liu's soul, spinning faster and faster, showing no signs of stopping. During the spinning process, it continuously emitted refined soul power. This soul power came from Shilin Liu, and now, after being transformed by the skill star core, it became more refined. The soul, like a dry land, was nourished and instantly became full. The skill star core spun faster and faster, and Shilin Liu couldn't count how many times it spun per second, feeling it must be over 10,000 times per second. The soul power it emitted also increased. The level of his soul was gradually rising. This mutually beneficial process delighted Shilin Liu. Accompanied by a silent tremor, his soul took a step forward, finally reaching the 91st level. The skill star core also firmly rooted itself in Shilin Liu's soul. It continued to spin rapidly, completely different from his other 3 skill star cores. Even now, it showed no signs of stopping. Shilin Liu realized it might keep spinning forever, never stopping. It was glowing with golden light, making Shilin Liu's heart tremble. Could the fusion degree have reached 100%? Impossible. Antares had told him that before becoming a super god, the skill fusion degree had a limit of 99%, and it was impossible to reach 100%. But the skill star core before him was indeed entirely golden, pure and flawless. Just looking at it wasn't enough, so Shilin Liu checked it with excitement. Gathering power, fusion degree 99% consume soul power to gather the power of summoned creatures, inherit all their skills, and the attributes after using the skill are only limited by the user's soul level. While in the gathering power state, killing enemies can harvest their souls, replenish one's own soul consumption, and enhance one's soul level. Indeed, the fusion degree was 99%, and Shilin Liu guessed that the last bit of fusion degree was probably at the core of the star core. He estimated that he would have to become a super god to possibly enhance the skill fusion degree to 100%. However, having a 99% fusion degree was already extremely strong, and he couldn't ask for more. Looking at the skill's attributes again, from the rune on the back of his hand to the skill star core, and finally integrating into his soul, the skill had undergone some wonderful changes. First, there was no longer a time limit for use as long as the soul power was sufficient. The gathering power state could be maintained indefinitely. The attribute limit after gathering power was only restricted by the user's soul level. This implied that it ignored the laws. Shilin Liu was excited, as his soul level had now reached 91. If he used the gathering power skill, wouldn't he also reach the 91st level, becoming a god in one step? No, it would be a skill that gave him true god-level combat power. Moreover, the most important change was that in the gathering power state, killing enemies could harvest their souls, replenish his own soul consumption, and enhance his soul level. What was this? Completely sustaining oneself through battle, growing stronger with each fight. I wonder if I can harvest souls from enemies killed by my undead army. Shilin Wuya felt he might be daydreaming, but who knew without trying. Little one, have you finished watching? Just as Shilin Wuya was lost in thought, an old voice suddenly sounded. The surroundings were too quiet, with not even the wind in the secret realm. Moreover, there was no one around Shilin Wuya, and if someone appeared, his soul would naturally react. The sudden voice startled Shilin Wuya. He opened his eyes and saw an old man looking at him with a kind smile. Chapter 630. Chapter 630, 630. Chapter 630, Source Skill, 9-Character Mantra. Shilin Wuya was startled, but he quickly calmed down and respectfully saluted the old man. Greetings, senior. The old man had a kind and benevolent face and repeatedly said, no need for such formalities, no need for such formalities. Although the old man was being polite, Shilin Wuya dared not be disrespectful and maintained proper etiquette. Shilin Wuya knew that anyone who could appear before him without a sound and without alerting his soul must be extraordinary. The old man seemed very pleased with Shilin Wuya's attitude. So, are you satisfied with your source skill? Senior, are you saying that what I obtained is called a source skill? This was the first time Shilin Wuya had heard the term source skill. The old man smiled faintly. Why? Is there something wrong with the name of the skill? Shilin Wuya quickly shook his head. No, it's very fitting. Source rune, source secret realm, source skill. Indeed, there was a sense of continuity. The skill came from the source rune, so calling it a source skill was indeed very fitting. The old man smiled and said, do you see that big bird in the sky? Shilin Wuya looked at the enormous creature in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, and what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He couldn't even tell what kind of creature it was. But since the old man said it was a bird, it must be a bird. Shilin Wuya could only nod. I see it. The old man smiled and said, it's not its true form, just a shadow. Its true form is at least 10,000 times larger. Shilin Wuya was startled again. It already covered the sky and the sun. Standing below, he could only see a part of it, and its length was estimated to be over several hundred kilometers, no smaller than a city. If it were magnified 10,000 times, wouldn't it be comparable to the sun, moon, and stars? Could such a gigantic creature really exist in the world? Shilin Wuya did not hide his shock, and the old man seemed very pleased with this effect, smiling as he said, it's called the source bird, carrying the source bloodline. The source bloodline is a great treasure, extremely precious. Unfortunately, it carries a great treasure but is not strong enough and doesn't know how to use it. Ultimately, it was captured and killed by an invincible strongman, who used blood refining to create the 9-character mantra. Lin, Bing, Do, Jia, Jia, Jin, Lai, Zai, Qian. The old man spoke each word slowly, his tone somewhat flat, but each word shook Shilin Wuya's heart like an earthquake. Source rune actually came from this. The old man continued, strongmen from all realms fought over the 9-character mantra, staining the starry river with blood. My master obtained the 9-character mantra, created the source secret realm, and transformed the 9-character mantra into 9 source runes. At this point, the old man stopped speaking. Shilin Wuya knew that he had already said enough. From these few words, he had revealed too much information. Source bird, invincible strongman, the master of the secret realm. Combining this with the scene he saw when he entered the pavilion, Shilin Wuya speculated that the old man's master might be the old man riding the green ox, and that old man might be the legendary Taoist ancestor of ancient China, Lao Zi, who wrote the Tao Te Ching. Shilin Wuya dared not ask if the other party didn't say. He couldn't ask. He understood this principle. If one's strength is insufficient, knowing too much often leads to a quicker death. Shilin Wuya's thoughts raced. So the source bird was just killed like that. Aren't monsters supposed to be able to resurrect after being killed? The old man laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Yes, monsters can resurrect after being killed. Shilin Wuya's expression remained unchanged as he analyzed the meaning behind the old man's laughter. Although the old man had a kind face and looked harmless, such beings were unpredictable and should not be judged by appearances. Shilin Wuya, being cautious by nature, immediately followed the old man's words. So, can the source bird be repeatedly killed to continuously obtain the 9-character mantra? He pretended to be ignorant, but his heart was clear. He guessed that once the source bird died, it was impossible to resurrect. Otherwise, countless strongmen wouldn't have fought over the 9-character mantra, staining the starry river with blood. However, he had to appear ignorant to learn more from the old man. The old man laughed for a long time, looking extremely happy, almost to the point of tears. After laughing heartily, he finally spoke. I'm not teasing you. Little one, in your world, there are rules that allow monsters to resurrect after death. But the source bird is different. There is only one source bird. Once it dies, it is truly dead. Although the source bird cannot resurrect, the source runes, transformed from the 9-character mantra, can be infinitely replicated and exist in various forms. However, if you want the source runes to reach the level of the true mantra, it is almost impossible. Shilin Wuya showed a look of disappointment. Is there no way at all? The old man shook his head. It's not that there's no way, but it's extremely difficult. The 9-character mantra, if you can master just one of them, you have the chance to become an invincible strongman. It's not something easily achieved. I have studied it for countless years. Politics. The old man stopped again, still unable to continue. Shilin Wuya's face still showed disappointment, as if he hadn't heard the old man's words, an invincible strongman. So, senior, your master obtained all the 9-character mantras. Isn't he super invincible? The old man laughed again. My master's realm is beyond your and my comprehension. My master doesn't even care about the 9-character mantra. But speaking of which, you are quite fortunate to have obtained 2 source runes and transformed one of them into a source skill. The rules of your world are indeed a bit strange. I don't know which supreme being created these rules, but they are quite interesting. Shilinwuya showed a look of confusion, as if he didn't understand the old man's words. The old man didn't mind and continued, enough idle talk. Let's discuss your second source rune. Shilinwuya respectfully saluted. I am all ears, senior. The old man said, the source rune comes from the 9-character mantra. Obtaining 1 is a great fortune, and obtaining 2 is an even greater fortune. But since ancient times, many have obtained the source rune, but few have transformed it into a source skill. You have already obtained 1 source skill, which is a supreme fortune. As for the second source rune, the old man's meaning was clear. He didn't want Shilinwuya to continue, but he didn't say it explicitly. Shilinwuya, having experienced similar secret realms, realized that there might be some rules restricting the old man from speaking clearly. However, his meaning was already very clear, even a fool could understand. Shilinwuya indeed understood, but he still pretended not to, even showing some urgency. What about the second source rune? Please, senior, speak clearly. The old man's eyes flickered, unable to discern anything from Shilinwuya's expression. If Shilinwuya were over 50, he could be sure that Shilinwuya was pretending not to understand. But Shilinwuya was too young. He could tell that Shilinwuya's bone age was not even 22 years old. Such a young person might really not understand his words, but he couldn't say it explicitly. According to the rules of the secret realm, he could only answer Shilinwuya's questions. If you want to transform the second source rune into a source skill, the difficulty will increase exponentially. I suggest. Before he could finish, Shilinwuya eagerly said, my teacher once told me that no matter how difficult the path ahead, one must try. A true warrior should not fear failure. Even if one dies, losing one's head is just a scar. 18 years later, one will be a hero again. And I believe that senior will not watch me die. According to our human records, no one has ever died in the source secret realm, not even been injured. The old man's mouth twitched, and Shilinwuya's words left him speechless. Indeed, no one would die in the source secret realm, but that was another matter. The old man's eyes flickered. Have you ever thought that no one has died because those who came out were alive? The truly dead cannot speak to the outside world. Shilinwuya understood his meaning, trying to tell him that death was possible, but the dead couldn't speak outside. But Shilinwuya detected a hint of urgency in his words. It was clear that the old man didn't want him to continue. This further confirmed his suspicion that there was something hidden. He immediately said, Senior, I have decided. I must try. If I truly die, then it means I am not destined, and my fate is not great enough. The old man stared at Shilinwuya for a long time, speechless. Shilinwuya's face was sincere, full of anticipation. He looked like a naive young man, unaware of the dangers of hell, ready to charge in. In the end, the old man could only follow the rules of the secret realm. Since that's the case, let's begin. Chapter 631. Chapter 631, 631. Chapter 631, want to kill me, but you have to be able to do it. The old man slowly faded and disappeared in front of Lin Moyo. At the last moment before he disappeared, Lin Moyo saw a glint of malice in his eyes. He wants to kill me. Lin Moyo's heart trembled, but he dared not show any reaction, maintaining his previous sincerity. He couldn't tell if the old man was still there, so he had to continue acting. The bloody smell that pierced the soul rose again, and a drop of blood fell from the sky. This time, Lin Moyo was experienced and let the blood hit his head. He knew this was the blood of the source bird, containing the laws of the source bird, because the source rune was derived from the 9-character mantra, and the 9-character mantra was refined from the blood of the source bird. Therefore, the blood of the source bird had the effect of activating the source rune. After passing the assessment, the source rune also needed to be fully activated with the blood of the source bird to finally become a source skill. So Lin Moyo had to let the blood drench him. The blood also contained powerful laws, and his talents and skills were sealed again. But this time was different from the last. This time, not all skills were sealed. Summoning skills were not sealed at all. And then there was divine power, which was high above and also unaffected by the seal. Looking at the shining source rune on the back of his left hand, it was still just a source rune, not yet transformed into a source skill. Strictly speaking, it was still an external object and did not belong to him yet. The purpose of the assessment was to see how effectively he could use it, to what extent he could utilize it, and whether he could meet the assessment requirements. From the previous assessment, after 3 consecutive battles, if he didn't have divine power, it would have been impossible to pass. If it were another profession, without other special abilities, it would also be impossible to pass. It was precisely because of this that so few people had obtained the source skill over the years. After the blood dripped, a moment passed, and no enemies appeared. Lin Moya's expression grew more serious. He realized something was wrong. The old man's killing intent when he left earlier was real. This indicated that he seemed to have the ability to kill him in the secret realm. Perhaps there were some loopholes in the secret realm that he had found. But Lin Moyo was sure that he couldn't kill him directly, so if he wanted to kill him, there was only one way, through the assessment. The difficulty of the assessment should be very high enough to kill him. This way, even if his master blamed him, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, his master was so powerful, how could he notice someone as insignificant as him? There were many questions, and Lin Moyo didn't have all the answers yet. Many clues were still entangled, and he needed time to sort them out and analyze them. Now was not the time. As black smoke descended from the sky, Lin Moyo felt extremely intense energy fluctuations, close to God level. Lin Moya's heart tightened as the black smoke hit the ground and then exploded. The earth and sky, in all directions, were filled with countless enemies. Among them were humans, dragons, and demons. Each one wielded swords and knives, exuding murderous intent. Lin Moya looked around and saw an endless sea of enemies, totaling over 100,000, each with strength close to god level. They were either level 88 or level 89. Lin Moya trusted his judgment these enemies were very strong. Then 3 more black smokes fell from the sky, turning into 3 iron giants over 10 meters tall. The giants exuded a true god-level aura. They never intended for anyone to pass. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with determination, putting away all previous pretense. 3 god-level giants, 100,000 warriors close to god level. Such a lineup, no profession could pass. Not to mention he was only level 74, even if it were a level 89, that would be instantly killed. The other party clearly wanted to kill him, and they certainly had the means to do so. But was he really that easy to kill? Lin Moya's eyes grew serious, muttering to himself, if it were someone else, they would surely die. But me, that's not certain. If it were before, when the Skeleton King couldn't be moved into the soul, it might have been troublesome. But now, it's just a group of higher-level thunder trees and windflowers. These seemingly powerful enemies were already seen by Lin Moya as thunder trees and windflowers. With a thought, the undead army appeared in unison. This time, there was no holding back. The undead army went all out. Because the strong soldier skill was related to summoning skills were not sealed. The undead army was Lin Moya's lifeline skill. No other skill, no matter how strong, could surpass summoning skills. The undead army was the signature of a necromancer. A total of 172,000 undead appeared around Lin Moya, filling the sky and earth. The outermost layer was 43,200 headless knights, exuding silver-white flames, full of momentum. Behind the headless knights were 43,200 skeleton berserkers, each holding a sharp axe, standing 3 meters tall, with bones glowing with a golden light. At the back of the formation were the skeleton mages and skeleton archers. The undead army exuded a deathly aura, with silver-white light mixed with the color of thunder and fire, creating an eerie scene. The Lich generals immediately began to enhance the state, with beams of light rising from the undead army. The momentum kept rising, and attributes increased sharply. Although Lin Moya knew there was still a gap compared to the other side, it wasn't too far off. He had an absolute advantage in numbers, and with the undead army's immortality, this battle was sure to be victorious. Boom! As the undead army appeared, thunder rumbled in the sky. Lin Moya looked up but saw nothing, but he knew in his heart that the old man must be shocked. Lowering his head, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Surprised? There's more to come. The summoning wasn't over yet. The elemental liches joined the fray. Rings of light appeared under the undead army's feet. Flame rings, storm rings, frost rings, earth rings, lightning rings, holy light rings, undead rings, poison rings. 8 rings alternated, one after another. Thunder rumbled again in the sky. The old man, hidden somewhere, now had a slightly grim expression. What kind of skill is this? How can there be such a skill? Rules, damn rules. Why can't I take action? I've already found the loophole. Why is this happening? But fortunately, this kid doesn't have god-level subordinates. But the next second, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he staggered back half a step, too scared to move. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the entire secret realm became pitch black. In the sky appeared 2 skeleton thrones, one large and one small. 2 skeleton kings slowly rose from the thrones. The skeleton kings were also one large and one small, with one exuding a god-level aura. The other was weaker, far from god level. The god-level skeleton king was summoned by Lin Moya using 100,000 skeletons. The other skeleton king was summoned using 20,000 skeletons. The difference in the number of skeletons used was 5 times, naturally resulting in a significant difference. This time, there was no thunder in the sky, and Lin Moya smiled inwardly, not surprised this time. Think it's over. If I'm not mistaken, in the assessment, the duration of the strong soldier skill is far more than 30 seconds. It should be like the gathering power skill, with the duration increasing by killing enemies. In that case, with a thought, Lin Moya launched the attack. The headless knights charged first, like flaming meteors. Lin Moya simultaneously activated the strong soldier skill, further boosting the undead army's momentum. Under the strong soldier skill, the undead army was no weaker than the enemy, and they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. The old man hidden in the dark was completely stunned. In all his countless years, he had never been so shocked. This kid's soldier rune, what kind of skill has it become? Why is it so strong? I've never seen anything like this. This kid is not just invincible at his level. Killing enemies above his level is as easy as eating and drinking. Even in the myriad worlds, he is a rare genius among geniuses. In his shock, the battle began. The 2 skeleton kings simultaneously swung their giant bone swords. Skill, God-slaying slash. The god-level skeleton king, at its peak level of 92, targeted the 3 god-level iron giants. The god-slaying slash skill's attack power increases slightly with fewer targets. The other skeleton king locked onto as many targets as possible. Chapter 632. Chapter 632, 632. Chapter 632. When the strong soldier skill can be permanent. The sword light exploded, creating a brilliant spectacle on the battlefield. Lin Moya's 3 iron giants were sent flying by the sword light, their seemingly sturdy iron bodies shattered like tofu. With just one strike, the 3 iron giants were nearly destroyed. Although there was only a 2-level difference between level 90 and level 92, the strength gap was several times greater. Especially with the Skeleton King's Godslaying Slash, its power exceeded the limits of level 92. On the battlefield, numerous sword lights appeared, and countless enemies were instantly killed, cut in half by a single strike. As a collective force of 20 skeletons, combined with the Strong Soldier skill, it wasn't at the god level, but it was enough to instantly kill any non-god level existence. The skill's power was immense, so much so that these enemies couldn't withstand it. The roar of explosions echoed. The Skeleton King moved extremely quickly, following the Godslaying Slash with elemental chaos. They spared no effort in using their skills. No tactical arrangements were needed, just 2 skills were enough to instantly kill most enemies. The Iron Giants were completely shattered, dead beyond dead, and many enemies were also blown to pieces. The 2 Skeleton Kings charged into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat. Their giant swords swung wide, sword energy sweeping across, cutting down countless enemies. Under the giant bone swords, no enemy could withstand a single strike. The Headless Knights also clashed with the enemies, their charged skill unleashing astonishing power, knocking enemies off their feet. Whether in the sky or on the ground, none were spared. The Headless Knight's swords were equally sharp, cutting down enemies without hesitation. The skeleton berserkers followed closely, throwing out their berserk killing skills as soon as they arrived, aiming to kill as many enemies as possible in the first instance. The skeleton mages and skeleton archers also joined the fray. After reaching the legendary level, their attack range had become astonishingly large. Even Lin Moyo, their master, didn't know their exact attack range. So far, no one had discovered their limits. Their elemental chaos was identical to that of the Skeleton King, only slightly less powerful. But with enough skeleton mages, the explosions were continuous. The skeleton archers' soul shots were equally accurate. Although these enemies were created through some special means, they possessed something akin to souls for the sake of realism. It was as if each enemy was a real living being. Lin Moyo couldn't help but marvel at the Secret Realm Master's extraordinary methods, far surpassing the use of puppets for assessments. Lin Moyo believed that the 100,000 warriors and 3 god-level beings were not the limits of the Secret Realm, nor the limits of the Secret Realm Master. At most, they were the limits of the old man. As soon as the battle began, Lin Moya's side established an absolute advantage. The god-level Skeleton King, with its overwhelming power, instantly killed the 3 god-level Iron Giants with just 2 skills. Then it charged into the battlefield, starting a massacre. The Headless Knights also slaughtered their way through, riding their flaming bone horses, rampaging across the battlefield. They trampled enemies with their aura of frost, fire, lightning, and poison, inflicting severe damage even before engaging in combat. The storm aura significantly increased the Headless Knights' movement speed, making their actions even faster and more unpredictable. The enemies, whether human, dragon, or demon, couldn't withstand their onslaught. Lin Moya noticed that although these enemies created by the Secret Realm had strong auras, they weren't actually very powerful. Their skills were chaotic and disorganized. They had strength but didn't know how to use it. If I remember correctly, these should be the skills left behind by the 3 races who previously entered the assessment Secret Realm. They were eliminated too early, so the skills left behind were pitifully few, some even without any skills. The Secret Realm Master merely imitated them, resulting in these mismatched beings. This assessment was too easy for Lin Moyo, not even as challenging as the previous one. The enemy that completely simulated Lin Moyo had indeed given him a headache. But now, Lin Moyo only needed to give one command, and the rest was handled by the undead army. The Strong Soldier skill worked exactly as he had imagined. As he continued to slaughter enemies, the duration of the Strong Soldier skill kept increasing, still active even after 30 seconds, without entering cooldown. In fact, whether it entered cooldown or not was no longer important. This assessment had turned into a one-sided massacre. It was only a matter of time before all the enemies were killed, and it wouldn't take long. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. Under the relentless slaughter of the undead army, the 100,000-strong enemy force was utterly annihilated, with no survivors. Lin Moyo looked up at the sky, his eyes sincere, appearing harmless. No one could tell that he was the master of the undead army, who had just slaughtered 100,000 enemies. Lin Moyo waited for the second round of assessment, but instead of another assessment, he was greeted by blood. The blood of the source bird, with its strong stench, fell from the sky, first dripping onto him. The previous scene repeated itself. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. Is the assessment over? Just one round and it's over. Wasn't the difficulty supposed to double? He had thought there would be a second and third round. It seemed a bit too easy. But it was good that it was over. The longer it dragged on, the more complications could arise. All he wanted was the source skill, and getting it was enough. Thunder rumbled in the sky again, this time not just one rumble, but many. The old man didn't appear, expressing his anger through the thunder. Whether Lin Moyo could understand it or not didn't matter. Lin Moyo, drenched in blood, looked up at the sky and thought to himself, perhaps the rules prevent him from taking action personally. Lin Moyo knew very well that if the old man could take action personally, he would be dead for sure. The blood soaked his entire body, and the stench reached its peak. Then all the blood seeped into his body, leaving no trace on the surface. The laws within the blood flowed through his body, becoming a bridge between his soul and the source rune. The soul energy marked by Lin Moyo, driven by the power of the laws, surged towards the source rune. After receiving the laws from the source bird, the source rune was fully activated, presenting itself to Lin Moyo in its second form. A large soldier character appeared before Lin Moyo, floating in mid-air. Then drop after drop of blood fell from the sky, landing on the soldier character. Having experienced this once, Lin Moyo knew that this was the final step in transforming the source rune into a source skill. The transformation required the blood of the source bird. Lin Moyo couldn't help but marvel again at the Secret Realm Master's extraordinary methods. The thunder eventually stopped, and silence returned. Lin Moyo realized that the other party had likely given up. The rules of the Secret Realm were beyond his control. He might be able to make minor changes, but he couldn't alter the overall situation. He could only watch as Lin Moyo obtained the second source skill. Soon, the skill star core formed from the soldier character appeared before him and then swiftly entered his soul world. His soul power surged again, pouring into the skill star core. However, due to the excessive consumption of soul energy earlier, even though his soul level had significantly increased after the feedback, the consumed soul energy was still gone. Despite the continuous recovery from divine power, it hadn't fully recovered, only reaching about 2/3 of its peak. I should have dragged out the assessment a bit longer. Lin Moyo realized he had acted too quickly. Perhaps he didn't want to give the other party a chance to cause trouble, so he had killed swiftly and decisively. As a result, he now faced a shortage of soul energy. I wonder what the fusion degree will be this time. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Lin Moyo was helpless. Nothing in life is perfect, and he had to be content with what he had. He understood this principle, and his disappointment was fleeting, quickly replaced by clarity. As the emptiness in his soul grew, the skill star core stopped absorbing. Like the gathering power skill star core, the strong soldier skill star core began to spin rapidly. Due to the lack of soul energy, its spinning speed was slower than that of the gathering power skill star core. Other than that, everything else was the same. It also provided soul energy feedback, further enhancing Lin Moyo's soul level. Strong Soldier, Fusion Degree 50% consumes soul power to increase the base attributes of oneself and all summoned creatures by 200%, and all attacks deal an additional 500% damage. The attribute increase is only limited by the user's soul level. While in the Strong Soldier state, killing enemies can harvest their souls, replenish one's own soul consumption, and enhance one's soul level. Chapter 633. Chapter 633, 633. Chapter 633. When strength reaches a certain level, the answers will naturally come. When a skill that could originally only be maintained for 30 seconds, used for either self-preservation or killing powerful enemies, becomes a permanent fixture, Lin Moyo couldn't even imagine how much his strength had increased. It felt like even leveling up 3 to 5 levels wouldn't bring such a significant improvement. The only regret was that the fusion degree wasn't high enough, only 50%. It would be much more difficult to further increase the fusion degree in the future compared to the first time. It's already very good, don't be greedy. Take what you can get. Being too greedy can lead to trouble. Lin Moyo reminded himself that everything should be done in moderation. He felt the space seem to twist slightly. A wonderful fragrance entered his nose, and the warm sun shone on him, sweeping away all fatigue. When Lin Moyo opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the pavilion. Returning to the pavilion, his soul level had increased significantly, and his senses had become more acute. Standing in the pavilion, besides the ancient and desolate feeling, there was also a sense of heaviness. Previously, Lin Moyo had been focused on the assessment and hadn't observed carefully. Now that the assessment was over and he had obtained both skills, he was completely relaxed and could sense the hidden heaviness within the ancient and desolate atmosphere. No, besides the heaviness, there's also a hint of killing intent. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. He really sensed that killing intent. There was no mistake. This pavilion was a weapon, and it had been on the battlefield, killed enemies, and seen blood. Many strong individuals had been killed by it, otherwise, such killing intent wouldn't have persisted for countless years. Just like the aura left on him by the Dragon Clan, this was also the aura left by strong individuals before they died. Little friend, you guessed correctly. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. Lin Moyo looked over and saw a stone table not far outside the pavilion, which had appeared without him noticing. An old man was sitting at the table, with tea already brewed on it. The fragrance of the tea wafted over with the sound of the voice. The secret realm was already filled with a wonderful fragrance, but it couldn't overshadow the tea's aroma. This tea was extraordinary. Lin Moyo had tasted many fine teas, and none of the teas from Meng Anwen's place were anything but top-notch. But compared to this tea, they were far inferior. Lin Moyo walked out of the pavilion and approached. When he got closer, he saw the old man's appearance clearly. He was instantly stunned, and it took him a few seconds to react. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior." The old man was the one who rode the green ox in the starry sky and killed countless strong individuals with a wave of his hand. Lin Moyo had once suspected that the old man was the legendary Lao Zi from Chinese mythology, but he didn't dare to ask. The old man smiled, "Little friend, do you have many questions?" Lin Moyo nodded, then immediately shook his head. The old man's smile didn't change. "Little friend, you nodded and then shook your head." Nodding is instinctive, wanting to ask. Shaking your head is restraint, not daring to ask. Afraid that the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Moyo looked at the old man in shock, his thoughts guessed by him. If it was just a guess, that would be fine, but if it wasn't? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Moyo's back. The old man continued, "Little friend, you are thinking, if I guessed it, that would be fine. If I didn't guess it, that would be terrifying." He knew again. Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped thinking, directly saying, "Senior, please don't tease me." The old man pointed to the stone stool by the table. "Sit down and have some tea." Lin Moyo shook his head. "In front of a senior, I dare not sit. I'll stand." The old man said, "Do you want me to keep looking up at you while we talk?" Lin Moyo smiled awkwardly and immediately sat down. Before sitting, he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the old man and himself. The tea was colorless, like clear water. but the fragrance was overwhelming. Lin Moya sat down, staring at the cup of tea, and couldn't help but praise, "This tea is extraordinary." The old man laughed heartily. "You haven't even tasted it, how do you know it's extraordinary?" Lin Moya said, "The fragrance is overwhelming, even the wonderful fragrance of the secret realm can't overshadow it." "What else?" Lin Moya gathered his courage and continued, "Also, tea usually has a color, but this tea is colorless. It has fragrance but no color, which further proves its extraordinariness." The old man nodded and smiled. "Although you are talking nonsense, you passed. Since you say this tea is extraordinary, drink it." "Thank you for your generosity, senior." Lin Moya didn't hesitate and drank the tea. The tea was like clear water, with no taste. The tea didn't go down his throat, it turned into vapor in his mouth. Then a clear energy rushed to his soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal had no reaction, allowing the clear energy to enter his soul. His soul felt like it was bathed in sweet dew, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. His soul level rapidly increased, almost instantly reaching level 92. The higher the soul level, the harder it is to improve. He had just reached level 91, but it only took a cup of tea to reach level 92. Senior's methods are truly extraordinary. Lin Moya couldn't help but praise, sincerely and genuinely. He had already figured it out in front of the old man, any small tricks were useless. It was better to be straightforward and open, which might be better. If the other party really had malicious intent, it wouldn't take much effort, a single glance would be enough. The old man asked, "Now you are sincere. Why does a good child have so many tricks?" Lin Moya smiled bitterly, "There are too many mysteries in the world that I can't solve. I always want to find answers. Some answers can't be obtained without a bit of cleverness. The mysteries you speak of are as clear as a mirror to me. Do you know why?" The old man asked. Lin Moya now answered whatever came to mind, knowing he couldn't hide anything: strength, realm, and knowledge. The old man was quite satisfied with Lin Moya's answer. "Not bad. So," Lin Moya continued, "so, there's no need to use too much cleverness, and there's no need to seek answers too early. When strength reaches a certain level, the answers will naturally come." The old man nodded, also taking a sip of tea. "When one method is understood, all methods are understood. There's no need to be deliberate. The more deliberate, the more one falls behind. You just need to maintain a pure heart and keep climbing higher. The answers will naturally appear." Lin Moya's eyes lit up. "I will remember this." The old man continued to ask, "Do you know why the ghost husband wants to kill you?" It was the first time Lin Moya heard the name ghost husband and immediately realized that the ghost husband was the old man who presided over the assessment earlier. Lin Moya shook his head. "I don't know, but I think it should be related to my second source skill." The old man nodded. "Have you ever doubted the authenticity of the ancient starry road you saw earlier?" Lin Moya spoke honestly. "I have doubted it, but my intuition tells me it's real. You really killed countless strong individuals with a wave of your hand." The old man laughed. "Since that's the case, the ghost husband claims to be my servant. Do you still dare not listen to him?" Lin Moya smiled awkwardly, knowing that his little trick at that time didn't fool the other party. "I just didn't want to give up the source skill, and I didn't dare to offend him." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed heartily, very happily. Lin Moya suddenly felt that the ghost husband laughed the same way. Or rather, the ghost husband's laughter was imitating the old man's. Not just the laughter, but all of the ghost husband's actions were imitating the old man. But he only imitated the form, not the essence. The old man's every move was natural, with a sense of deist naturalness. The ghost husband, on the other hand, seemed deliberate, which was one of the reasons Lin Moya had doubted him at the time. After laughing a few times, the old man spoke again. "You are very smart, starting to doubt him early on. His words are both true and false. The truth is that I did let him manage the assessment space. The falsehood is that he is not my servant. He wants to kill you because you want to obtain the second source skill. That's because of a bet between him and me. Do you want to know what the bet is?" Lin Moya shook his head quickly. "I don't want to know. You said that when strength, realm, and knowledge reach a certain level, the answers will naturally come." The old man laughed again. Good, learning and applying, you are indeed very good." Lin Moya sincerely said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will remember it." The old man said, "I will now give you a chance to ask a question. You can ask one question, just one. No matter what the question is, I will answer truthfully." The old man's meaning was clear. He wanted to see what question Lin Moya would ask. If the question was too deep, even if he answered, Lin Moya wouldn't understand, and it might cause trouble. If the question was too shallow, it would only disappoint him. It was another test. Lin Moya thought for a moment and gathered his courage. "Really, I can ask anything." "Yes, ask anything." The old man sipped his tea slowly, closing his eyes slightly. Lin Moya. Chapter 634. Chapter 634, 634. Chapter 634, Can't think about it anymore, can't think about it anymore. The expression on the old man's face revealed no useful information. Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed and bit his lip before asking his question. He didn't know if his question was appropriate or if he should even ask it. But in that brief moment, Lin Moya thought about many things, most of which he could figure out on his own. The only thing he couldn't understand was why the ghost husband wanted to kill him. He had learned from the old man that it was related to his second source skill. But why was this the case? Lin Moya couldn't figure it out. The old man seemed to be drinking tea, but Lin Moya had a feeling that the old man was watching him. After he finished speaking, the two fell into silence. The wind seemed to stop, and all the plants and trees fell silent. The entire secret realm was incredibly quiet. Clink! The old man put down his teacup, making a slight clinking sound that, at this moment, was like a thunderclap on a clear day. The old man always had a smile on his face, but Lin Moya didn't let his guard down because of it. Such an existence's emotions were truly unpredictable. Lin Moya was very patient, waiting for the old man to speak. After a while, the old man finally spoke. "You are very pragmatic, not deviating from the essence." Lin Moya could tell that this was a compliment. The old man continued, "The ghost husband should have told you that the blood of the source bird was refined into the 9-character mantra, and the 9-character mantra was then divided into 9 source runes, which then became source skills." Lin Moya nodded. The ghost husband had indeed said this. Although he believed it at the time, he didn't fully trust it. The old man glanced at the teacup, and Lin Moya immediately understood, pouring another cup for the old man. But he didn't pour one for himself. The tea was too precious, and he wouldn't pour it without the old man's permission. The old man took a small sip of tea. The ghost husband wasn't lying, you don't need to doubt that. But he did hide something. Source skills, source runes, and the 9-character mantra all come from the same lineage, ultimately originating from the bloodline of the source bird. When someone masters one source skill, the impact is not significant. But if multiple source skills are mastered and fused together, there is a possibility of returning to the ancestral source. Lin Moya showed a look of surprise. Returning to the ancestral source. Can the bloodline of the source bird be recreated, and the 9-character mantra be refined again? The old man chuckled. You're thinking too simply, it's naturally impossible. Lin Moya thought about it and agreed it couldn't be that simple. The bloodline was divided into 9 parts, and each mantra only occupied 1/9 of the bloodline, and the source skill he obtained only occupied a fraction of one mantra. It could be said to be a fragment of a fragment, and trying to recreate the bloodline of the source bird with such fragments was simply wishful thinking. Lin Moya almost laughed at his own idea. The old man said, although it's impossible to recreate the bloodline of the source bird, there is a chance to master the 9-character mantra. Relying on just one source skill, the difficulty is extremely high, almost impossible. But if multiple source skills are mastered, verified, and fused together, there is hope. Although the old man didn't answer directly, Lin Moya understood. The reason the ghost husband wanted to kill him was to prevent him from obtaining a second source skill. If he had chosen to withdraw from the assessment at that time, the ghost husband wouldn't have been hostile towards him. Unintentionally, he had made a formidable enemy. Lin Moya could only hope that the ghost husband couldn't leave the secret realm and would stay there forever. As for himself, he probably wouldn't come back in this lifetime. As for the impact of obtaining the second source skill on the ghost husband, Lin Moya didn't ask further. He knew he wouldn't get an answer. The old man had already mentioned that he had a bet with the ghost husband, which was probably related to this. Lin Moya sincerely said to the old man, "Thank you, senior, for clearing my doubts. If I encounter the ghost husband in the future, I will be cautious." The old man laughed heartily. "Aren't you thinking that it's best if he never leaves the secret realm, and you never see him again?" Once again, the old man had read his thoughts. Lin Moya smiled awkwardly. "Can you read minds?" "Just the wisdom of age," the old man said casually, then tapped the table twice. Lin Moya understood the old man was indicating that this was the second question. The old man had only given him one chance to ask a question, and he had already used it, so he shouldn't ask more. Strength determines status. With the old man's strength, he had given Lin Moya the privilege of a conversation and even a cup of tea to enhance his soul level. Lin Moya was already full of gratitude. If the old man hadn't been willing, he wouldn't even have had the qualification to stand before him. The old man said, "In this world, there were a few notable figures in the previous era. They led the era forward, but unfortunately, they went astray. Their decline was prolonged by time, affecting you all, making your path more difficult. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a remarkable person, but he couldn't become the leader of the era. Over 600 years ago, another person with decent talent appeared, but he lacked the stamina. Over 100 years ago, another appeared, full of drive but too conservative, not the right person." The old man looked at Lin Moya. "I wonder if you have the qualifications to become the guide of this era in this world." Lin Moya replied, "I will do my best. I hope you can achieve it and not disappoint this old man." The old man waved his hand. The world turned upside down, and the sun and moon changed places. Lin Moya disappeared from the secret realm. The old man looked at the pavilion and muttered to himself, "Ghost husband, the loopholes you found were all ones I allowed you to find. This time, it's a small punishment. If there's a next time, you'll be annihilated." As he spoke, thunder rumbled in the secret realm, and a gust of wind blew into the pavilion. Screams echoed from the pavilion, the voice of the ghost husband. The old man remained indifferent and slowly said, "Little one, don't disappoint me." Outside the secret realm, Lin Moya suddenly appeared. A meteor happened to fall from the sky, landing just 10 meters away from him. With a loud bang, the shockwave swept over. Lin Moya let the shockwave hit him, and a faint white light appeared on his body. All his skills had been restored, and the damage transfer skill took effect, transferring all the damage to the undead army. The damage transfer skill, influenced by his talent, weakened all damage by 80 times, so the undead army suffered very little damage. Even if dozens more meteors exploded, Lin Moya wouldn't even frown. Looking at the shining entrance of the secret realm amidst the explosion, and then at the source runes that had disappeared from the backs of his hands, everything was real, not a dream. He had completed the assessment, permanently retaining the source runes, transforming them into source skills, and integrating them into his soul as skill star cores. From now on, these skills would belong to him forever. Not only that, but because of his near-perfect performance, the two source skills he obtained were not weakened but even stronger than before. Lin Moya took out the dragon scale given by Antares and activated it. Antares lay with his eyes closed, his head resting on the ground, seemingly asleep. His occasionally twitching eyelids indicated that he wasn't really asleep. The heavy breathing from his nose also showed that he wasn't in a good mood. He still hadn't let go of the matter with the dragon god. He had already swallowed the dragon god's dragon pearl. Despite his hatred for the dragon god, the dragon pearl was indeed a good thing, and Antares couldn't refuse it. He was in the process of integrating the dragon pearl, which required a lot of time. Suddenly, Antares opened his eyes, and Lin Moyo appeared not far away. Why is this brat back? He was about to speak but saw that Lin Moyo had his eyes closed. Realizing something, Antares didn't disturb him and instead blinked knowingly. The surroundings instantly became quiet, and all noise disappeared. What's this brat thinking about? He seems to be deep in thought. Antares was curious. He knew Lin Moyo was very smart. As long as he grasped a detail, he could analyze a lot from it. For this reason, Antares had paid a considerable price. Often, a careless word would be caught by Lin Moyo. Even Antares didn't know how many times he had slipped up, so he tried to speak less. In his eyes, Lin Moyo was a little fox, a fox that liked to trick dragons into talking. But he didn't expect that Lin Moyo had met an old fox and didn't get much out of him. Lin Moyo kept replaying everything that happened in the secret realm in his mind, analyzing every word said by the ghost husband and the old man. He also reviewed all the scenes he saw in the secret realm, sorting out the clues. The experiences in the secret realm played like a movie in his mind. Lin Moya felt that he was getting closer to uncovering a great secret. Unconsciously, sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought of a saying, the more the weak know, the faster they die. No, I can't continue exploring this. Thinking further will lead to trouble. There must be a reason why I can't know about the outside world. I can't think about it anymore. Can't think about it anymore. Chapter 635. Chapter 635, 635. Chapter 635, Don't mention, don't think, don't ask. Shilin Wuya was sweating all over, his body trembling slightly. He kept telling himself, don't think about it anymore, don't think about it anymore. But those secrets seemed to have infinite magic, making him unable to stop thinking and exploring. He wanted to open his eyes but found himself somewhat out of control. Seeing that something was wrong, Antares let out a dragon roar. The dragon roar penetrated Shilin Wuya's soul. At the same time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal outside his soul also let out a dragon roar, resonating with Antares' roar. Shilin Wuya's soul was shaken by the dragon roar, and then his whole body trembled, finally waking up. Antares breathed a sigh of relief. You brat, what were you thinking? Your soul was almost exhausted, this could damage your foundation. Shilin Wuya gasped for breath, feeling like he had just escaped death. His memory was a bit fuzzy, but at the same time, he felt a sense of clarity. The fuzzy part was the questions he had been pondering. It seemed he had sealed his own thoughts, forcing himself not to think anymore. The clarity came from understanding why the few who successfully obtained source skills never talked about what happened in the secret realm. They must know what the secret realm is like, but they never reveal it to the public, not a single word. It's not that they don't want to say it, but they can't say it, not even think about it. Shilin Wuya guessed that they might use self-sealing methods to seal these memories. Seeing Shilin Wuya fall silent again, Antares couldn't help but ask, hey, are you okay? Are you stunned? Shilin Wuya shook his head. I entered the primordial secret realm. Isn't that normal? You went there to find the primordial secret realm. How did it go? Did you succeed? Antares didn't think much of it, not delving deeper. Shilin Wuya said, I succeeded. I managed to retain both skills. Antares was a bit excited. I knew it. If you couldn't retain the skills, no one else could. How was it? Was it difficult? Not too bad. I went through a few assessments. It wasn't too hard, Shilin Wuya said honestly. For him, it wasn't too difficult. Of course, your strength far exceeds that of your peers. Antares suddenly realized something was wrong and let out a roar. You brat, you still have the memories from the secret realm. Shilin Wuya nodded. Yes. Antares became excited. Tell me, what was it like in the secret realm? Shilin Wuya asked curiously. You don't know? Of course not. If I knew, why would I ask you? Antares said irritably, since the last era, no one who entered has retained their memories of the secret realm. Shilin Wuya had completely calmed down by now. Didn't you say you knew everything? Antares snorted heavily, a bit exasperated. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Shilin Wuya smiled mysteriously. Do you really want to know? Antares glared at Shilin Wuya. If you don't tell me, I'll swallow you whole. Shilin Wuya knew he was joking. He sat down and motioned for Antares to come closer. Antares lowered his big head, almost leaning against Shilin Wuya. Shilin Wuya deliberately lowered his voice. There's a pavilion in the secret realm, and inside the pavilion is an independent space. But before entering the independent space, I saw a scene. In the starry sky, there were countless strong beings, and an old man riding a green ox, with purple chi spreading across the starry river. Antares suddenly let out a dragon roar, interrupting Shilin Wuya. The deafening roar made Shilin Wuya's ears hurt. What are you doing? He heard fear in Antares' roar, and it was also evident in Antares' eyes. Antares shook his big head. Don't say it anymore. Shilin Wuya frowned. What's wrong? Antares said solemnly, remember, you must not mention that person, not to anyone. If you talk too much, it could bring disaster. Shilin Wuya said curiously, but I've already left the secret realm. Antares shook his head vigorously. It doesn't matter where you are. Even if you go to the deepest part of the starry sky, as long as you mention his name, it will be heard. Shilin Wuya couldn't believe it, but I don't even know his name. From beginning to end, he only guessed that the old man riding the green ox and drinking tea with him might be the legendary Lao Zi. But he wasn't sure it was all just his speculation. Antares said, "You've seen him, thought of his appearance, and combined with your words, it's enough for him to hear." Shilin Wuya couldn't help but ask, "Is he really that terrifying?" Antares said seriously, "His terror is beyond your imagination. Remember my words, don't mention, don't think, don't ask. Don't mention, don't think, don't ask." Antares' tone was very serious, making Shilin Wuya realize the gravity of the situation. Earlier, he had been pondering everything that happened in the secret realm, trying to analyze what the outside world was like. This included many scenes of Lao Zi and countless strong beings, including the source bird. He had thought too much, unable to extricate himself. Especially the image of the old man, suspected to be Lao Zi, kept appearing in his mind, like a curse he couldn't escape. Now, hearing Antares' words, Shilin Wuya realized the seriousness of the matter. Even when facing the dragon god, Antares had no fear. But now, he was truly afraid. An existence that even Antares feared was indeed something he couldn't think about. Shilin Wuya made a decision to bury this matter deep in his memory and not touch it until he had great strength. However, he still felt a bit unwilling and couldn't help but ask, "Antares, have you heard of the name Ghost Husband?" Antares' scales stood up like sharp blades, and he slowly turned his head, his expression stiff. "Where did you hear that name?" Antares' reaction made Shilin Wuya sense a problem. "In the secret realm, that guy wanted to kill me. But because of the rules of the secret realm, he couldn't." Antares' eyes rolled quickly, and he suddenly shouted, I understand, so he went there. Shilin Wuya asked, "Is Ghost Husband very scary? Scarier than that person?" Antares shook his head. "Ghost Husband is not scary, just cruel. Compared to that person, Ghost Husband is nothing. I'll tell you again, about the secret realm." Shilin Wuya interrupted Antares, "Don't worry, I know what to do. I just mentioned it to you, I won't bring it up again." Antares finally relaxed, knowing that Shilin Wuya, once he said he wouldn't mention it, really wouldn't. Even Antares had to admire Shilin Wuya's caution. Shilin Wuya changed the subject, talking about his experiences on the Wind Thunder continent and the giant creature hidden under the Thunder Mountain range. Talking about this, Antares became excited, shedding his previous caution and starting to talk freely. That guy is the companion beast of the God of Thunder and later became the God of Thunder's mount. After the God of Thunder died in battle, it was severely injured and has been sleeping and healing under the Thunder Mountain range. The thunder trees actually grow on it, and it uses the thunder trees to absorb the power of thunder to heal itself. As for why it can stay on the Wind Thunder continent, that's naturally my doing. But you don't have to worry. It usually sleeps, and even if it wakes up, it can't leave that area. If you want to level up using the thunder trees, just keep your distance from it. Do you want me to talk to it and ask it not to attack you? Antares returned to his usual self, completely forgetting the previous matter. Shilin Wuya didn't expect that the creature was the companion beast of the God of Thunder. No wonder it was so powerful. It could stay on the Wind Thunder continent without being bound by the laws because of Antares. Shilin Wuya said coldly, "Do you know you almost got me killed?" Antares snorted, "How was I supposed to know you would go after the thunder trees? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. I've lived for countless years, witnessed many eras and events, done so many things, how could I remember such a small matter?" Shilin Wuya laughed, "You either sleep or sleep, how many things can you do? And you never do anything without a reason. There must be a reason you helped the God of Thunder." Antares said sullenly, "I have my reasons for taking action." The two chatted and bantered. Shilin Wuya usually spoke very little and rarely interacted with others, but when he was with Antares, he talked a lot. At first, he talked more to get some information. Later, he truly considered Antares a friend. Antares was also lonely, having had no friends for many years. The lonely man and dragon made a good pair. Chapter 636. Chapter 636, 636. Chapter 636, Mengenwen, by Yaiwan, about to break through. In the White God courtyard, a vast aura surged and spread. Lin Shensha Tower spun continuously in the air, constantly radiating brilliance. Meng Yanwen sat cross-legged in mid-air, enveloped by his own soul power, boiling like hot water, refining impurities, discarding the dross and retaining the essence. His soul was ascending, and Meng Yanwen's aura grew increasingly powerful. The powerful soul force filled the entire White God courtyard. On the ground, Bai Yaiwan was experiencing a similar phenomenon. His soul power was also continuously ascending. The two were advancing from level 95 to level 96. Originally, both had reached the peak of level 95, touching the power of laws. But merely touching it was not enough to control it. They were always half a step away from level 96. After the Soul Fusion Array incident, their soul power greatly increased, and their soul levels were elevated. Finally, they formally integrated the laws into their souls, taking the final half step. Outside the White God courtyard, Yin Quanshan, who had already reached level 96, sat cross-legged in mid-air, holding a large knife. He was guarding the two. Although there was no danger in the White God courtyard, he remained cautious. The soul power of Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen grew stronger and stronger, eventually merging and spreading outward. In an instant, it covered a radius of thousands of miles around the White God courtyard. Within this range, all beings with God-level soul strength raised their heads and looked towards the White God courtyard. The aura of a level 96 soul exuded a powerful majesty, making them tremble. They knew what was happening. Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen had previously announced that they were about to break through to level 96. Yan Quanxing also declared that during the breakthrough, no one was allowed to approach, and violators would be killed without mercy. None of the god-level beings who sensed the aura dared to approach. Level 96 is high-level godhood. Level 95 is mid-level godhood. Although it seems like just one level difference, it is worlds apart. Level 96 is the true beginning of touching the laws, and once the breakthrough is successful, their combat power will increase dramatically. Skills integrated with laws will become terrifyingly powerful. Among the human race, apart from a half-step super god level expert, there were no high-level gods. This was a gap. Until recently, this gap had been filled. Following Yan Quanxing, Bai Yaiwan, and Meng Anwen, other veteran experts like Mo Xingai and Ning Taran would soon break through. By then, the strength of the human race would increase significantly. With them holding the fort, the Shangxia Empire would be at its peak, invincible. Among them, only a few knew that all of this was brought about by Lin Moyo. Otherwise, the soul-devouring beast would not have been an opportunity but a disaster. While Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen were breaking through, Lin Moyo had already returned to the human world. He had a half-day argument with Antares, ending in unhappiness. Antares found himself too clumsy with words, unable to outtalk Lin Moyo. After so many years, it seemed he had lived in vain. Antares angrily sent Lin Moyo back to the human world, telling him not to come back. Of course, this was just a fit of anger. However, their argument did push other matters aside. Lin Moyo no longer dwelled on what happened in the primordial secret realm, burying those memories deep and not touching them. He knew he wasn't qualified to touch them yet. Lin Moyo once again arrived in Kuan City, standing in the city and gazing at Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Divine Palace, a high-level dungeon. A level 75 dungeon, allowing entry for those between levels 70 and 80. This was a dungeon for top-tier professionals. After passing through low-level and mid-level dungeons, few were qualified to enter the high-level dungeon. Even if there were, they belonged to major forces. Almost all solo players stopped at the mid-level dungeon. Lin Moyo stepped onto the snowy mountain, climbing upward. The fierce wind and snow roared from the north. On the way to the initial dungeon, the wind and snow were a significant test. At least one-third of the professionals would be deterred. This section was also the windiest and snowiest part of the journey. After a long time, Lin Moyo returned to the Kunlun Mountains. When he left last time, he was not yet level 70 and hadn't undergone his third transformation. Although his soul was strong, it hadn't reached god level. Now, upon returning, he had completed his third transformation and embarked on his unique path. His soul level had also reached level 92. Looking at Kunlun Mountain again, the feeling was different. Now, with his soul extremely sensitive, Lin Moyo sensed that Kunlun Mountain was lifeless and devoid of vitality. When he had experienced the Kunlun Mountain in the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, it seemed to have a certain vitality. But looking at the Kunlun Mountain outside the dungeon, it was dead silent. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Moyo clasped his hands and closed his eyes, letting his soul power flow like a river. With the main peak of Kunlun Mountain as the center, a radius of 10,000 meters was a dead zone. Under the snow, the rocks were pitch black, lifeless, and barren. His soul power began to penetrate the mountain. At the upper part of the mountain, Lin Moyo finally discovered something unusual. He sensed a trace of life force, trickling along specific channels, flowing into the mountain. This life force came from the professionals outside the mountain. Lin Moyo was slightly shocked to find that Kunlun Mountain was absorbing the life force of professionals. However, it absorbed very slowly and in such small quantities that it didn't harm the professionals. Professionals have strong life force, and the higher their level and stronger their soul, the stronger their life force. Losing a tiny bit wouldn't even be noticed. His soul power continued to penetrate, and the life force flowed along specific channels, moving towards the peak of the mountain. As he approached the peak, Lin Moyo sensed a formation. A very complex and mysterious formation. The formation wasn't large, unlike the massive soul fusion array. But this formation inside Kunlun Mountain was extremely intricate, far more complex than the soul fusion array. Moreover, as the formation operated, it exuded the aura of laws. A god-level formation. And it's a god-level formation integrated with laws. The formation blocked Lin Moyo's soul sensing, preventing him from probing further. If he wanted to know what was beyond the formation, he would have to go there in person and see with his own eyes. The formation contained laws, indicating it was at least level 96. And the one who set up such a formation must also be above level 96. Currently, there were no level 96 formation masters among the human race. This formation was left from the past. Moreover, in Lin Moyo's knowledge, even in the past 1,000 years of history, there had never been a level 96 formation master among the human race. If Meng Anwen could reach level 96, it would be unprecedented in this era. This formation either doesn't belong to this era or doesn't belong to the human race. Demons don't know formations, and if it were set up by the dragon race, it wouldn't escape the eyes of god-level experts. Lin Moyo pondered and quickly found an answer. This formation either belongs to the previous era or was set up by a deity. At this moment, he sensed someone approaching and stopped his thoughts, opening his eyes and turning his head. His soul power hadn't fully retracted, and his eyes shone like sharp swords. The person approaching let out a scream, as if struck, and stumbled back several steps, falling into the snow. If Lin Moyo hadn't retracted his soul power at the last moment, the person's soul might have been shattered. Now, they were just frightened, which was lucky. Lin Moyo asked, "What's the matter?" At this moment, the person's companions ran over and helped him up. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing a robe, clearly a mage. Lin Moyo could see his level, 61, not strong but not weak either. He looked at Lin Moyo with a strange expression. I saw you standing there motionless, thinking you were frozen, so I came to check. Lin Moyo looked at himself, not a single snowflake on him, clearly not frozen. But he had indeed stood there for a long time, exploring the mountain with his soul power for about half an hour. Standing still for half an hour would naturally attract attention. Lin Moyo shook his head. I'm fine. With that, he continued up the mountain. Watching Lin Moyo leave, the man was puzzled. What a strange person. Chapter 637. Chapter 637, 637. Chapter 637, it can only be him. Shilin Muya walked forward leisurely, each step seemingly landing on the snow, yet not actually touching it. The path he walked left no footprints. He could have flown, but he chose not to. He measured the Kunlun mountain peak, and his soul power spread out again, following the threads of life force, reaching the outside of the formation. He was not a formation master and did not know how to set up formations. But this did not prevent him from examining the formation. His soul power repeatedly tried to penetrate the formation to see what was inside and why it was absorbing life force. Although the amount absorbed was small, just a tiny bit, accumulated day after day, year after year, the total amount was quite astonishing. Shilin Muya discovered that a trace of his own life force had also been absorbed into the formation and disappeared. A very tiny trace, completely bypassing his defensive skills and talents. This discovery shocked Shilin Muya even more. It indicated that the laws within the formation were extremely high level, not something an ordinary level 96 law could achieve. What exactly is being hidden here? Shilin Muya felt curious and cautious at the same time. If it was like the Wind Thunder continent, hiding some powerful existence, it would be troublesome. However, he thought it unlikely. If that were the case, the human race, with its half-stepped super gods, would have already cleared it out. After all, this was the human world, not the Wind Thunder continent. Shilin Muya tried various methods but could not penetrate the formation and eventually had to give up. Unknowingly, he had passed through the initial dungeon and entered the mid-level dungeon area. An invisible pressure fell on Shilin Muya, having no effect on him. The closer he got to the mid-level dungeon, the smaller the wind and snow became, eventually disappearing. A bustling scene appeared before him, with many human teams stationed there, forming a sizable living settlement. The last time Shilin Muya came, he was in a hurry to clear the dungeon and then left quickly, not having seen this place. Now, it seemed full of life, with people drinking and eating together, peaceful and lively. 1,000 years ago, such a life was almost unimaginable. At that time, wars were constant, and professionals were all on the battlefield, staining the rivers and mountains with blood. If not for the desperate struggles of the ancestors, the human race would have long fallen under the iron hooves of demons and dragons. Shilin Muya did not stop but continued to walk upwards, passing the settlement. The wind and snow grew stronger again. The path from the mid-level dungeon to the high-level dungeon was even more difficult. The wind and snow were like knives, carrying an offensive nature. Climbing the mountain was a battle in itself. Under immense pressure, although there was no flight restriction, flying was still difficult. The pressure was more than 10 times greater than before. It was another test, eliminating a batch of unqualified individuals. Such a test had no effect on Shilin Muya. He continued to walk on the snow without leaving a trace, calm and unhurried. The wind and snow grew stronger, and through it, Shilin Muya saw the entrance to the dungeon in the distance. The dungeon vortex spun atop the peak. It seemed that the dungeon was at the peak, where there was a flat area. Comparing the position of his soul power, Shilin Muya found that the dungeon was actually several hundred meters below the peak. But to the naked eye, there was no path beyond the dungeon. Shilin Muya knew that someone had used special means to hide the true path. There was a path beyond the dungeon, continuing upwards. Only by surpassing the height of the formation could one reach the true peak. If I'm not mistaken, the high-level dungeon is not the end. Perhaps there is a fourth stage dungeon. Shilin Muya speculated in his heart and walked towards the dungeon. Whether his guess was correct would be known with a single test. The wind and snow parted, and noise came from behind. A group of professionals broke through the wind and snow, charging up under the invisible pressure. They moved quickly, not stopping along the way. The closer they got to the dungeon entrance, the greater the pressure, so the less time spent on the road, the better. Shilin Muya understood this and looked at the newcomers, muttering to himself, what a coincidence. There were usually no people on the path to the high-level dungeon. Occasionally, a team would come, often rushing up the mountain as quickly as possible. The pressure outside was too strong, no one could endure it for long. Mainly, the requirements of the mid-level dungeon were too high, and few could meet them. Moreover, the high-level dungeon was too difficult. Teams at level 70 could hardly clear it, and even level 80 teams faced great pressure. Once they exceeded level 80, they no longer met the dungeon requirements and couldn't enter, let alone clear it. Therefore, most teams attempting the high-level dungeon were composed of professionals at levels 79 or 80, with level 80 teams being the majority. At level 80, attributes increased significantly, and new skills were mastered, giving them a better chance of clearing the dungeon. As Shilin Muya looked at them, they also looked at him. Someone like Shilin Muya, climbing the mountain alone and leisurely, was rare. Seeing Shilin Muya standing still, they found it strange. But they didn't stop, quickly passing by and rushing towards the dungeon. After they passed, Shilin Muya smiled slightly and continued walking forward. Although he couldn't see their levels, his soul sensing told him they were around levels 79 to 80. This team of 24 people moved with great coordination, giving Shilin Wuyu a sense of military precision. They didn't wear military uniforms or badges, making it hard to identify them. Some well-trained guild teams could also reach this level of coordination. The team quickly overtook Shilin Wuyu, rushing to the dungeon entrance and sitting down at the side. Someone took out a tool, creating a shield around the team to block the wind and snow and the pressure. They began to rest. Perhaps the rush had consumed too much energy, and they needed to recover before entering the dungeon. Whether moving or resting, their actions were uniform. Moreover, the leader's commands were followed without question. Shilin Wuyu thought this team might be from the military. If not, they were trained like soldiers. Such a team had strong combat power, whether on the battlefield or in dungeons. While they rested, Shilin Wuyu also reached the dungeon entrance. Noticing Shilin Wuyu, they looked surprised. What's he doing here alone, sightseeing? But there's nothing to see here but wind and snow. And with such immense pressure, who has the mood to sightsee? Shilin Wuyu stood before the dungeon and looked at them, soldiers. The leader looked at Shilin Wuyu in confusion. Is there something you need? Shilin Wuyu smiled and shook his head, just curious, asking casually. With that, he reached out and touched the dungeon entrance. In the next second, his figure disappeared. Everyone was stunned he had entered the dungeon. Is he joking? Entering the dungeon alone, is he seeking death? Doesn't he know that in the dungeon, all teleportation items are disabled, and only by surviving the first wave of attacks can one choose to leave? He'll die in there, what a fool. He doesn't look like an idiot, why do something so foolish? They were shocked by Shilin Wuyu's actions. Everyone knew the difficulty of the high-level dungeon, soloing it was impossible. Reaching this point already proved his strength. Yet he did something so suicidal, it was incomprehensible. Mind your own business, rest up, and enter the dungeon in 10 minutes. The leader's stern command silenced everyone. The leader looked at the dungeon and muttered to himself, could it be him? If anyone in the world could solo the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, it could only be one person. Regardless of age or appearance, it seemed to match. The leader believed he had guessed Shilin Wuyu's identity. It should be General Lin. He might really be able to solo it. It can only be him. Inside the dungeon, Shilin Wuyu's vision had just cleared when multicolored lights covered him. Elemental fluctuations roared. Various elemental attacks instantly struck him. The skeletal armor shone brightly, shattering in just 2 seconds. Now at level 74, with talents included, the skeletal armor had a constitution equivalent to 590,000, yet it lasted only 2 seconds. This meant that a professional with 590,000 constitution, without considering equipment or defensive skills, could only last 2 seconds. But 2 seconds were enough for Shilin Wuyu to do many things. The undead army appeared, and the headless knights charged in all directions, carving a bloody path for Shilin Wuyu. He didn't need his eyes, his soul power swept across, instantly understanding the situation. Chapter 638. Chapter 638, 638. Chapter 638, Elemental Convergence, like watching fireworks. Without needing his eyes, his soul power had already detected what was happening. Lin Moya was surrounded by a large number of monsters, which launched the first round of attacks on him. However, they were quickly repelled by the headless knights, resulting in heavy casualties. 1,000 meters away stood 4 fortresses. The fortresses were arranged in a fan shape, surrounding him. Each fortress had walls, and many monsters stood on these walls. The walls were 100 meters high, and formations flowed on the fortresses, forming a protective barrier. The monsters on the walls were huge, each over 10 meters tall. Their bodies were filled with boiling energy, and they all used long-range elemental attacks. The rapid destruction of the skeletal armor was mainly due to their efforts. The dungeon has changed. These monsters look like an army. Lin Moya immediately noticed the anomaly. Whether it was the monsters attacking him up close or those launching long-range elemental attacks from the fortresses, their actions seemed to be under unified command, not just random attacks. Moreover, the 4 fortresses seemed to be connected, with each fortress's monsters controlling different elements. The leftmost fortress controlled wind elements. Moving to the right, the elements were fire, water, and electricity. These 4 elements were the most common among human professionals. Each fortress controlled one element for attacks. These were not skills or spells, just pure elemental attacks. This attack method reminded Lin Moyo of deities. Whether human, demon, or dragon, using elements ultimately required skills for attacks. Only deities, because their essence was different from other beings, could directly control elements for attacks. Of course, deities could also use skills, which could enhance the destructive power of elements to some extent. All these thoughts flashed through Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya instinctively felt that the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon should be related to deities. Under the attacks of the headless knights and skeletons, the monsters were quickly repelled and eliminated, creating a space in front of Lin Moyo. Elemental attacks from the fortresses continued. They exploded on Lin Moyo like cannonballs. Lin Moyo ignored their attacks. For other teams, such continuous attacks would be a huge pressure. But for Lin Moyo, it was nothing. His strength far exceeded the dungeon's limits. Entering the dungeon was almost like a sightseeing tour, walking around and clearing the dungeon along the way. Having faced powerful enemies for so long, clearing a dungeon of the same level was no challenge at all. In no time, the undead army had cleared the monsters outside the fortresses. Then they surged into the 4 fortresses like a tide. Overwhelming attacks fell on the fortresses, shaking their protective shields. Suddenly, strong energy fluctuations rose from the 4 fortresses, and the 4 elements converged in the air. For a moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, strong winds howled, and thunder roared. Lin Moya's lips curled up slightly, finally making a move. He had long sensed that 4 bosses were hidden in the fortresses. These 4 bosses were the commanders of the fortresses. They would only act when the fortresses were attacked to a certain extent. This was the dungeon's mechanism. Now, seeing the fortress's protective shields about to collapse, the commanders finally acted. The 4 elements converged in the air, their power continuously increasing. The power quickly surpassed the level 80 threshold, breaking the dungeon's limit. This phenomenon surprised Lin Moyo. Normally, except for the final boss, the power level within the dungeon wouldn't exceed the allowed entry limit. This was a level 75 dungeon, allowing entry up to level 80, so the monsters encountered along the way would have power levels between 75 and 80. But now, just entering the dungeon, the power limit was already broken. Lin Moya knew that such power levels were nothing to him, but for other professionals, it would be very difficult to handle. He had seen high-level information about the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, and although the information wasn't detailed, he knew the general situation. The dungeon had 3 stages, and he was currently in the first stage. This stage required destroying the elemental fortresses to obtain keys. As the name suggests, the difficulty of high-level dungeons is indeed high. For ordinary teams, passing through is very difficult. Lin Moya said softly. He didn't realize that what he was doing was different from the information. The information only mentioned destroying one of the elemental fortresses, but actually, only one of the 4 needed to be destroyed. Others would choose one fortress to attack, only alerting the commander of that fortress, and the elemental convergence and power limit break wouldn't occur. Lin Moyo, however, attacked all 4 fortresses at once, alerting all 4 commanders simultaneously, causing a mutation. The wind howled in the dungeon, turning into blades, falling on the undead army. Thunder roared, lightning snakes danced, and they also struck the undead army. Lightning illuminated the ground, followed by flashes of red and blue in the sky. Fire and water elements fell simultaneously. The scene of fire, rain and snowflakes falling together was something even Lin Moyo had never seen before, extremely beautiful. The collision of 2 opposing elements created violent explosions. For a moment, the elemental vibrations were dazzling. Lin Moya stood there, relaxed, as if watching a beautiful fireworks display. Having experienced the Dragon King's Hall dungeon and the baptism of elemental dragons, this level of elemental attack was nothing like child's play. The undead army maintained a strong offensive under the elemental impact. The Lich generals healed the injuries, which healed in the blink of an eye. Like Lin Moyo, they ignored the elemental attacks. Lin Moya didn't even need to summon the Skeleton King or use any other skills. The undead army alone was enough to push through. The seemingly sturdy shields of the 4 fortresses shattered under the undead army's fierce attacks in just a minute. The undead army swarmed in like wolves, quickly clearing the monsters on the walls. The army stormed into the fortresses, starting to surround and kill the commanders. Lin Moya walked forward leisurely, knowing that with the undead army at this level, unless they encountered a tough enemy, he didn't need to worry about how to fight. He just needed to wait for the results. Soon, the converging elements in the air dissipated. Lin Moya received notifications. Killed level 78 Wind Commander, Experience Plus. Obtained Wind Key. Wind Key, one of the 4 elemental keys, at least 1 key is required to enter the 3rd stage of the dungeon. Killed level 78 Fire Commander, Experience Plus. Obtained Fire Key. Notifications kept popping up, and Lin Moyo obtained 4 keys. The 4 elemental fortresses fell silent, and when the undead army left, the fortresses collapsed with a roar, turning into ruins. Lin Moyo walked past the fortresses and continued along the dungeon path. Looking up, he saw the peak of Kunlun. At the peak, shrouded in mist, a magnificent palace was faintly visible. Kunlun Divine Palace, the dungeon's name came from this. After the elemental fortresses, the path to the mountain began, marking the true start of the dungeon. Looking at the mountain peak, the Kunlun main peak in the dungeon gave him a sense of vitality, full of life. Unlike the outside Kunlun main peak, which was lifeless. He had this feeling the first time he entered the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. At that time, he even suspected that the mountain in the dungeon was the real Kunlun main peak. Now, Lin Moyo was even more certain of his feeling. There were too many legends about Kunlun Mountain, whether in his previous life or in the Shengxia Empire, all had legends about Kunlun Mountain. In his previous life, Kunlun was said to be the ancestor of all mountains, with the saying that all dragon veins in the world originated from Kunlun. Here, Kunlun was equally mysterious and powerful, said to have nurtured many deities and once formed the Kunlun pantheon. Lin Moya didn't believe in the pantheon, but given the grandeur of the Kunlun mountain range, it was entirely possible for a few or a dozen deities to appear. His soul power flowed through the dungeon, gradually penetrating the Kunlun main peak. Lin Moya was very interested, wanting to understand everything. Perhaps he could uncover the mystery of the great upheaval of the past. Chapter 639. Chapter 639, 639. Chapter 639, The True Peak and the False Peak, the Divine Palace. During Lin Moya's growth, the things he encountered were different from those of other professionals. After completing his first major exam, he was noticed by Bai Yaiwan, and everything he encountered afterward was somewhat high-end. As his level increased, the information he learned became more profound and complex, with mysteries emerging one after another. Often, just as he found one answer, several more mysteries would arise. Even now, the things he encountered far exceeded the knowledge of Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. In the entire world, he was the only one who could converse with Antares as an equal. He was also the only one qualified to enter the Dragon King's Hall. No one else had seen the elemental dragons and the dragon god. He was the only one who had obtained 2 primordial runes and retained them, gaining source skills. Lin Moya knew that the path he walked was different from anyone else's. He was destined to unravel various mysteries and understand the essence of this world. In past eras, what exactly happened in this world, and why did these things happen? Lin Moya felt that all the changes were not natural, there must be deeper reasons. Antares had once let something slip, though it was just a few words, but it allowed Lin Moya to discover some clues. Afterward, both sides tacitly never mentioned it again, making Lin Moya even more aware that there was something strange about this world. Now, standing on the main peak of Kunlun, Lin Moya was 99% certain that the main peak in the dungeon was the real Kunlun main peak, the one with countless legends, and the main peak outside the dungeon was false. To switch the 2 main peaks is not something an ordinary deity can do, but why would they do this? As Lin Moya walked, he pondered this question. A large number of monsters rushed down from the mountain and its sides, and the undead army responded, killing them all. Most of the monsters in the dungeon were between levels 75 and 77, completely powerless against the undead army. Lin Moya suddenly looked up at the palace on the mountain peak, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have figured something out. To verify, he sent his soul power towards the palace. But just as it was about to reach the palace, a formation suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Moya's soul power. Lin Moya clenched his fist, slightly excited. That's right, it's just like this. The formation blocking his soul power was of the same origin as the formation outside the dungeon that absorbed life force. It was obvious that both formations were created by the same person. The previous mystery was answered, and everything became clear. Setting up a false peak outside, with a formation inside to slowly absorb the life force of countless beings. Using the wind and snow of the Kunlun Mountains and the pressure tests of the Divine Palace dungeon, making it completely undetectable. Even an ordinary level 90 expert wouldn't notice if they didn't look carefully. All the absorbed life force flows into the dungeon, converging in the real Kunlun Divine Palace. What seems like a small amount of life force accumulates over time into a staggering number. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful deity in slumber. A deity, severely injured, would choose to sleep, using the passage of time to heal. This deity added an extra layer of protection, not only sleeping but also absorbing the life force of countless beings. In this way, the time needed for recovery would be greatly shortened. Lin Moya believed his guess was correct. Although he trusted his speculation, a guess was still just a guess. If possible, he still wanted to see the Divine Palace with his own eyes. As for how to enter the Divine Palace, he could either force his way in or go through the dungeon. Lin Moya believed that since the other party had set up such a test-type dungeon, there must be a passage. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, and a light ball like the sun appeared in the sky. The light traveled through the wind and snow, creating dazzling light and shadows. Small rainbows appeared in the sky, like colorful halos, incredibly beautiful. If these settings were all created by that deity, it could only be said that the deity had a high appreciation for beauty. Lin Moya's gaze fell on the sun-like light ball, which was bright but not hot. The light ball was just a surface phenomenon, its core was actually a formation. This formation gathered a large amount of light elements, emitting a dazzling glow. The light ball suddenly flickered, and the snowflakes in the sky began to sparkle. They were also covered by a large number of light elements, and then the snowflakes turned into fist-sized snowmen. The snowmen wielded small light swords and charged at Lin Moya. Although the snowmen were small, they were not weak. Under soul sensing, each small snowman had a strength of level 77. A detection spell flew out. Light snowman, level 77. Strength 300,000. Agility 250,000. Spirit 250,000. Constitution 200,000. Skills, light element attack. Trait, rebirth. The total attributes were only 1 million, weaker than monsters in hell-level dungeons of the same level. In a dungeon as difficult as the Kunlun Divine Palace, the monsters shouldn't have such attributes. Lin Moya didn't let his guard down. He noticed the light snowman's trait. The trait is rebirth. I wonder how it manifests. The undead army had already engaged. Even the smallest skeleton mage in the undead army was over 2 meters tall. The headless knights, including their horses, were over 5 meters tall. These light snowmen were only the size of a fist, really tiny. The skeleton mages were the first to attack. For them, once locked on, size didn't matter, they attacked the same way. Elements roared, and the surrounding elements became chaotic. The light snowmen were blown to pieces in the intense explosions. But immediately, the fragments turned back into snowmen. Their size was slightly smaller than before, and their aura was weaker, but their numbers increased significantly. One snowman was blown into 7 or 8 pieces, which then turned into 7 or 8 smaller snowmen, charging again. Their weapons, in Lin Moya's eyes, were not much bigger than embroidery needles, but their power couldn't be measured by size. These smaller light snowmen were not weak, and each sword strike was deadly. They were continuously blown apart, then turned into even smaller snowmen. Their numbers increased rapidly, but their strength decreased correspondingly. However, no matter how many there were, it was useless. The skeleton mage's skills were area attacks, and each explosion covered a considerable range. Under the dense bombardment, the small snowmen couldn't get through. So this is rebirth? Lin Moya found it somewhat amusing. No matter how many times they could be reborn, there would always be a limit. For example, the number of rebirths, and the level of strength reduction with each rebirth. Once the limit was reached, they would collapse. Sure enough, after being killed 10 times, the snowmen, now only the size of a finger, completely collapsed and couldn't complete a new round of rebirth. Just as Lin Moya thought, the rebirth ended there. At this moment, the light ball in the sky flickered again, emitting an even brighter light. This time, a larger area of snowflakes turned into light snowmen, charging aggressively. This was the second stage of the high-level dungeon. After passing the first stage of the 4 elemental fortresses, one would face the second stage here. Most teams failed here and had to choose to exit. Snowflakes filled the sky, countless in number. The number of light snowmen created from the snowflakes was equally countless. The second wave of snowmen was several times more numerous than the first wave. The skeleton mages were having a blast. Lin Moya looked at the light ball in the sky. The light ball was the key. As long as the light ball wasn't dealt with, the light snowmen would be endless. The essence of the light ball was a formation. It could either be broken or destroyed with great force. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the Headless Knights charged at the light ball. The charge skill activated, and the Headless Knights formed a long line, charging at the light ball. The light ball was over 1,000 meters above the ground, looking small but actually quite large. Lin Moya's gaze was fixed on the light ball. Just as the Headless Knights were about to reach it, a large number of runes appeared on the light ball. The formation activated, and a shield covered in runes appeared around the light ball. The Headless Knights crashed into the shield and were sent flying. Tens of thousands of Headless Knights followed, attacking the shield in waves. The shield twisted continuously and finally broke after 2 minutes under the Headless Knights' fierce attacks. The Headless Knights reached the light ball, and the formation inside the light ball activated again. A large number of light swords extended from the light ball, turning it into a porcupine, sending the Headless Knights flying. The Headless Knights attacked the light ball with all their might, cutting off the extended light swords one by one. The shield and light swords, 2 layers of defense, were broken in an instant. Then the Headless Knights surrounded the light ball and began to smash it. The bone swords clanged against the light ball. The formation runes flickered continuously and finally shattered with a loud bang. As the light ball shattered, the light snowmen disappeared. The second stage of the dungeon was cleared. Chapter 640, 340. Chapter 640, 340. Chapter 640, high-level instances are not suitable for leveling. After passing the second stage, the instance became a smooth path. Lin Moyo had not obtained any rewards so far. Apart from some experience and useless materials, he didn't even get a decent piece of equipment. This instance can only be summed up in one word so far: poor. Not only in terms of equipment, but also in terms of experience, it was pitifully poor. Except for when he first entered the instance and gained a wave of experience, the little snowmen and the formation light balls just now didn't give any experience at all. If the initial and intermediate instances are leveling Holy Lands, then the high-level instances really have nothing. As they walked higher along the mountain path, the wind and snow became more and more fierce. Here, even level 70 players might not be able to withstand it. The temperature dropped to a terrifying degree, with water turning to ice being the most common phenomenon. Even Lin Moyo could feel the chills at this moment. The current low temperature was enough to cause damage to him, and the damage transfer skill continued to function, transferring all the damage to the undead army. The soul fires in the skulls of the skeletons were also compressed by the cold air. Lin Moyo could feel that under the snow, there was ice that had existed for who knows how many years. Braving the bitter cold, they advanced, encountering no monsters along the way, until they reached the depths of the instance, 4 square platforms appeared within sight. Beyond the platforms was a thick fog, with no way to proceed further. There were indentations on the platforms that looked like keyholes. Lin Moyo immediately understood and took out the elemental keys obtained from the elemental fortress. Different platforms represented different elemental keys. For most teams, only one key was needed to open the next stage, but Lin Moyo now had all 4 keys gathered. He inserted the 4 keys one by one, and the 4 platforms simultaneously let out a roar. The roar grew louder and louder, and then the platforms exploded, transforming into their respective elements. Wind, fire, water, and lightning. The 4 elements gathered again, forming 4 pillars of light that shot straight into the sky. Parting the clouds, a brand new path appeared in front of them. This path seemed to lead directly to the peak's divine palace, its end not in sight. At the moment the path opened, terrifying waves of energy rippled out. A large number of dormant monsters awoke. Each of them was over level 78, and they were not ordinary monsters, but at least leaders. The number and strength of the leaders were clearly visible under Lin Moya's soul perception. The number of awakening leaders was not too many or too few, exactly 400. Lin Moyo pondered, if only one path was opened, the number of leader monsters to face would probably not be so many. Lin Moyo was correct. If only one path was opened, they would only need to face 100 leader monsters. Moreover, the leader monsters awoke at different speeds, and powerful teams could take advantage of this time difference to clear them one by one. At most, they would only need to face 4 leaders at the same time. But now, Lin Moyo had activated all 4 paths simultaneously, causing 400 leader-level monsters to awaken at once. At most, he might have to face 16 leaders at the same time. For any team, that would be a disaster. After all, a team only had 24 people, and facing 16 leader-level monsters simultaneously would basically have no chance of victory. The corners of Lin Moya's mouth twitched slightly, just this. 400 leaders were too weak. Before the leaders could fully awaken and charge over, the undead army had already rushed forward. This was the last stage of the instance, but it still left Lin Moyo feeling disappointed. The leaders gave high experience, much higher than ordinary monsters, but the number was really too small. 400 was only equivalent to 4,000 ordinary monsters, even if the experience was 10 times higher. Not to mention, the experience wasn't even 10 times higher. If this was all, the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace instance was no longer suitable for him to level up. Grinding this instance would be slower than going to the Wind and Thunder Great Tree and clearing all the thunder trees and wind flowers outside of the Thunder Mountain range. Killed 78 level Fire Giant, Experience Plus. Obtained, Fire Sword. Fire Sword, near legendary weapon, all attributes plus 60,000, all fire skills power increased by 120%, additional skill, Burning. Burning continuously deals damage to the target for 1 minute. As one of the fire elemental leaders was killed, Lin Moyo obtained a near legendary weapon. Although it wasn't very good, it couldn't be considered bad either. At least its attribute bonuses were far stronger than platinum level weapons. Even the worst near legendary weapon would have attribute bonuses in the tens of thousands. For any job, a near legendary weapon would be a huge leap. If paired with good skills, this weapon would be extremely powerful. The leaders were killed one by one, and pieces of near legendary equipment entered the storage space. Lin Moyo finally understood that high-level instances were indeed not suitable for leveling up. This place was for you to obtain equipment. Calculated at a 10% drop rate, even if only one path was opened, that would mean 10 pieces of near legendary equipment. Ask yourself, which instance could produce 10 pieces of near legendary equipment at once? And Lin Moyo had opened all the paths, obtaining at least 30 to 40 pieces of near legendary equipment, an astonishing gain. Low and intermediate levels were for leveling up, while high levels were for obtaining equipment. This way, you would have both levels and equipment. The Kunlun Divine Palace truly lives up to its reputation. Although the difficulty is indeed higher, it has brought a large amount of resources to the human race. Lin Moyo felt moved. It was indeed very good. Among the human race, there were not many high-level craftsmen. Even if they gave their all, they could not produce many near legendary pieces of equipment. As for true legendary equipment, that was even more unthinkable. In the human race, the vast majority of near legendary equipment came from high-level instances. A high-level instance like the Kunlun Divine Palace that could mass-produce near legendary equipment was of paramount importance. With equipment, the combat power of human professionals could be greatly increased. A single piece of top-notch equipment could even change a profession, and this was not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, all this equipment was useless to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had tried various equipment, but only the Sovereign's Scepter was useful to him. The undead army charged into the path, slaughtering indiscriminately. Whether you were an awakened leader or an unawakened one, they would just hack away at you. The undead army's brutality was fully displayed at this moment. Lin Moyo didn't need to do anything, he just had to follow the path and continue climbing towards the peak. Along the way, the sounds of battle never ceased. Information kept popping up. Lin Moyo got closer and closer to the peak, until a formation appeared, blocking his path. At this point, he was only about 1,000 meters away from the Divine Palace at the top. He could clearly see the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was exquisitely built, standing at the very peak of the mountain. The connection between the Divine Palace and the mountain body was only a small point. Yet even so, the Divine Palace remained extremely stable, not swaying at all in the raging winds. Wind chimes hung at the four corners of the Divine Palace, constantly ringing as the wind blew, producing a faint melody that drifted over. In the information about the instance, there were no records about the Divine Palace. Some teams had opened the path and reached the end before. At the end of the path, they encountered the final boss of the instance. After defeating the boss, they left the instance, with no further developments. However, they had only used one key, while Lin Moyo had used all 4 keys. The difficulty was more than quadrupled, and the result he saw was also somewhat different. At least the formation in front of him was not mentioned in the information. The melody of the wind chimes coming from the Divine Palace was also not mentioned. If it had been, it would certainly have been recorded. The sound of the wind chimes was pleasant, carrying a hint of sadness. The wind chime melody was music, but also a story. Lin Moyo was drawn into the sound, becoming somewhat entranced. It was as if he could see some scenes from the sound, witnessing the story that had happened back then. His soul power surged, influenced by the sound of the wind chimes. His morale was aroused, his soul was excited, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Lin Moyo had the urge to join the battlefield and bravely slay enemies alongside the undead army. He realized that this thought was not normal, but he couldn't control it. This is wrong, stop. Lin Moyo growled inwardly, struggling to control his soul. His will was in conflict with his subconscious. Suddenly, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a dragon's cry, and Lin Moyo shuddered, immediately snapping back to his senses. Lin Moyo exhaled deeply, recalling what had just happened and that uncontrollable feeling, the power of laws. He was shaken, never expecting the sound of the wind chimes to contain a trace of the power of laws, causing him to be influenced without realizing it. The 4 wind chimes at the corners of the Divine Palace were extremely unusual. Lin Moyo became fully alert, for this was no benign place. He had not taken the instance seriously, but the Divine Palace at the peak of Kunlun was full of hidden dangers at every step. Lin Moyo tightly guarded his soul, temporarily no longer paying attention to the Divine Palace. The 400 leaders in the path had been almost completely cleared. With the death of the last leader, the 4 directions churned, and a large amount of elemental energy gathered in the field. The mountain peak shook constantly, and an enormous creature descended from the sky amidst the wind and snow. Chapter 641. Chapter 641, 641. Chapter 641, Top Tier Set, the Kunlun Set. Firebeak, Icetail, Windwing, Thunderclaw. A massive bird composed of the elements descended from the sky with the sound of wind and thunder. Without any warning, it rushed towards the undead army at an astonishing speed, almost comparable to when the Headless Horseman used its charge skill. A pair of lightning claws grabbed two Headless Horsemen, the claws tightening around them as their armor made crunching sounds. But it did not crush them as expected. As long as the damage did not instantly kill the Headless Horseman, all damage would be shared among the undead army, making it impossible to easily kill them. The Headless Horsemen fought back from within the claws, their bone swords continuously stabbing towards the giant bird. Lin Muyo cast a probe spell. This giant bird had clearly surpassed the instance's limit, with a soul perception level of around 84. Such a boss would be difficult for any team to deal with. However, Lin Muyo also realized that if he had not simultaneously opened all 4 pedestals and combined the 4 elemental paths into one, this boss would not have been so powerful. Kunlun Giant Eagle, World-Class Leader. Level, 82. Strength, 1,200,000. Agility, 1,600,000. Spirit, 1,200,000. Vitality, 1,400,000. Skill, Elemental Assault. Trait, Fire Elemental Immunity, Wind Elemental Immunity, Water Elemental Immunity, Lightning Elemental Immunity. World-Class Leader was the strongest title for a boss within an instance. Only the bosses in large-scale instances would be called world-class leaders. Many people believed that world-class leaders and world bosses were existences of the same level. The only difference was that those in instances were called leaders, while those in the wild were called bosses. Their attribute totals were almost identical. However, those people had never truly faced a world boss before, not to mention single-handedly killing one. They only had a superficial understanding. In Lin Muyo's eyes, world bosses were definitely stronger than the leaders in instances, even if they were the same level and had similar attributes. World bosses possessed various defensive traits, like the venomous reptile whose very poison attribute was extremely troublesome. In comparison, the leaders in instances were much easier to deal with. Lin Muyo had already killed countless world bosses and did not even consider the mere 82-level Kunlun Giant Eagle a threat. However, since it was constantly in flight and incredibly fast, it was not easy to pursue. Its 4 elemental immunities also greatly reduced the power of the skeleton archmage's elemental chaos. Only the soul archer's soul piercing could deal some damage to it. But if he wanted to kill it, it would take quite some time. Lin Muyo did not want to waste time, so with a thought, he pointed his finger towards the sky, and the heavens instantly darkened. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a fierce wind swept through. The exquisite Skeleton King's throne appeared in the air. The divine-level Skeleton King, over 20 meters tall and composed of 100,000 skeletons, slowly rose from the throne. The divine-level Skeleton King, with a peak level of 92 and the ability to reach level 93 when using skills, caused the very space to groan upon its appearance. Faced with the divine-level Skeleton King, the Kunlun Giant Eagle, as the instance's leader, appeared flustered and flew about in a panic. The Skeleton King swung its massive sword, unleashing a chilling blade of light. Skill, God Slayer. With the Kunlun Giant Eagle as the sole target, God Slayer reached its maximum power. The Kunlun Giant Eagle's cries abruptly ceased as its massive body exploded within the blade of light. One strike, instant kill. The Kunlun Giant Eagle did not even have a chance to use its skills before being instantly killed. For Lin Muyo, killing it was merely a matter of time. He could either play around with it for a while or finish it quickly. Currently, Lin Muyo was in a hurry, so he had no time to play with it. Killed Kunlun Giant Eagle, Experience Plus. Obtained, Kunlun's Blazing Great Sword. Obtained, Kunlun's Raging Storm Armor. Obtained, Kunlun's Lightning Ring. Obtained, Kunlun's Icy Bracelet. Kunlun's Blazing Greatsword, part of the Kunlun set near Legendary Weapon, plus 10% to all attributes. Fire-based skills additionally increased by 50%. Attached skill, Blazing Inferno. Blazing Inferno has a chance to trigger this skill during attacks, dealing fire elemental damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Kunlun's Raging Storm Armor, part of the Kunlun set near Legendary Armor, plus 8% to all attributes. Kunlun's Lightning Ring, part of the Kunlun set near Legendary Accessory, plus 20,000 to all attributes, adds lightning elemental damage to all attacks with a chance to cause paralysis. Kunlun's Icy Bracelet, part of the Kunlun set near Legendary Accessory, plus 20,000 to all attributes, immunity to frozen status. 4 pieces of equipment, each with different elements and properties. The weapon's attached skill was average, nothing too special if you only looked at this weapon alone. However, if you considered these pieces of equipment together, it was an entirely different story. The Kunlun Giant Eagle dropped the Kunlun set, a set that, while each individual piece had average attributes, would become extremely powerful when the entire set was collected. Among near legendary equipment, the complete Kunlun set was top tier. Barring true legendary equipment, the Kunlun set could be considered the strongest. There were very few sets that could compare to it. The complete Kunlun set consisted of 6 pieces, a weapon, armor, ring, necklace, earrings, and bracelet. Moreover, each piece had different elemental attributes. For example, the weapon would have variations for different classes, like swords for knights, bows for archers, and staves for mages. It would also have corresponding attributes, bonuses to specific elemental skills, and random additional skills. The armor also had different attributes, elemental bonuses, and suited different classes. With such a wide variety of combinations, the possibilities were nearly endless. If a fire mage managed to obtain a complete Kunlun set with unified fire attributes of fire staff, fire armor, fire ring, fire necklace, fire earrings, and fire bracelet, even if given a legendary piece of equipment, they might not exchange it. However, collecting a unified set like that was extremely difficult. Even among the top professionals of the human race, not all god-level experts had managed to collect a complete set. This time, Lin Muyo had collected 4 pieces with different attributes: a fire weapon, wind armor, lightning ring, and water bracelet. At the moment, it seemed a bit disorganized and unsystematic. If it had been another team killing the giant eagle and only using one key to open a single path, that would have only obtained one piece of the Kunlun set. With the type and attributes being random, who knows how long it would take to collect a full set. A god-level expert once said that a Kunlun set with unified attributes was part of the Lifetime series. That god-level expert was even willing to trade his legendary weapon for a complete, unified Kunlun set, but unfortunately, he could never obtain one. Lin Muyo thought that perhaps he could farm the instance a few more times. With his speed and ability, obtaining 4 Kunlun pieces each time, if he farmed it enough times, he might have a chance to collect the entire Kunlun set. The human race was severely lacking in legendary equipment, with only a handful of pieces. As far as Lin Muyo knew, Meng Yanwen's Divine Summer Pagoda was legendary, but Bai Yaiwan's fist weapon and Yin Quangshan's blade were not legendary, but rather top-tier near-legendary equipment. Ning Terran's precious staff also did not seem to be legendary. The reason for the human race's lack of legendary equipment involved many factors. The most crucial one was that the human race lacked god-level blacksmiths capable of forging such equipment. Although someone like Meng Yanwen could create legendary accessories if given enough materials, an idea occurred to Lin Muyo to collect a complete Kunlun set for his teachers, which would undoubtedly aid their combat strength. The thought flashed by before being suppressed. This matter is not urgent for now. Lin Muyo turned his gaze back towards the Kunlun Divine Palace overhead. The moment the Kunlun Giant Eagle died, not only did he obtain equipment, but the formation blocking his path also disappeared. The path beyond the formation was now fully revealed, and the Divine Palace atop the peak was clearly visible. This meant he was qualified to enter the Divine Palace. The instance truly did have a 4th stage. This is the real Kunlun Divine Palace instance. Lin Muyo ascended the mountain, heading towards the peak where the Kunlun Divine Palace stood. The raging winds carried the sound of wind chimes to his ears once more. This time, Lin Muyo was prepared, tightening his soul force to avoid being influenced by external forces. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal spun around his soul, also on high alert, guarding his mind, undisturbed by external influences. Chapter 642. Chapter 642, 642. Chapter 642, When You Can Master the Laws. The sound of wind chimes was beautiful and melodious, constantly ringing in Lin Muyo's ears. Even if Lin Muyo blocked his hearing, it was useless, he could still hear it. The sound would directly penetrate the soul. This was the sound of the laws, and it didn't need ears to be heard. Just like the bloodiness in the primordial secret realm, it reached directly to the soul. Lin Muyo could only resist with all his might, not letting it affect him. He had already been ambushed once before, although the other party had no ill intentions. That feeling of being out of control was truly unpleasant. At that time, Lin Muyo's fighting spirit surged, and he only wanted to throw himself into battle. If this sound were used in the army, it could greatly increase the army's combat power, making every soldier full of fighting spirit. But if used on oneself, it could make one lose reason, even becoming a puppet that only knew how to fight. Everything has 2 sides, and Lin Muyo was good at analyzing and enjoyed analyzing, considering all aspects of the problem. Because of this, Lin Muyo preferred to remain calm at all times. Since his debut, there had been very few things that could make him panic. The closer he got to the Kunlun Divine Palace, the stronger the sound of the wind chimes became. However, Lin Muyo knew that although the sound of the wind chimes carried the power of the laws, as long as one's will was strong enough, even a level 40 person could resist it. The owner of the wind chimes had no ill intentions. A distance of 1,000 meters was not far for Lin Muyo. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top. Standing at the peak, he could see the Kunlun Divine Palace more clearly. This was a large palace with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, and from a distance, one could see the exquisite carvings on the outside of the palace. The wind and snow acted as the best cleaners, keeping the palace exceptionally clean, free of dust. The entire palace was connected to the mountain peak at only one corner, with 99% of it suspended in the air, like a floating divine palace. Lin Muyo walked over with curiosity, and there was a plaque hanging on the gate of the divine palace, with the words Kunlun written on it. It was written in the script of the Shangxia Empire. When Lin Muyo saw the words Kunlun, he confirmed that this was a product of the current era. The text was the best evidence. Lin Muyo looked at the 2 words, feeling the aura on them. Even after a long time, the aura on them was still strong. The text carries a strong divine aura. This is a powerful deity. Much stronger than the god of thunder, it should be a high-level deity. According to records, there were many high-level deities a long time ago, but later they all disappeared for some reason. There were not many recorded high-level deities, such as the god of blood and the god of life. There were more deities not recorded in the data. For example, the god of the stars was not in the records, but Lin Muyo guessed from the countless meteorites that had been falling on the meteorite continent for many years that the god of the stars should not be weak. The god of blood had disappeared, even his weapon was gone, so he should have fallen without a doubt. The god of life was the same, and his weapon even triggered an apocalyptic war. The current owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace should also be a high-level deity. The wind chimes were the best evidence the power of the laws could not be faked. What exactly happened back then? I really want to find out. This question had troubled Lin Muyo for many days, but he did not hesitate and walked towards the gate. He was not afraid, nor worried. Worry and fear were useless now. He had only 2 choices. One was to enter the Kunlun Divine Palace, and the other was to leave. Having come this far, how could he be willing to leave? With Antares' dragon scale in hand, he believed there were not many places in this world that could trap him. At worst, he could activate the dragon scale and escape. The gate of the divine palace opened automatically, welcoming him like a guest. The inside of the palace was even more spacious than it looked from the outside. Upon entering, there was a huge garden with many trees swaying in the wind and snow. But strangely, no matter how heavy the snow, it left no trace on them. Every corner of the palace was exceptionally clean. The garden was arranged in a very orderly manner, neat yet not lacking in beauty. This is a deity who loves cleanliness, perhaps even has a cleanliness obsession. Moreover, this deity is very likely a female. The sound of the wind chimes was even stronger here. A gust of wind blew, and the chimes rang incessantly. Wind chimes were hanging all over the garden, on the trees and in every corner. The key was that the sound of these wind chimes, when combined, did not seem chaotic at all. But now, the sound of the wind chimes was just the pure sound of wind chimes, no longer carrying the power of the laws that reached the soul. Lin Moya was even more convinced that this should be a female deity, and one who liked cleanliness and wind chimes. Just as he was thinking, a light shone, making the entire garden beautiful. In the light, a man in a robe walked slowly. Lin Moya was stunned. He had guessed wrong. It was actually a man. Lin Moya saw that the man was not in his true form but was composed of elements. However, he was undoubtedly a deity, exuding the unique aura of a deity. "Hello, 5-star general of the human race." The deity was very polite to Lin Moya, immediately revealing Lin Moya's identity as a 5-star general, which surprised Lin Moya. He hadn't worn his military badge on his shoulder, so how did the other party know? The deity continued, "Don't be surprised, I have fought alongside many 5-star generals of your human race and am very familiar with their aura. Let me introduce myself, I am Kunlun, the great deity of the Kunlun Mountains." This time, Lin Moya was truly shocked. He looked at him in amazement. He was actually a great deity. A great deity was a level higher than a high-level deity, equivalent to a half-step super deity in the human race. He hadn't expected such an existence in the Kunlun Divine Palace. He had underestimated him. Lin Moya did not doubt the other party's identity and said, "Human race, 5-star general, Lin Moya, greets the great deity Kunlun." Kunlun suddenly made a gesture of invitation. "My true form is still asleep, and there's nothing here to entertain you, so let me show you around the Divine Palace. Please don't mind." Lin Moya dared not mind. He had many questions he wanted to ask the great deity Kunlun. "Your true form is asleep, that has nothing to do with me, as long as you can talk." However, Lin Moya did not speak directly. They were not familiar yet, and he had not figured out the other party's temperament. Speaking rashly was not good. The great deity Kunlun led Lin Moya towards the interior of the Divine Palace. "Your strength is beyond my expectations." Lin Moya responded modestly, "My strength is nothing." Kunlun shook his head. "No, even in those days, you would have been one of the most outstanding." Lin Moya pondered over those days he mentioned, wondering which era it was. It must have been a long time ago, at least 1,000 years. Perhaps those years buried by time. Kunlun continued, "In our era, geniuses were everywhere. As long as you weren't an idiot, you could become a top professional. With slightly better aptitude, you could become a deity. From job change to deity level, the fastest only took 1 or 2 years. Lin Moya listened as if hearing a myth. From job change to deity level in just 1 or 2 years. Was this a joke? How could it be so fast? Lin Moya found it hard to believe. Kunlun chuckled, "There was a price to pay. We paid too much, and this world paid too much. The price was so great that it was almost unbearable. But we had no choice." Lin Moya listened silently. The price must have been terrifying and unimaginable. Kunlun suddenly stopped, looking at the snow in the sky, and sighed deeply, but it was worth it. A gentle breeze blew, and the melodious sound of wind chimes rang again. Kunlun smiled, "Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Moya nodded, "A wonderful melody." He spoke sincerely and honestly. Kunlun agreed with Lin Moya, "Indeed, it's beautiful. I've listened to it for so many years and never tired of it." "Did you think I was a woman just now?" Lin Moya's mouth twitched, not responding. This was a question he couldn't answer. Saying the wrong thing could offend. Kunlun said, "It's okay, everyone thinks so. The garden was arranged by my wife, and the wind chimes were hung by her. She loved wind chimes, loved them very much. Unfortunately, she can no longer hear them." Saying this, Kunlun sighed again. Lin Moya thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "The Great War back then was very cruel, wasn't it?" Kunlun turned to look at Lin Moya, staring for a moment. "It seems you know something. I know you have many questions, including about the formation in the Kunlun Mountains. Don't doubt, I've been watching you since the day you entered the instance. I even saw you kill the Kunlun snow god. But I can't tell you now." Lin Moya asked, "Is it because I'm still too weak?" Kunlun nodded, "You have great talent, but you're not strong enough yet. Then when will I be qualified to know? When you can master a law." Lin Moya's heart trembled, and he slowly uttered 4 words, "Half-step super deity." Chapter 643. Chapter 643, 643. Chapter 643, hard to say, depends on the situation. Everyone has a different perspective, and the world they see is also different. When Lin Moya first changed his profession, achieving a 3rd transition was already considered top-notch. After encountering Bai Yaiwan, he realized that becoming a god-level professional was the real goal. Now, he needs to master the laws and become a half-step super deity to be qualified to know the ancient secrets. For most professionals, reaching god level is already an unattainable goal, and half-step super deity is something they don't even dare to think about. But for Lin Moya, half-step super deity is not enough, far from enough. The old man who seemed to be Lao Zi hoped that Lin Moyo could become the leader of this era. What is an era leader? Even becoming a super deity might not be enough, so what is a half-step super deity? It can only be said that the Kunlun great deity in front of him is far inferior in perspective compared to the old man in the primordial secret realm. Is it enough to be qualified as a half-step super deity? Lin Moya said softly. This made the Kunlun great deity raise his eyebrows slightly. His expression remained gentle, but now he felt that Lin Moyo was somewhat arrogant. The Kunlun great deity did not reprimand Lin Moyo, but his tone became slightly lower. Mastering the laws is very difficult, don't take it too lightly. Even in our time, when the laws were apparent, very few could master them. Lin Moya naturally knew that mastering the laws was not easy, but he was confident, I will achieve it. The Kunlun great deity looked at Lin Moyo, deep in thought. In his eyes, Lin Moyo was somewhat arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If half-step super deity were so easy, why has there only been one half-step super deity in the human world in nearly 100 years? Moreover, there have only been a few half-step super deities in history, and sometimes there were gaps. The Kunlun great deity's memory surged. Even in his era, half-step super deities were not many. He slowly spoke, confidence is good, but don't be arrogant. Lin Moya nodded, I understand. Lin Moya's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Having seen many powerful beings, although a great deity was worthy of respect, there was no need to be overly flattering. Moreover, this was just a great deity whose true form was asleep, and it was unknown when he would wake up. His mindset had unconsciously changed. The Kunlun great deity said nothing more and changed the topic. You have passed the final test of the instance, and I want to ask you to do something for me. Lin Moya knew that the main event had arrived. Please tell me, what do you need me to do? Lin Moya did not agree immediately. He wanted to hear what it was first before deciding whether to agree. If it was something dangerous, Lin Moya would definitely refuse. The Kunlun great deity said in a deep voice, before I tell you, I want to ask, can I trust you? Lin Moya spoke honestly, hard to say, depends on the situation. For example, if what you ask me to do is very dangerous and might endanger my life. Or, if what you ask me to do might harm the human race. Lin Moya listed two possibilities. The first one was fine, Lin Moya would just refuse. In the second case, Lin Moya would not only refuse but might also take some drastic actions. The true form of the Kunlun great deity was asleep, and it was hard to say how much divine power this elemental body could exert. In fact, bringing Lin Moya into the Kunlun divine palace was a risk for the Kunlun great deity. If Lin Moya had any malicious intent, it was hard to say what might happen. Lin Moya's combat power was not weak. He had slaughtered gods and many god-level experts. The 5-star general title was not for show. Similarly, Lin Moya was also taking a risk by entering the Kunlun divine palace. What if the Kunlun great deity had any malicious intent towards him? After all, this was a great deity. Of course, Lin Moya never fought a battle he wasn't confident in. With Antares' dragon scale in hand, he believed his safety was not an issue. In essence, both sides were taking a gamble. They had already established the most basic trust. Lin Moya's tone was sincere, and the Kunlun great deity could understand. The more sincere he was, the more at ease the Kunlun great deity felt. If Lin Moya had agreed immediately, he would have been more worried. He showed a slight smile, rest assured, what I want you to do will not harm the human race. After all, I was once a comrade in arms with your human race, a life and death friend. He emphasized the words life and death friend, his eyes showing a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the past. He continued, as for danger, it might be a life and death situation for others, but for someone with your combat power, it would at most be a bit troublesome. He was well aware of Lin Moya's combat power, capable of counterattacking and slaughtering gods, a 5-star general. Although Lin Moya was only level 74, sometimes combat power couldn't be judged by level. Someone like Lin Moya would have been called a monster in their era, a genius even more talented than prodigies. I want to hear the specifics, Lin Moya said directly. The Kunlun great deity did not continue to beat around the bush. I hope you can go to the lower layer of the ancient battlefield, beneath the wild continent, and retrieve something for me. Lin Moya asked, the Azure Dragon Sea. The Kunlun great deity nodded, that's right. What do you need me to retrieve? My wife's divine core. Lin Moya looked at the Kunlun great deity, your wife's divine core is at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea. The Kunlun great deity smiled bitterly. Back then, she fought to the death, and her divine core fell into the Azure Dragon Sea, sinking to the bottom. Retrieving her divine core is something I've always wanted to do. But it's too difficult. Even an 89-level half-step deity couldn't do it. I've waited for so many years, and finally, I've waited for you. The Kunlun great deity's tone was somewhat sorrowful, and his eyes were filled with sadness that was hard to suppress. Lin Moya could feel the sincerity in his voice, and he was not lying. The Kunlun great deity continued, my wife and I are different from other gods. We did not become gods naturally but became gods by chance. Before becoming gods, we were also human. Lin Moya was shocked. The Kunlun great deity actually said that he was human before becoming a god. No wonder he said he fought alongside humans back then. This might be one of the reasons. The Kunlun great deity had not finished speaking. At this moment, he seemed like an old man wanting to confide. Perhaps the god of life also perished. If she were still around, my wife might have had a chance to be resurrected. Although I can't resurrect my wife, retrieving her divine core is something I, as her husband, should do. This is also the only thing I can do for her now. His memories were mixed with sadness, coloring the entire Kunlun divine palace. The sound of wind chimes floated, playing a sad melody. Lin Moya said in a deep voice, the sea is vast, and finding a divine core is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's not easy. The Kunlun great deity slowly extended his hand, and all the wind chimes vibrated in unison. Then Lin Moya saw a huge, exquisite wind chime fall from the sky. The wind chime carried the aura of a god and was filled with the power of laws. When it first appeared, it was as large as a bronze bell, but when it fell into the Kunlun great deity's hand, it was only the size of a fist. Lin Moya recognized it as the wind chime hanging outside the Kunlun divine palace. The Kunlun great deity looked at the wind chime, his eyes full of memories. This is my wife's life weapon. Take it with you. If the distance between it and the divine core is less than 100 kilometers, it will sense it. Lin Moya took the wind chime from the Kunlun great deity's hand and immediately cast a detection spell on it. Holy Sound Wind Chime, mythical weapon, weapon of the god of Holy Sound. Possessing a mythical weapon, the weapon contained the power of laws. The god of Holy Sound, the wife of the Kunlun great deity, was also a high-level deity. Whether she was level 96 or 98, Lin Moya did not know. But a high-level deity was undoubtedly very powerful. At least her power of laws was not something he could currently contend with. Such a deity had also fallen. The disaster of that year, the fall of the gods. No one knew what had happened. Lin Moya held the Holy Sound Wind Chime. He could not use this weapon to him, it was just a sturdy and exquisite ordinary wind chime. I can help you with this, but everything should be reciprocal. What is the reward? Lin Moyo asked. The Kunlun great deity said, you obtained a Kunlun snowgrass in the initial instance, right? Kunlun snowgrass, extra reward from the Kunlun divine palace instance, initial, level. Kunlun snowgrass could directly increase one's level, with extraordinary effects. When he first obtained the Kunlun snowgrass, he was amazed, never imagining that there was such a magical thing in the world. Now his vision and experience were different. Looking back, he realized that the Kunlun snowgrass contained immense soul power. It was the soul power that increased the level. After obtaining it, Lin Moyo had never used it. Increasing his level was not very useful to him. He could level up just by spending some time. It was not difficult and did not require relying on external objects. The Kunlun great deity pointed to a flower bed in the distance. That is your reward. Chapter 644. Chapter 644, 644. Chapter 644, this time, no experience grinding, only equipment grinding. Each plant was full of vitality, and within that vitality was a familiar aura. This vitality came from the power of life, which in turn came from the formation outside the instance, from the large number of human professionals who came to the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun great deity pointed casually, and a formation appeared outside the flower bed. Strands of life force came from the void into the formation, where the power of the laws converted it, removing impurities and leaving only the essence, which was then poured into the flower bed to become the nourishment for the Kunlun snowgrass. So, the life force ended up here. Lin Moya then realized that he had previously misunderstood. The life force absorbed by the formation was not taken by the Kunlun great deity. Instead, it came here and became the nourishment for the Kunlun snowgrass. The Kunlun great deity said, you must have thought that the life force was absorbed by me, right? Lin Moya admitted frankly, yes. I judged from the absorbed life force that there must be a deity in slumber. The Kunlun great deity chuckled, your judgment is correct. My true form is indeed in slumber and has been for a long time. When I will wake up, even I don't know. These life forces are of little use to me. And what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Not only the formations on the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains, but the entire Kunlun mountain range is filled with numerous formations. The life force absorbed is not just from the professionals, but from all living beings in the Kunlun Mountains, including plants. Their life force is also continuously being absorbed. However, this level of absorption does not harm them in any way. Lin Moyo understood this principle. Even if the life force was not absorbed by the formation, it would silently dissipate and eventually disappear. The formation merely gathered this excess life force to cultivate the Kunlun snowgrass. In the flower bed, the Kunlun snowgrass varied in height and size. Among them, one particularly robust plant stood out, towering over the other Kunlun snowgrass by more than 3 times, truly the king of the snowgrass. Lin Moyo asked, is the Kunlun snowgrass useful to you? The Kunlun great deity shook his head. No, the Kunlun snowgrass is not prepared for us. The implication was clear. Since it was not for the deities, it must be for the humans. However, among the humans, no one had ever heard of anyone obtaining the Kunlun snowgrass. Lin Moyo was the first to get it. The Kunlun great deity explained, these things were very useful in the past, and perhaps they will be useful in the future, but I hope they will never need to be used. This 1 in a million snowgrass king is my reward to you. If you can retrieve my wife's divine core, I will give you the snowgrass king in exchange. Lin Moyo asked, what is the use of the snowgrass king? He did not use a detection spell to check it, partly because it would be impolite in front of the Kunlun great deity. Secondly, the flower bed was covered by a formation, and Lin Moyo was not sure if the detection spell would work. The Kunlun great deity said, if you want to break through to a half-step super deity in the future, the snowgrass king will be of great use. In addition, the snowgrass king has another function. I will tell you after you bring back the divine core. Lin Moyo thought for a few seconds and made a decision in his heart. All right. In the end, Lin Moyo agreed to the Kunlun great deity's request. It was a request, but it was also a transaction. However, the Kunlun great deity was very polite to Lin Moyo, as he needed his help. Otherwise, given his status, he would not need to be so courteous to Lin Moyo. After Lin Moyo left the instance, the Kunlun Divine Palace once again disappeared into the wind and snow. The wind howled, and the Kunlun Great Deity stood in the garden, murmuring, after waiting for so many years, finally someone has come. I hope he can succeed. Ener, I miss you so much. His voice was eventually drowned out by the wind and snow, disappearing without a trace. Outside the instance, there was no one, only the howling wind, making it extremely quiet. The Kunlun Divine Palace, a high-level instance, was located at the peak of the Kunlun Mountains in the eyes of most people. But Lin Moyo knew that this was far from the peak. The true peak was within the instance, another 1,000 meters up. The place where the Kunlun Divine Palace was located was the peak. Moreover, it could be imagined that the Kunlun Divine Palace was not originally on the ground but should have been floating in the air. It descended because the Kunlun Great Deity fell into slumber. The feeling of entering the Kunlun Divine Palace just now was still fresh in his mind. Upon careful reflection, he realized that the Kunlun Divine Palace itself was a powerful weapon, extremely formidable. He was also bold enough. If the Kunlun Great Deity had any malicious intent towards him, the trouble would not be small. Lin Moyo did not immediately set off for the ancient battlefield. There was no rush. He and the Kunlun Great Deity did not set a time limit. After waiting for so many years, it did not matter if he waited a little longer. Lin Moyo planned to grind the instance first. Although the experience in the instance was not much, he could obtain a lot of equipment. These pieces of equipment were useless to him, but they were very useful to the entire human race. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan both came from the military, and most of the army in the Shangxia Empire was under their control. With so many people and so many top professionals under their command, a large number of near-legendary equipment was urgently needed. Moreover, there was the Kunlun set. Lin Moyo also wanted to get a set for Meng Yanwen and the others. If anyone in the world could collect a complete set of the same attribute Kunlun set, Lin Moyo knew it would be him. After resetting the instance cooldown, Lin Moyo teleported back into the instance. The moment he entered the instance, he was met with a fierce attack. The rules of the instance had not changed, it was still the same. 4 elemental fortresses and a large number of monsters over level 75 would launch a fierce attack on the instance entrant. This was the first wave of attacks. If one could not withstand this wave, there was no need to continue. Many professionals died in the first wave of attacks. It was not a game, it was real death. Their bodies would remain in the instance forever. In the human race, deaths in instances happened every day. But instances as cruel as the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace were rare. To gain rewards, one must pay a price. While people attacked instances to gain experience and equipment, some instances also weeded out unqualified professionals. Statistics showed that the higher the level of the instance, the higher the difficulty, and the higher the death rate. Conversely, lower-level instances were relatively safe. Lin Moyo withstood the attacks, and the undead army responded. They quickly cleared the surrounding monsters, then shattered the shields of the 4 elemental fortresses and killed the commanders inside. When Lin Moyo saw the formation light balls in the second stage, he did not give them a chance to evolve into light snowmen. He directly summoned the Skeleton King and killed them with one strike. Then he opened the 4 channels and entered the third stage. Lin Moyo was always used to challenging higher levels. He was already confronting deities before reaching level 70. Instances of the same level were not difficult for him. Letting the undead army eliminate the monsters, Lin Moyo walked alone along the mountain path to the end of the third stage. This time, there was no formation to obstruct him. The end of the third stage was truly the end of the instance. Lin Moyo pressed against the invisible wall and could feel the power of the laws. Looking up, he saw nothing but void, and the Kunlun Divine Palace was not visible. He knew that this was normal, the way most professionals saw the instance. With the roar of the elements, the Kunlun Giant Eagle descended from the sky, but it was met with the Skeleton King's giant bone sword. From start to finish, Lin Moyo did not lift a finger. The undead army and the Skeleton King easily cleared the instance. After killing the Kunlun Giant Eagle, the instance exit appeared. Lin Moyo did not hesitate and quickly left through the exit. The next second, he re-entered the instance and continued. Again and again, Lin Moyo repeatedly grinded the instance. Each time took less than half an hour. Since the appearance of the Kunlun Divine Palace instance, no one had ever grinded it like Lin Moyo. Each time, he obtained dozens of near-legendary equipment and 4 pieces of the Kunlun set. If it were someone else, they would definitely shout, "I'm rich." Lin Moyo felt nothing, just grinding the instance over and over. In his storage space, various pieces of equipment increased rapidly. In just half a day, Lin Moyo had grinded the instance 20 times. He had obtained over 200 pieces of near-legendary equipment. Lin Moyo was really worried that if he continued grinding like this, he might empty the instance. Equipment could not be produced out of thin air, it had to come from somewhere. But all over the world, various instances produced equipment. What was the source of the equipment? Lin Moyo could not figure it out. He asked Antares, and the answer was, "You are not qualified to know." Antares clearly knew something but refused to tell him. As for the old man who seemed to be Lao Zi, Lin Moyo did not even dare to ask. Another huge mystery that he would have to solve himself in the future. Chapter 645. Chapter 645, 645. Chapter 645, How did you become a 5-star general? When Lin Moyo finished the 20th run of the instance, his storage space was officially full. Besides his own items, the storage space was filled with equipment and materials. There were a total of 80 pieces of the Kunlun set. As for whether he could assemble a complete set with the same attributes, Lin Moyo was too focused on running the instance to check. With no other choice, Lin Moya decided to stop running the instance and return for now. At this moment, the instance's vortex lit up, and waves of spatial fluctuations emerged. A group of people was teleported out. Their uniforms were identical, and they were the same group Lin Moya had seen while climbing the mountain earlier. Lin Moya guessed that these people were likely from the military, given their coordinated actions and unique aura. Even the Jialan Guild's team couldn't achieve such uniformity. After they emerged, they were momentarily stunned before regaining their senses. Upon seeing Lin Moya, they immediately became alert. Each person moved quickly, forming a battle formation. This further confirmed Lin Moya's suspicion that they were indeed from the military. Other things can be faked, but such instinctive emergency responses cannot. Lin Moya smiled and gestured to them to relax, indicating he had no ill intentions. The leader, with a commanding presence, took a few steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, are you General Lin?" Lin Moya smiled, took out his military badge, and put it on. The purple badge with 5 stars was dazzling. Upon seeing it clearly, the leader was taken aback, his expression exaggerated and flustered, exclaiming loudly, "5-star General." A gust of wind blew, bringing a chilling cold that made him cough uncontrollably. He suppressed his cough and saluted Lin Moya, "Greetings, General Lin." Lin Moya smiled, "No need for that. I'm just a nominal general without an actual position in the military." "Are you the Instance Strategy Team from the military?" The leader shouted, "We are the 8th Military District's Instant Strategy Team, 3rd Squad. I am the captain, Chi Taizu." Lin Moya smiled, "Well, not bad. How was your harvest this time?" The leader hesitated, reporting to General, "I cannot say. The military has its rules, and without permission, many things cannot be disclosed." Although Lin Moya was a 5-star general, he was only nominally so, with no actual position or authority. Lin Moya said, "All right, be careful. If you have the capability, you can try opening multiple channels. There will be more monsters, but the rewards will also double." Chi Taiza said, "But opening 2 channels is too dangerous." Lin Moya glanced at the group. Not only were their actions coordinated, but their auras were also unified. They were all level 80 professionals. Coming from the military, their combat coordination was impeccable. Under Lin Moya's gaze, each person stood straighter, exuding their strongest spirit. This was a 5-star general, a true big shot. Lin Moya was very satisfied with them. Despite being level 80, top-tier professionals, none of them were arrogant. Lin Moya said, "I think as long as you cooperate well, opening 2 channels simultaneously should be no problem." Chi Taiza said, "Our levels are indeed sufficient, but our equipment is lacking. If each brother could get a full set of near-legendary equipment, we might have a chance. The equipment they obtained might not necessarily be used by themselves. It needed to be distributed by the higher-ups to the appropriate people. That's the military for you." Lin Moya thought for a moment, "Since we met by chance, I have some equipment from the instance. You can all come and pick what suits you." As he spoke, Lin Moya took out several pieces of near-legendary equipment. In an instant, the ground was covered with equipment, piled up like a small mountain. The accumulated snow was flattened, and the pure white snowy world was suddenly filled with colors. Everyone was stunned. This was what it meant to have equipment piled up like a mountain. Chi Taizu was once again shocked. "General Lin, did you get all this equipment from the instance? How long have you been running the instance?" Lin Moya said, "Just half a day, 1 piece at a time, very quickly." Chi Taizu was dumbfounded, and all the soldiers were so shocked they couldn't speak. What did he mean by 1 piece at a time, very quickly? What did he mean by just half a day? They took nearly a day to run the instance once and could only get about 10 pieces of near-legendary equipment. Then they had to wait 10 days for the instance cooldown to end before running it again. A 24-person team couldn't all have high-level cooldown amulets. The equipment in front of them would take them 80 runs. At 10 days per run, it would take at least 800 days, or more than 3 years. They would have to work hard for 3 years, but Lin Moya only took half a day. Comparing oneself to others really could drive one mad. Chi Taizu was convinced. The reputation was well-deserved. No matter Lin Moya's level, his strength was real. The reason Lin Moya was willing to give them the equipment was that they belonged to the 8th Military District. The 8th Military District had another name, the 8th Fortress. It was under the influence of Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. Anyone from the 8th Fortress was their trusted subordinate. So, these were his own people. In the White God's courtyard, peace had returned. Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, and Yan Quanqing sat together, drinking tea. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan's promotion had ended half a day ago. They successfully reached level 96, with the laws integrated into their bodies, merging with their skills. From now on, they could wield the laws, greatly enhancing their skills. The next step was to integrate more laws into their skills, enhancing both the skills and themselves. As they could wield more laws, their strength would continue to increase, eventually comprehending the true essence of the laws and beginning to master them. Once they reached this level, they would become half-step super deities. Yan Quanqing said, "Xiao has been out for a long time. I wonder when he will return." Bai Yaiwan sipped his tea. "The kid said we don't need to worry about his 3rd transition. I wonder what he's up to." Meng Yanwen chuckled, "Don't worry about Xiao. He will definitely succeed in his 3rd transition. After all, he has that person with him." Yan Quanqing sighed, "I never expected Xiao to be able to talk to that person." Bai Yaiwan said, "Indeed. Previously, only half-step super deities in the human race had the qualification to speak with that person. Even at level 96, we don't have that qualification." Yan Quanqing thought about his past foolish attempt to challenge Antares. In hindsight, he was lucky to have survived. Meng Yanwen's eyebrows twitched. Xiao was back. The three of them looked delighted. As soon as Meng Yanwen finished speaking, spatial fluctuations appeared outside the courtyard. Someone had teleported there. Only a few people in the entire human race had the qualification to teleport directly to the White God's courtyard. They sensed Lin Moya's presence and were all shocked. Meng Yanwen whispered, Xiao has completed his third transition, and Yan Quanxing, with his keen senses, added, and he's very strong. I feel he's stronger than the average god-level professional. What method did Xiao use to complete his third transition? What means did that person employ? The means of that person are beyond our comprehension. If Xiao doesn't say, don't ask. Understood. They were all experienced and knew what could and couldn't be asked. Lin Moya hadn't been back to the White God's courtyard for a long time, and his eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. Although he had seen a broader world recently, returning to this familiar place brought warmth to his heart. Since his grandmother passed away and his sister embarked on her own path, this place was the warmest in his memory. Teachers, I'm back. Seeing the three familiar figures, Lin Moya greeted them respectfully. He went up to serve tea to his three teachers. These three teachers genuinely cared for him without any selfish motives. Meng Yanwen didn't say anything. Lin Moya's safe return was enough. Yan Quanxing smiled, not bad, not bad. Xiao not only completed his third transition but also made great progress in strength. Bai Yaiwan also laughed heartily. Kid, you didn't disappoint me. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly jumped up. How did you become a 5-star general? Meng Yanwen then noticed the military badge on Lin Moya's shoulder and said softly, Xiao, have some tea and tell us slowly. Becoming a 5-star general must have involved a significant battle. They wondered what Lin Moya had experienced. Although Lin Moya's combat power couldn't be measured by his level, he was still only level 74. Facing god-level professionals, it was hard to believe he felt no pressure at all. Chapter 646. Chapter 646, 646. Chapter 646, useless to others, very useful to me. Lin Moya saw that the three of them had somewhat strange expressions and felt puzzled, not knowing what was going on. After he sat down, Bai Yaiwan unexpectedly poured him tea and asked, was it very dangerous at that time? Yan Quanxing followed up on Bai Yaiwan's question, did they come one by one, or all at once? Were they demons or dragons? Lin Moya replied, they were dragons. 13 dragon kings came together. 12 low-level dragon kings and 1 mid-level dragon king. Hiss. The three of them looked at each other. This lineup was not small. They naturally were not afraid, but if other god-level experts encountered them, they would either flee or die. Bai Yaiwan asked, that battle must have been thrilling, right? Lin Moya shook his head, not dangerous at all, it only took 2 minutes. Hiss. Another gasp. The three of them were even more incredulous. Meng Yanwen seemed to realize something. After your third transition, did your strength increase significantly? Lin Moya confirmed Meng Yanwen's words, indeed, my actual combat power should be close to level 93 without using external items. If I use external items, killing a level 93 god-level expert is not difficult. The external items Lin Moya referred to were the solidified blood of the fire god and the fresh blood of the god of poison. As his strength continued to increase, he used these two methods less and less. However, Lin Moya still had his strongest trump card, detonating the law god crystal of the thunder god and the corpse of the god of poison. Unless it was a last-ditch effort, Lin Moya would not use them. Listening to Lin Moya's explanation, the three of them realized they had misunderstood. The dragons really delivered military merits on a silver platter, directly promoting Lin Moya from a 3-star general to a 5-star general. Bai Yaiwan looked at Meng Yanwen, old Meng, you read a lot. Has our human race ever had someone who could easily kill god-level experts right after their third transition? Meng Yanwen looked at Bai Yaiwan as if he were an idiot. Does this have anything to do with how much you read? If there were such a person, would you not know? Yan Quanxing followed up, exactly, if there were such a person, our human race would have long since counterattacked the Abyss Dragon realm. Being able to easily slaughter god-level experts at level 70 or so. Then when he becomes god-level, or even half-step super deity, even true super deities might not be his match. The Demon Emperor of the Abyss, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Realm. They are only half-step super deities, far from reaching the level of super deities. Lin Moya's ability to challenge across levels is truly terrifying. When Lin Moya becomes a half-step super deity, he might really have a chance to lead the human race to counterattack the Abyss and the Dragon Realm. The three of them had a gleam in their eyes. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanxing were especially excited. Lin Moya roughly guessed their thoughts. He had also had such thoughts. However, Jiang Yi once said, even if he became a super deity, he shouldn't think about destroying the Abyss and the Dragon Realm. There seemed to be some hidden truths unknown to outsiders. Thinking of the Emperor D who had been in seclusion for 100 years, not asking about worldly matters, only guarding the human race. Now he had also gone to an unknown place. Only when one reaches their level can one understand why. Lin Moya did not continue the conversation. Instead, he said, Teacher, I ran the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace instance a few times and brought back some near-legendary equipment. I have no use for them. Bai Yaiwan said, the military also has teams specifically for the Kunlun Divine Palace. I went there when I was young, it is indeed a good place for equipment. Especially the Kunlun set, if you can get a complete set with the same attributes, it is indeed no worse than legendary equipment. Yan Quanxing snorted, what's the point of saying this, who can get that equipment? The military has been running it for so many years, and only managed to gather 3 to 5 sets. Bai Yaiwan said, that stuff is not suitable for me. Yan Quanqing said, not suitable for me either. The military always had teams running the instance, and over the years, they managed to gather a few sets, but those sets' attributes were not suitable for the two of them. Lin Moya didn't say anything. With a thought, a large amount of equipment appeared on the open space outside the courtyard. Various types of equipment piled up like a mountain. Even Meng Anwen was somewhat shocked, sitting up straight. Bai Yaiwan held his head. How many times did you run the instance? Lin Moya seriously said, 20 times. Yan Quanqing was not sure. Did you open 4 channels each time? Lin Moya nodded, yes. Then did you get 4 pieces of the Kunlun set each time? His eyes suddenly lit up. 20 times, that would be 80 pieces of the Kunlun set. Even if they couldn't form a complete set, don't forget, the military warehouse has some. Lin Moyo alone, in half a day, completed what an elite team accumulated over several years. This efficiency is too high. Lin Moya took out the Kunlun set, another small mountain. The Kunlun set was obviously of higher grade, with more powerful energy, radiating freely when piled together. Teacher, see if there is anything suitable. I will go run the instance again another day. Running the instance was not difficult for him, not tiring at all. With just a thought, the undead army could clear it from start to finish. He mostly just walked around, took a stroll, and then collected the rewards. If it weren't for his storage space being full, Lin Moya would probably still be running the instance in the Kunlun Divine Palace. Meng Anwen had no pursuit for the Kunlun set. He already had the Divine Summer Pagoda and didn't need any other equipment. Legendary equipment had a downside, which was exclusivity. Once you had legendary equipment, you couldn't use anything below legendary. So no matter how good the Kunlun set's attributes were, it had nothing to do with Meng Anwen, unless he was willing to give up the Divine Summer Pagoda. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing were different. Their eyes were shining as they picked through the pile of Kunlun sets, looking for suitable equipment. Forming a complete Kunlun set with the same attributes was a dream for many professionals. Even these two, despite being level 96 high-level god-level experts, were not immune to this desire. Lin Moya poured a cup of tea for Meng Anwen. Teacher Meng, I recently obtained a weapon left behind by a god, a mythical weapon. Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched. Which god? The god of blood. Lin Moya took out the blood god disc and recounted what happened on the Wind and Thunder continent. Meng Anwen had heard of the god of blood. Although this god was not as famous as the gods of wind, fire, and water, its power far exceeded them. It was a truly high-level god. A high-level god's weapon must be a mythical weapon, containing the power of laws. Moreover, such a weapon would never leave the god's side. The blood god disc was first obtained by Fenghua, and now it had fallen into Lin Moya's hands, indicating that the god of blood had indeed fallen. Lin Moya said, it seems that our human race cannot use the weapons of gods. Antares had told him this, and Lin Moya could only choose to believe it. However, now that Meng Anwen had also reached high-level god status, perhaps he could gain some insights by studying the blood god disc. Understanding one law can lead to understanding many. Meng Anwen took the blood god disc, carefully sensing it for a moment, then pointed with his finger, and the Divine Summer Pagoda appeared in mid-air. The Divine Summer Pagoda emitted a stream of light, enveloping the blood god disc. Under Meng Anwen's control, the Divine Summer Pagoda kept rotating, and numerous runes appeared within the stream of light. Lin Moya knew that Meng Anwen was analyzing the blood god disc. This was one of the abilities of an alchemist. Meng Anwen was a dual profession god, both an alchemist and a formation master. The two professions were independent yet complemented each other, greatly enhancing Meng Anwen's strength. Boom! A loud noise like thunder, the Divine Summer Pagoda suddenly shook violently, then was flung far away, disappearing into the sky. The blood god disc glowed faintly red, its surface like flowing blood. Meng Anwen did not care about the flying Divine Summer Pagoda, it had his soul imprint, and he could summon it back with a thought. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, as expected of a mythical weapon, it carries the power of laws, extremely powerful. Even without anyone controlling it, it could shake off the Divine Summer Pagoda. The blood god disc was indeed powerful. Lin Moyo asked, is this thing useful? Meng Anwen smiled, to others, it is indeed useless, but to me, it is very useful. The Divine Summer Pagoda is a special legendary equipment, inherently malleable, with the potential to become a mythical equipment, just lacking an opportunity. Now the opportunity has come, I can slowly analyze the structure of the blood god disc, especially its internal laws, and the Divine Summer Pagoda can simulate and arrange them with formations. Eventually, the Divine Summer Pagoda can also be upgraded to mythical equipment. Meng Anwen was a bit excited. In the human race, legendary equipment was extremely rare. Mythical weapons and equipment were even rarer. If the Divine Summer Pagoda could become mythical equipment, it would indeed be a great boon for the human race. Judging by Meng Anwen's expression, he seemed quite confident. Meng Anwen smiled, and so did Lin Moyo. He was happy to help Meng Anwen. Then Lin Moya said, Teacher, I need to trouble you again to send me to the lower space. Meng Anwen asked curiously, didn't you just come back from there? Lin Moya sighed, there are still some matters to attend to. I made a deal with someone and need to complete it. Meng Anwen didn't ask further, knowing Lin Moyo must have his reasons. With a thought, the Divine Summer Pagoda was summoned from afar. Then a teleportation formation appeared in the air. Chapter 647. Chapter 647, 647. Chapter 647, the center of the lower realm, terrifying vortex. Until Lin Moya left, it was only then that Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing raised their heads from the pile of Kunlun sets. Bai Yaiwan asked curiously, Xiao just came back, why did he leave again? Meng Anwen casually said, he said he had a deal to complete, I don't know who it was with. Yan Quanqing said, "This kid, can't he rest for a bit?" Bai Yaiwan said impatiently, "You didn't rest much when you were young either. Put down that bracelet, I saw it first." Yan Quanqing shouted, "Screw off, I clearly saw it first. When did it become your turn?" Bai Yaiwan was unwilling to concede, "I'm only missing 3 pieces for my set." Yan Quanqing immediately retaliated, not giving him any face, "I'm only missing 2 pieces. You were too slow, blame yourself. Say another word and I'll cut you down with my blade. I'll punch you into the ground." The two of them bickered back and forth, neither willing to yield. Meng Yanwen let out a light laugh. These two had long been accustomed to fighting and making a ruckus like little kids. They were already old, but every day without an argument just didn't feel right. After seeing Lin Moyo off, he sent the blood god disc into the Divine Summer Pagoda to carefully study and analyze it. He lazily lay on the chair, like a couch potato. His mind had already entered the Divine Summer Pagoda, beginning to analyze every detail of the blood god disc. Having just gained the ability to wield the laws, his understanding of them was still only half-baked. With such a good opportunity presented, how could Meng Yanwen let it slip by? The laws require self-comprehension, and the laws comprehended by each person are different. At this level, it was no longer like when they were in school or learning simple skills where a teacher could guide them. How far one could go depended solely on oneself. Meng Yanwen had preliminarily studied the laws these past few days but was still unable to grasp the essence. Only during his level up was he able to integrate a strand of the laws into his skills. It did greatly increase the power of his skills, far surpassing before. But to actively wield the laws and integrate them into his skills, he could not do it. Now, with the blood god disc provided by Lin Moyo, containing the laws from the god of blood, even though their paths differed, it could still serve as a reference. Meng Yanwen was completely immersed in his research. As for Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quanqing, those two old fellows could do as they pleased. Even if they tore down the white god's courtyard, it was none of his concern. What could be more important than researching the laws? The Divine Summer Pagoda possessed formidable teleportation abilities, even able to lock onto coordinates within the ancient battlefield. Meng Yanwen clearly had the coordinates of the Divine Capital, instantly teleporting Lin Moya to the vicinity. This was Lin Moya's third time coming to the Divine Capital. From high up in the air, the Divine Capital appeared square-shaped. Its sides were only about 5,000 meters long, merely a small city. In the Shangxia Empire, even some larger villages were much bigger than the Divine Capital. However, Lin Moya knew its true form. It was not an ancient city at all. This was a fortress of war. Moreover, its true body was far larger than what was currently visible. When it first descended, it had greatly reduced its size, completely curled up. If it were to fully unfurl one day, restoring itself to its peak state, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. This time, Lin Moya did not enter the city. After observing for a while, he flew to the edge of a cliff. The Azure Dragon Sea's waves crashed against the rocks, thundering like the rumbling of drums. The Azure Dragon Sea was not as electrifying as the Wind and Thunder Sea, nor as dazzlingly beautiful as the Starlight Sea. On the surface, the currents and waves were turbulent, but those who had ventured below said the depths were actually quite calm. Compared to the raging surface, it was like two different worlds. Moreover, those who had gone down reported no dangers in the Azure Dragon Sea, saying it should be safer than the Starlight Sea and Wind and Thunder Sea. Lin Moya did not believe there were any truly safe places in the ancient battlefield. The Kunlun Great Deity said that when the god of Holy Sound fell, she crashed through the Wild Continent, and her divine form also fell into the Azure Dragon Sea beneath the Wild Continent. But so many years have passed, and with the changing tides, her divine form must have drifted with the currents, who knows where it has ended up. For others it's like finding a needle in a haystack, but for me it's like finding a divine form in the sea. Lin Moya let out a dark laugh. This task would not be easy. If it were easy, he would not have been sought out. There must still be dangers lurking beneath the Azure Dragon Sea. If there were no dangers, any random level 80 or so professional would suffice. With enough people, it wouldn't be an issue for the human race. Lin Moya set off with caution, flying towards the distance. He did not head directly for the Wild Continent, but rather towards the convergence of the currents, the center of the lower realm. At the center of the four great continents of East, South, West, and North, there was an immense vortex. The ocean waters constantly swirled towards this vortex, never stopping. If it drifted, then the direction would inevitably be towards the central vortex. I just hope it didn't enter the vortex, otherwise it would truly be impossible to find. But I only promised the Kunlun Great Deity that I would try my best. Lin Moyo unleashed his full speed, advancing at 1,000 meters per second. The waves of the Azure Dragon Sea crashed against him, one after another. From afar, it looked like streaks of azure dragons leaping out of the sea surface, constantly thrashing about. This was the origin of the Azure Dragon Sea's name. Lin Moya flew onwards, not encountering any danger. He did not see any living creatures, nor could his soul perception sense any. The areas he passed through seemed devoid of any life. Just this alone was extremely strange. Whether it was the Starlight Sea or the Wind and Thunder Sea, there were native monsters inside. But in the Azure Dragon Sea he had flown through so far, there were none. Jialan had once smashed through the icy layer of the Wild Continent and entered the Azure Dragon Sea from there, only to be injured by poisonous creatures. This proved that there were indeed monsters beneath the Azure Dragon Sea. So Lin Moyo could only guess that perhaps the monsters avoided the vortex. He was now less than 10,000 meters from the vortex and could already see the massive whirlpool from afar. The vortex was like a black hole, constantly sucking in the seawater surging in from all directions, its destination unknown. The moment he saw the vortex, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind: could the vortex be dangerous? As soon as this thought arose, his soul issued a warning, followed by a series of shivers. Danger! Lin Moyo immediately stopped and rapidly retreated. Just as he was retreating, an invisible giant hand swept past where he had been, its speed like lightning. If Lin Moyo had been 0.1 seconds slower, he would have been struck by the giant hand. The giant hand could not be seen with the naked eye. Lin Moyo was only able to detect it because he had his soul force extended outwards. Lin Moyo kept retreating, only stopping after several thousand meters. His expression was not good, as his soul had just violently trembled. Although he was not struck by the giant hand, his soul had still been impacted. Extending one's soul force was like a double-edged sword. It could detect danger, but it also provided an avenue for attack. Previously, when the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was attacked, it had let out a dragon's cry, forming a protective barrier around his soul. Otherwise, the damage to his soul would have been much heavier. Now it let out another dragon's cry, spraying soul force to heal his soul. His soul had only suffered a minor impact, nothing serious. But Lin Moyo still felt a chill. The sudden attack came without the slightest warning. The attack targeted his soul, silent and unseen. If he had been slower to dodge, that palm strike would have severely wounded his soul. In that fleeting moment when the giant hand swept past, Lin Moyo sensed an immense and chaotic soul aura from it. It seemed to be composed of countless souls. The power of these souls had merged into one, able to exert tremendous force. Yet the wills of these souls were in disarray, a complete mess after combining. But despite the chaos, it was extremely powerful, something Lin Moyo could not withstand with his current strength. No wonder there are so few records about this vortex. The records only warn that it is extremely dangerous and to never approach. Those who approached must have died, leaving no survivors, so of course there would be no information on what happened. After waiting for a while with no further attacks, Lin Moyo noted the location where the giant hand had attacked him and cautiously approached. His soul force remained extended outwards. When he was 10,000 meters from the vortex, that sense of danger arose again. Lin Moyo immediately retreated while retracting his extended soul force. He sensed another immense soul force sweeping past in front of him, the howling wind entering his soul. 10,000 meters, this is the limit. If that giant hand has a sense of territory, then 10,000 meters from the vortex is the boundary of its territory. Lin Moyo understood and began flying around the vortex, maintaining a distance of 11,000 meters. Chapter 648. Chapter 648, 648. Chapter 648, The Puppet Master Family, the Southwest Wong Family. After several tests, Lin Moyo confirmed that as long as he did not enter the range of 10,000 meters, there would be no danger. 10,000 meters was the critical point. The vortex connected to the other seas in all directions. Lin Moyo was very sure that there were monsters living in the other seas. But near the vortex, there were no monsters at all. Even the starlight from the Starlight Sea disappeared. There was no starlight here. The vortex seemed to have become a forbidden zone, and no monster dared to approach it. But if you can't get close, you can't explore it. Detection spells also couldn't reach beyond 10,000 meters. Let's try using the undead army. Lin Moyo summoned 10 headless horsemen and had them charge towards the vortex from different directions. He wanted to use the headless horseman's vision to see what was inside the vortex. After all, the headless horsemen wouldn't die even if they suffered a fatal attack. They would be reborn in his summoning space. The headless horsemen activated their charge skill, rushing forward at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. 10 headless horsemen charged from different directions and angles. Just as they entered the 10,000 meter range of the vortex, they advanced less than 100 meters, taking less than 0.1 seconds. They all collapsed silently. Without any commotion, the headless horseman died instantly and then reappeared in the summoning space. They died simultaneously, with almost no difference in timing. Through the headless horseman's vision, Lin Moyo felt the attack on their souls. There was almost no difference in timing. Lin Moyo's eyes sparkled. Let's try again. 10 headless horsemen were too few, so this time he released 10,000 headless horsemen. The headless horsemen surrounded the vortex, covering all directions, both in the sky and underwater. With Lin Moyo's command, the headless horsemen collectively activated their charge skill and rushed forward again. Lin Moyo's soul force surged, connecting to tens of thousands of visions. Then, a shocking scene occurred. He saw a flash of blue light, followed by a giant face. The face seemed human, but it was filled with various kinds of monsters. The human face was composed of soul force, immensely powerful yet chaotically conscious. It appeared like a beast above the vortex, letting out a roar. The soul force spread out for 10,000 meters, and all the headless horsemen collapsed simultaneously. Lin Moyo also trembled violently, his face pale. Because his soul was connected to the headless horseman, the roar affected his soul as well. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal continuously emitted soul force, healing Lin Moyo. The soul injury was light, just a shock, and it healed in an instant. Lin Moyo had some guesses about the vortex. That human face explained many things. The face was just a form, the essence was still a soul attack. More fundamentally, it was the chaotic consciousness within, indicating that the soul energy was composed of countless souls. Their souls combined, but their consciousness did not unify. Where did these souls come from? They were likely monsters attracted by the water flow. They were sucked into the vortex, their souls trapped, becoming the vortex's power. Their consciousness was not destroyed but trapped together. Lin Moyo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If the consciousness existed and could still think, then the vortex was an eternal prison of torment? What exactly is inside the vortex? Trapping souls is not something ordinary people can do. Lin Moyo prepared to try again, to draw out the face and observe it. Although the observation time was only about 0.1 seconds, he thought that with more attempts, he might discover something. Just as he was about to summon the Headless Horseman again, Lin Moyo suddenly stopped. He turned his head and saw two professionals flying towards him from a distance. A man and a woman, holding hands, looking like a couple. The man appeared to be around 40 years old. The woman seemed about the same age but looked much younger due to some beauty techniques. The two flew to Lin Moyo's side, and the man cupped his fists towards Lin Moyo. "Brother, are you also here to admire the central vortex?" The central vortex was the name of this vortex. Lin Moyo nodded. The man continued, "In a moment, it will be time for the vortex to reverse flow. This is a rare spectacle that happens only once a year." Lin Moyo asked, "What is the vortex reverse flow?" He had not seen any records of the vortex reverse flow, nor had he heard anyone mention it. The man laughed, "It's just a name I gave to the spectacle. I read in an ancient book that the central vortex erupts once a year, causing the seawater to spray upwards. It's said to be very spectacular." Lin Moyo was shocked. "Seawater spraying upwards, what will happen?" The man shook his head. "It's just as it sounds. I haven't seen it myself, but it's said to be very spectacular." The woman suggested, "Let's get closer to see." The man agreed, and they flew closer. Lin Moyo shouted, "Come back." The man paused. "What's the matter, little brother?" Lin Moyo said, "Don't get within 10,000 meters, it's dangerous and could be fatal." The man was slightly taken aback but did not completely believe Lin Moyo. However, Lin Moyo did not seem to be joking. Suddenly, the man took out a metal bead. The metal bead was only the size of a fist. The man threw it into the air and then cast a skill. With a bang, the metal bead exploded, transforming into a half-human-sized sword-wielding puppet. Lin Moyo looked at the man, a puppet master. Puppet masters were rare, and this profession had a bloodline inheritance. In the Shangxia Empire, there was only one puppet master family. The man should be from that puppet master family. The man proudly said, "That's right, the Southwest Wang family." Wang Feng. The Southwest Wang family, a puppet master family, was an ancient family in the Shangxia Empire. Their history was even older than the Shangxia Empire, existing before the founding of the nation. Their ancestors made indelible contributions to the Shangxia Empire and the entire human race. They were recorded in the history books of the Shangxia Empire. However, in the past century, the Southwest Wang family had not produced any god-level experts and had somewhat declined. But within the empire, no one dared to underestimate them. Even families with god-level experts did not dare to provoke them. Firstly, because the Wang family was full of honor. Secondly, because the family possessed god-level puppets. Wang Feng, as a descendant of the Southwest Wang family, had already reached level 83 and had a high chance of becoming a new generation god-level puppet master, so he had every reason to be proud. Lin Moyo's mind flashed with a lot of information about the Southwest Wang family. "The Wang family is a great family," Lin Moyo said with a hint of respect. The Wang family indeed made great contributions to the Shangxia Empire and the entire human race. Wang Feng's expression became even more proud. He pointed forward, and the sword-wielding puppet immediately charged forward. The puppet's aura was not apparent, but judging by its speed, it should have the combat power of around level 80. Moreover, Lin Moyo could sense a soul fluctuation within the puppet, forming a special connection with Wang Feng. Lin Moyo judged that Wang Feng was likely controlling the puppet with his own soul. This suggested that puppet masters had some research on souls. At least among other professionals, below god level, Lin Moyo rarely saw anyone with research on souls. The puppet quickly crossed the 10,000-meter boundary and suddenly stopped, falling from the sky. Wang Feng simultaneously let out a cry and instantly became listless. His face turned pale, and his expression showed a hint of fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. Lin Moyo knew that his soul had suffered some damage. After all, he was controlling the puppet with his soul, and when the puppet was destroyed, his soul was also affected. However, the damage was not severe, and he would recover in a few days even without treatment. "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Wang Feng shook his head, indicating he was fine. Then he asked Lin Moyo, "What exactly is going on here?" Wang Feng's tone was still polite. He did not blame Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had kindly warned him. If he had gone himself, it might not have been just the puppet that died. Losing a puppet was not a big deal. Even if it was difficult to make, it was better than losing his life. The soul attack just now was extremely terrifying. He knew that if he had gone, he would not have survived. In this sense, Lin Moyo's warning had saved his life. Lin Moyo said, "I haven't figured it out yet, but it should be a soul attack." Wang Feng said, "There is very little information about the central vortex. I only found a few words in an ancestor's notebook, mentioning that the central vortex erupts once every few years, causing the seawater to spray upwards. After some calculations, I deduced the specific time of the seawater spray." Wang Feng's family was old enough to know some things that outsiders did not, which was not surprising. But what exactly was the seawater spray? He did not know. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the vortex. The seawater, which had been continuously flowing in, suddenly became violent. The center of the vortex seemed to boil, with water columns rising, and seawater began to reverse flow, forming water columns. Lin Moyo's face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat." Chapter 649. Chapter 649, 649. Chapter 649, the lower space is like a god's graveyard. Lin Moya retreated quickly, and Wan Feng and his wife followed suit. Lin Moya retreated tens of thousands of meters until he was more than 30 kilometers away from the vortex before stopping. At this time, the vortex was churning with waves, each wave rising over 1,000 meters and increasing rapidly. The vortex expanded rapidly, swallowing all the surrounding seawater. The place where they had just stood was submerged by the expanding vortex in less than half a minute. Wan Feng looked terrified. If they had retreated a bit slower, it would have been a life-and-death crisis. "Thank you, brother." Wan Feng sincerely thanked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo did not speak but stared intently at the vortex. Others saw the surging waves, but he saw the violent souls beneath the waves. A massive soul force appeared in the vortex, transforming into a giant hand that continuously slapped the water surface, creating towering waves. The soul riot was felt not only by Lin Moyo but also by Wan Feng. Such a violent and powerful soul force made Wan Feng feel that if he were hit, he would definitely die. His face turned even paler. It was not just the injury but also the fright. How could this be? The notes of the ancestors did not mention this. Wan Feng kept muttering, and his palms began to sweat. Lin Moya still did not respond to him but delved deeper into his perception. The towering waves were just the surface, the core was the riot of soul force. And what was the core of the soul force riot? Why was it rioting? Lin Moya delved deeper and saw a consciousness far more chaotic than before. The vortex had absorbed a large number of living creatures and monsters, trapping their souls and consciousness together. Under some great power, the souls fused, becoming stronger. However, the consciousness did not fuse, they remained independent and scattered, becoming chaotic and disordered. It was like a powerful army without a unified command. Some soldiers wanted to go south, others wanted to go north, some wanted to charge, and some wanted to retreat. Yet the entire army was so powerful that even a small burst of its force could destroy the enemy. The chaos did not matter much before. Previously, the consciousness was chaotic but had not reached an explosive state. Now, it seemed that some changes had occurred within the vortex, causing these chaotic consciousnesses to completely explode. After several minutes of chaos, the vortex finally reached its limit. With a loud bang, a massive water column shot up from the center of the vortex, reaching tens of thousands of meters high, straight into the sky. At this moment, the sky and the sea became one. From a distance, it looked like a waterfall flowing backward, extremely spectacular. Such a massive water fountain had never been seen before. It was as if it was going to pierce the sky. Wan Feng and his wife exclaimed in amazement, and their previous fear subsided a lot. Lin Moya watched the sky-high fountain and sensed that with this eruption, the chaotic consciousness was suddenly driven out and quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. A peculiar aura emanated from the bottom of the vortex. God. Lin Moya frowned, sensing the aura of a god. Along with the god's aura, there was also the power of laws. The power of laws quickly unified the soul force, extracting the essence and discarding the dross, with the chaotic consciousness being the dross. In an instant, the chaotic consciousness was driven away, leaving the soul force extremely pure. The pure soul force then fell with the waves, re-entering the vortex. The vortex was like an invisible giant mouth, swallowing the purified soul force in one gulp. The god's aura also disappeared without a trace. Lin Moya finally understood that there was a god inside the vortex, at least a high-level god. It controlled the vortex, absorbing a large number of monsters and living creatures, using extremely brutal methods to fuse their souls together. When the quantity was sufficient, it used the power of laws to drive away the chaotic consciousness, absorbing the pure soul force. This indiscriminate method of imprisoning and devouring souls. Lin Moya felt that this god was not friendly or kind. After one eruption, the vortex quickly returned to calm. The vortex shrank, and its range became much smaller than before. Wan Feng exclaimed, "It's over." Although dangerous, it was indeed spectacular. The sky and sea is one, the ancestors did not lie to me, it was worth seeing. He could only feel the surface soul force, unlike Lin Moyo, who sensed it more deeply. He could not perceive the deeper layers. Lin Moya stared at the vortex, analyzing based on what he had seen and sensed. There should be a god sleeping in the depths of the vortex, probably severely injured. As long as anything enters the vortex, whether it is a monster, human, demon, or dragon, it treats them all the same, accepting all. Every few years, when enough souls have gathered, it wakes up, uses the power of laws to drive away the consciousness, and completely devours the pure soul force. It seems that this god specializes in soul-related powers. Gods have their specialties, and the god sleeping in the vortex clearly specializes in soul powers. At least, it is not something Lin Moyo can currently compare to. Lin Moyo pondered as he slowly flew forward. Wan Feng hurriedly called out, "Brother, what are you doing? It's dangerous there." Lin Moya replied, "It's temporarily not dangerous. I'm going to take a look." Wan Feng hesitated but did not follow. The previous eruption of the vortex had really scared him. If he had been hit by that, he would have died for sure. He cherished his life and decided to watch from a distance. Lin Moyo approached to within 10,000 meters of the vortex, and a headless horseman appeared, charging towards the vortex. This time, the headless horseman successfully entered the 10,000-meter range. It was not attacked and continued to advance safely. It was not until the headless horseman was within 1,000 meters of the vortex that the soul attack struck again. The headless horseman died instantly and returned to the summoning space. The range had shrunk to 1,000 meters, meaning the god's defensive circle had shrunk to 1,000 meters. However, the soul attack within this 1,000-meter range was even more intense than before. This was a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to enter. This god still left some power for defense. It seems its injury is not that severe. Lin Moya did not intend to enter. He was not arrogant enough to provoke a high-level god specializing in soul attacks. His gaze swept across the lower space, as if seeing through the four seas in the lower space. In the lower space, except for the divine dragon continent in the east, almost every continent had something related to gods. The entire lower space was like a graveyard of gods. There had been a great war here, and many gods had fallen. Wang Feng saw that Lin Moya was fine and bravely approached. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Moya shook his head, indicating he was fine. Wang Feng said, "I don't know what's going on with this central vortex. I've never heard anyone say it's so dangerous." Lin Moya chuckled, "That's because those who got too close all died. Dead men tell no tales." Wang Feng suddenly felt a chill. "Oh my, it's so terrifying. Forget it, I won't come here again." "Yes, don't come unless necessary." This was the resting place of a powerful god. There was no point in coming here unless one intended to slay a god, but it doesn't look dangerous. Wang Feng looked around, unable to see where the danger was. The vortex looked exceptionally calm at this moment. As long as one did not enter its 1,000-meter forbidden zone, there was no danger at all. It looks harmless, but it's actually very dangerous. This god is very good at disguising. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds rang out, gradually forming a beautiful melody. The sound was melodious and carried a unique rhythm. Soul sound. Lin Moyo identified the sound coming from the vortex. Wang Feng exclaimed, "Brother, do you hear something?" Lin Moya nodded, "It's the soul sound." The woman beside Wang Feng asked curiously, "Why can't I hear it?" Wang Feng explained, "That's because your soul level is not high enough. It's normal not to hear it." Then Wang Feng looked puzzled. "Why do I feel like this sound is summoning something?" Lin Moyo pointed to the distance. "It's summoning the monsters in the sea." Looking in the direction Lin Moyo pointed, they saw monsters from the Starlight Sea and Wind and Thunder Sea rushing towards the vortex. The soul sound was targeting the monsters, and Lin Moya could hear it because his soul level was high. Although Wang Feng's soul level was not as high as Lin Moya's, he could still hear the sound. Under the summoning of the soul sound, a large number of monsters rushed from the sea into the vortex, ignoring the danger. As they entered the 1,000-meter range of the vortex, they died silently. Their souls and consciousness were extracted and fused. The range of the vortex also expanded. Lin Moya watched this scene, knowing that the same thing had likely happened countless times. The sleeping god repeatedly summoned living creatures, killed them, and forcibly fused their souls together. Then, every few years, it would wake up and devour the fused souls in one gulp. The law of the jungle was fully displayed here. The god was powerful and could treat these monsters as it pleased. Not only monsters, but even professionals, dragons, and demons would meet the same fate if they entered, with no distinction. Chapter 650. Chapter 650, 650. Chapter 650, the feeling of being suppressed, shouldn't be this weak. Lin Moya left without saying a word. What was being played out at the vortex was the naked rule of survival. The most brutal survival rule in the world was on display, with no sympathy, no right or wrong, only survival and death. The weak are slaughtered, which is the greatest truth in the whole matter. Wang Feng chased after him. "Brother, where are you going?" Lin Moya said lightly, "To the Azure Dragon Sea." The Azure Dragon Sea. Wang Feng was momentarily confused. Weren't they already above the Azure Dragon Sea? Lin Moya's next move told him the answer. Lin Moya suddenly changed direction and plunged into the ocean, disappearing in an instant. Wang Feng had a look of sudden realization, so he's going to the seabed. He clearly saw that Lin Moya didn't want him to follow, so he didn't pursue. The woman came to Wang Feng's side and whispered, "This person is so strange." Wang Feng smiled, "Most geniuses have some quirks." The woman asked curiously, "Is he very powerful?" Wang Feng nodded, "Only level 74, but his soul is comparable to a god level. If he's not powerful, who is?" The Wang family has its own heritage and can sense the soul level of a target. Lin Moya's soul level is very high, already reaching the god level. In other words, for Lin Moya, achieving god level is inevitable. So Wang Feng was very polite to Lin Moya, different from how he treated others. Wang Feng smiled, "Be polite when you see him in the future. His future achievements are limitless." The woman, being experienced, understood the meaning behind Wang Feng's words. No one knows how deep the Azure Dragon Sea is. An 89-level professional once went down, diving tens of thousands of meters without reaching the bottom. Finally, due to excessive pressure, he had to give up. Lin Moya knew that if the divine core was still in the Azure Dragon Sea, it could only be at the bottom. The Azure Dragon Sea was silent, with no monsters or living creatures. Even though the vortex emitted a soul call, summoning monsters from the Starlight Sea and Wind and Thunder Sea, there were no monsters from the Azure Dragon Sea. It was as if there were no monsters in the Azure Dragon Sea at all. But Lin Moya knew there were monsters in the Azure Dragon Sea. When something is unusual, there must be a reason. Lin Moya dived deeper and deeper, quickly reaching a depth of 5,000 meters. There was no light here, only complete darkness. His soul power flowed out, becoming Lin Moya's eyes. Water pressure came from all directions, constantly pressing on Lin Moya. However, Lin Moya was not affected at all. The water pressure at 5,000 meters was not enough to harm him. He continued to dive until he reached a depth of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and his skeletal armor was automatically activated. Lin Moya continued to dive, reaching 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. At 50,000 meters, the skeletal armor could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Lin Moya did not replenish it, as it would just shatter again, saving him the trouble. All the pressure he endured was greatly weakened and transferred to the undead army. The undead army in the summoning space shared the pressure for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo continued to dive. Finally, at 100,000 meters, he reached the seabed. The water pressure here was astonishing. Even an 89-level professional couldn't withstand it. At least a god level was needed to reach this depth. But god-level professionals couldn't operate in the lower space for long. Lin Moyo realized why the Kunlun great deity didn't ask others. It would be useless. Below god level, only he could withstand it. The dead silence of the Azure Dragon sea floor was in stark contrast to the turbulent surface. The power of the vortex still existed, and the soul calls and the suction from the vortex could still be heard here. Compared to the surface, it was much weaker. Hopefully, the divine core hasn't been dragged into the vortex. If it has, I'll have to give up. Lin Moyo didn't want to confront the god in the vortex for now that god was too powerful, and he had no confidence. The seabed was 100,000 meters deep, equivalent to 100 kilometers. The holy sound wind chimes sensing range for the divine core was also 100 kilometers. This meant Lin Moyo could only search for the divine core in the sea. Lin Moyo began to ascend, maintaining a depth of around 50,000 meters, and started searching along the Azure Dragon Sea. He calculated that at his speed, it would take about 6 days to search the entire Azure Dragon Sea. Not too long, provided nothing unexpected happened. As he moved away from the vortex, the soul sound became fainter until it disappeared. The suction from the vortex also gradually vanished. Lin Moyo realized he had reached the area beneath the wild continent. Beneath the continental shelf, besides seawater, there were large underwater rocks forming complex passages. Under the sensing of his soul power, a large number of monsters appeared. These monsters were clearly avoiding the vortex, hiding and not being lured by the soul sound. Lin Moyo's unexpected arrival immediately caught the monsters' attention. The monsters, with territorial awareness, launched fierce attacks on Lin Moyo in groups. Lin Moyo didn't hold back, releasing the undead army to slaughter in the sea. For a time, the peaceful Azure Dragon Sea became extremely lively. The undead army rampaged, leaving no monsters alive. Blood stained the underwater world. The smell of blood attracted more monsters, and the once peaceful Azure Dragon Sea floor became completely chaotic. Lin Moyo ignored the monsters and continued searching for the divine core. The undead army rampaged, killing wherever they went. Lin Moyo discovered that many monsters in the Azure Dragon Sea had poisonous attributes. Even in the seawater, green and blue glows could be seen. Many monsters could spray poison, covering large areas. Poison was a nightmare for professionals, but it had no effect on him. The undead army was even more immune, with the Lich General's cleansing skill able to remove even corpse poison, let alone the poison here. The underwater world of the Azure Dragon Sea was much larger than the wild continent. At a depth of 100,000 meters, every few hundred meters, there were large numbers of monsters. The monsters had their own territories, forming layers of territorial spaces. The scale of the underwater world was at least equivalent to hundreds of wild continents. Lin Moyo's disturbance attracted a massive number of monsters. Searching for the divine core and leveling up by killing monsters, both tasks were accomplished simultaneously, and his experience soared. In just a few hours, he leveled up. From level 74 to level 75, Lin Moyo's eyes showed joy. I didn't expect so many monsters in the sea. I should have come earlier. Even if I don't find the divine core, this trip is worth it. Lin Moyo added another task, continuously summoning to replenish the undead army. At level 75, the total number of the undead army reached 187,000. Lin Moyo still maintained an even distribution among the 4 major types of soldiers, with 46,750 of each type. Not only did the quantity increase, but the attributes also improved significantly. The highest attributes were those of the skeleton berserkers, with balanced 4-dimensional attributes, each reaching 1.1 million, totaling 4.4 million. The total attributes of the skeleton mages were slightly lower than those of the skeleton berserkers, but their mental attributes stood out, reaching 3.8 million. The headless horseman had higher strength and constitution attributes than the skeleton berserkers, with total attributes also exceeding 4 million. Only the skeleton archers had slightly lower attributes, but their soul attack skills made their attack power not inferior. As Lin Moyo's level increased, the improvement of the undead army became more significant. At the same time, Lin Moyo also felt a sense of suppression. It was as if an invisible force was suppressing him. He had felt this before, the first time after his second transition, but at that time, the feeling was weak, and his soul was not strong, so he thought he was mistaken. As his level increased, the feeling became more apparent. Especially after his soul reached the god level, the feeling appeared every time he leveled up or his skills improved. It was just a feeling, with no trace to be found. He had mentioned this to Antares, but even Antares couldn't explain it. Antares even suspected that he might be mistaken. Sometimes, Lin Moyo also wondered if he was mistaken. After this level up, the feeling of being suppressed appeared again. He couldn't find the source and couldn't describe it in words. It was just a vague feeling. Lin Moyo even had the thought that his skills shouldn't be this weak and could be stronger. It was as if some rule was limiting his skills. Without his innate talent, his skeletons were indeed not strong. At level 75, the total attributes of the skeleton berserkers were only about 55,000. Even with the Lich General's bonus, the attributes were less than 100,000. Even the most ordinary human professionals had total attributes exceeding 500,000 at level 75. Without his innate talent, his only advantage would be the large number of summons and various skills. Without his innate talent, he could still easily defeat professionals of the same level. Not to mention one-on-one, he could take on 10 at once. But to reach his current level, it would be impossible. Since he had a unique profession and had undergone 2 profession enhancements, he shouldn't be this weak. Even without his innate talent, he shouldn't be this weak. As his level increased, the feeling of being suppressed became more intense. It remained a mystery that continued to trouble Lin Moyo. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.